Bantam Doubleday Dell Audio Publishing presents Fear Nothing by Dean Koontz. We have a weight to carry, and a distance we must go. We have a weight to carry, a destination we can't know. We have a weight to carry, and can put it down nowhere. We are the weight we carry, from there to here to there. The Book of Counted Sorrows. Chapter 1. On the desk in my candlelit study, the telephone rang, and I knew that a terrible change was coming. I am not psychic. I do not see signs and portents in the sky. To my eye, the lines in my palm reveal nothing about my future, and I don't have a gypsy's ability to discern the patterns of fate in wet tea leaves. My father had been dying for days, however, and after spending the previous night at his bedside, blotting the sweat from his brow and listening to his labored breathing, I knew that he couldn't hold on much longer. I dreaded losing him and being for the first time in my 28 years, alone. I am an only son, an only child, and my mother passed away 2 years ago. Her death had been a shock, but at least she had not been forced to endure a lingering illness. Last night, just before dawn, exhausted, I had returned home to sleep, but I had not slept much or well. Now I leaned forward in my chair and willed the phone to fall silent, but it would not. The dog also knew what the ringing meant. He padded out of the shadows into the candle glow and stared sorrowfully at me. Unlike others of his kind, he will hold any man's or woman's gaze as long as he is interested. Animals usually stare directly at us only briefly, then look away as though unnerved by something they see in human eyes. Perhaps Orson sees what other dogs see, and perhaps he too is disturbed by it. But he is not intimidated. He is a strange dog, but he's my dog, my steadfast friend, and I love him. On the 7th ring, I surrendered to the inevitable and answered the phone. The caller was a nurse at Mercy Hospital. I spoke to her without looking away from Orson. My father was quickly fading. The nurse suggested that I come to his bedside without delay. As I put down the phone, Orson approached my chair and rested his burly black head in my lap. He whimpered softly and nuzzled my hand. He did not wag his tail. For a moment I was numb, unable to think or act. The silence of the house, as deep as water in an oceanic abyss, was a crushing, immobilizing pressure. Then I phoned Sasha Goodall to ask her to drive me to the hospital. Usually she slept from noon until 8 o'clock. She spun music in the dark, from midnight until 6 o'clock in the morning on KBAY, the only radio station in Moonlight Bay. At a few minutes past 5 on this March evening, she was most likely sleeping, and I regretted the need to wake her. Like sad-eyed Orson, however, Sasha was my friend, to whom I could always turn, and she was a far better driver than the dog. She answered on the 2nd ring, with no trace of sleepiness in her voice. Before I could tell her what had happened, she said, "Chris, I'm so sorry," as though she had been waiting for this call, and as if in the ringing of her phone she had heard the same ominous note that Orson and I had heard in mine. I bit my lip and refused to consider what was coming. As long as Dad was alive, hope remained that his doctors were wrong. Even at the 11th hour, the cancer might go into remission. I believe in the possibility of miracles. After all, in spite of my condition, I have lived more than 28 years, which is a miracle of sorts, although some other people, seeing my life from outside, might think it a curse. I believe in the possibility of miracles, but more to the point, I believe in our need for them. "I'll be there in 5 minutes," Sasha promised. At night I could walk to the hospital, but at this hour I would be too much of a spectacle and in too great a danger if I tried to make the trip on foot. "No," I said, "drive carefully. I'll probably take 10 minutes or more to get ready." "Love you, Snowman." "Love you," I replied. I replaced the cap on the pen with which I had been writing when the call had come from the hospital, and I put it aside with the yellow legal-sized tablet. Using a long-handled brass snuffer, I extinguished the 3 fat candles. Thin, sinuous ghosts of smoke writhed in the shadows. Now, an hour before twilight, the sun was low in the sky, but still dangerous. It glimmered threateningly at the edges of the pleated shades that covered all the windows. Anticipating my intentions as usual, Orson was already out of the room, padding across the upstairs hall. He is a 90-pound Labrador mix, as black as a witch's cat. Through the layered shadows of our house, he roams all but invisibly, his presence betrayed only by the thump of his big paws on the area rugs and by the click of his claws on the hardwood floors. In my bedroom, across the hall from the study, I didn't bother to switch on the dimmer-controlled frosted glass ceiling fixture. The indirect sour yellow light of the westering sun, pressing at the edges of the window shades, was sufficient for me. My eyes are better adapted to gloom than are those of most people. Although I am, figuratively speaking, a brother to the owl, I don't have a special gift of nocturnal sight, nothing as romantic or as thrilling as a paranormal talent. Simply this: lifelong habituation to darkness has sharpened my night vision. Orson leaped onto the footstool and then curled on the armchair to watch me as I girded myself for the sunlit world. From a Pullman drawer in the adjoining bathroom, I withdrew a squeeze bottle of lotion that included a sunscreen with a rating of 50. I applied it generously to my face, ears, and neck. The lotion had a faint coconut scent, an aroma that I associate with palm trees and sunshine, tropical skies, ocean vistas spangled with noontime light, and other things that will be forever beyond my experience. This, for me, is the fragrance of desire and denial and hopeless yearning, the succulent perfume of the unattainable. Sometimes I dream that I am walking on a Caribbean beach in a rain of sunshine, and the white sand under my feet seems to be a cushion of pure radiance. The warmth of the sun on my skin is more erotic than a lover's touch. In the dream, I am not merely bathed in the light, but pierced by it. When I wake, I am bereft. Now the lotion, although smelling of the tropical sun, was cool on my face and neck. I also worked it into my hands and wrists. The bathroom featured a single window at which the shade was currently raised, but the space remained meagerly illuminated because the glass was frosted and because the incoming sunlight was filtered through the graceful limbs of a metrosideros. The silhouettes of leaves fluttered on the pane. In the mirror above the sink, my reflection was little more than a shadow. Even if I switched on the light, I would not have had a clear look at myself, because the single bulb in the overhead fixture was of low wattage and had a peach tint. Only rarely have I seen my face in full light. Sasha says that I remind her of James Dean, more as he was in East of Eden than in Rebel Without a Cause. I myself don't perceive the resemblance. The hair is the same, yes, and the pale blue eyes, but he looks so wounded, and I did not see myself that way. I am not James Dean. I am no one but me, Christopher Snow, and I can live with that. Finished with the lotion, I returned to the bedroom. Orson raised his head from the armchair to savor the coconut scent. I was already wearing athletic socks, Nikes, blue jeans, and a black T-shirt. I quickly pulled on a black denim shirt with long sleeves and buttoned it at the neck. Orson trailed me downstairs to the foyer. Because the porch was deep with a low ceiling, and because two massive California live oaks stood in the yard, no direct sun could reach the sidelights flanking the front door. Consequently, they were not covered with curtains or blinds. The leaded panes, geometric mosaics of clear green, red, and amber glass, glowed softly like jewels. I took a zippered black leather jacket from the coat closet. I would be out after dark, and even following a mild March day, the central coast of California can turn chilly when the sun goes down. From the closet shelf I snatched a navy blue billed cap and pulled it on, tugging it low on my head. Across the front, above the visor, in ruby red embroidered letters, were the words Mystery Train. One night during the previous autumn, I had found the cap in Fort Wyvern, the abandoned military base inland from Moonlight Bay. It had been the only object in a cool, dry, concrete-walled room 3 stories underground. Although I had no idea to what the embroidered words might refer, I had kept the cap because it intrigued me. As I turned toward the front door, Orson whined beseechingly. I stooped and petted him. "I'm sure Dad would like to see you one last time, fella. I know he would. But there's no place for you in a hospital." His direct, coal-black eyes glimmered. I could have sworn that his gaze brimmed with grief and sympathy. Maybe that was because I was looking at him through repressed tears of my own. My friend Bobby Holloway says that I tend to anthropomorphize animals, ascribing to them human attributes and attitudes which they do not, in fact, possess. Perhaps this is because animals, unlike some people, have always accepted me for what I am. The four-legged citizens of Moonlight Bay seem to possess a more complex understanding of life, as well as more kindness, than at least some of my neighbors. Bobby tells me that anthropomorphizing animals, regardless of my experiences with them, is a sign of immaturity. I tell Bobby to go copulate with himself. I comforted Orson, stroking his glossy coat and scratching behind his ears. He was curiously tense. Twice he cocked his head to listen intently to sounds I could not hear, as if he sensed a threat looming, something even worse than the loss of my father. At that time, I had not yet seen anything suspicious about Dad's impending death. Cancer was only fate, not murder, unless you wanted to try bringing criminal charges against God. That I had lost both parents within 2 years, that my mother had died when she was only 52, that my father was only 56 as he lay on his deathbed. Well, all this just seemed to be my poor luck, which had been with me literally since my conception. Later, I would have reason to recall Orson's tension, and good reason to wonder if he had sensed the tidal wave of trouble washing toward us. Bobby Halloway would surely sneer at this, and say that I am doing worse than anthropomorphizing the mutt, that now I am ascribing superhuman attributes to him. I would have to agree, and then tell Bobby to go copulate vigorously with himself. Anyway, I petted and scratched and generally comforted Orson until a horn sounded in the street, and then, almost at once, sounded again in the driveway. Sasha had arrived. In spite of the sunscreen on my neck, I turned up the collar of my jacket for additional protection. From the Stickley-style foyer table under a print of Maxfield Parrish's Daybreak, I grabbed a pair of wraparound sunglasses. With my hand on the hammered copper doorknob, I turned to Orson once more. We'll be all right. In fact, I didn't know quite how we would go on without my father. He was our link to the world of light and to the people of the day. More than that, he loved me as no one left on earth could love me, as only a parent could love a damaged child. He understood me as perhaps no one would ever understand me again. We'll be all right, I repeated. The dog regarded me solemnly and chuffed once, almost pityingly, as if he knew that I was lying. I opened the front door, and as I went outside, I put on the wraparound sunglasses. The special lenses were totally UV-proof. My eyes are my point of greatest vulnerability. I can take no risk whatsoever with them. Sasha's green Ford Explorer was in the driveway, with the engine running, and she was behind the wheel. I closed the house door and locked it. Orson had made no attempt to slip out at my heels. A breeze had sprung up from the west, an onshore flow with the faint astringent scent of the sea. The leaves of the oaks whispered as if transmitting secrets branch to branch. My chest grew so tight that my lungs felt constricted, as was always the case when I was required to venture outside in daylight. This symptom was entirely psychological, but nonetheless affecting. Going down the porch steps and along the flagstone walk to the driveway, I felt weighed down. Perhaps this was how a deep-sea diver might feel in a pressure suit, with a kingdom of water overhead. Chapter 2. When I got into the Explorer, Sasha Goodall said quietly, "Hey, Snowman." "Hey." I buckled my safety harness as Sasha shifted into reverse. From under the bill of my cap, I peered at the house as we backed away from it, wondering how it would appear to me when I next saw it. I felt that when my father left this world, all of the things that had belonged to him would look shabbier and diminished because they would no longer be touched by his spirit. It is a craftsman period structure in the green and green tradition. Ledger stone set with a minimum of mortar, cedar siding silvered by weather and time, entirely modern in its lines, but not in the least artificial or insubstantial, fully of the earth and formidable. After the recent winter rains, the crisp lines of the slate roof were softened by a green coverlet of lichen. As we reversed into the street, I thought that I saw the shade nudged aside at one of the living-room windows, at the back of the deep porch, and Orson's face at the pane, his paws on the sill. As she drove away from the house, Sasha said, "How long since you've been out in this?" "Daylight? A little over 9 years. I know Vina to the darkness." She was also a songwriter. I said, "Damn it, Goodall, don't wax poetic on me." What happened 9 years ago? Appendicitis. Ah, that time when you almost died. Only death brings me out in daylight. She said, at least you got a sexy scar from it. You think so? I like to kiss it, don't I? I've wondered about that. Actually, it scares me, that scar, she said. You might have died. Didn't. I kiss it like I'm saying a little prayer of thanks that you're here with me. Or maybe you're sexually aroused by deformity. Asshole. Your mother never taught you language like that. It was the nuns in parochial school. I said, you know what I like? We've been together almost 2 years. Yeah, I think I know what you like. I like that you never cut me any slack. Why should I? She asked. Exactly. Even in my armor of cloth and lotion, behind the shades that shielded my sensitive eyes from ultraviolet rays, I was unnerved by the day around and above me. I felt eggshell fragile in its vice grip. Sasha was aware of my uneasiness, but pretended not to notice. To take my mind off both the threat and the boundless beauty of the sunlit world, she did what she does so well, which is be Sasha. Where will you be later, she asked, when it's over? If it's over. They could be wrong. Where will you be when I'm on the air? After midnight? Probably Bobby's place. Make sure he turns on his radio. Are you taking requests tonight, I asked. You don't have to call in. I'll know what you need. At the next corner, she swung the Explorer right onto Ocean Avenue. She drove uphill away from the sea. Fronting the shops and restaurants beyond the deep sidewalks, 80-foot stone pines spread wings of branches across the street. The pavement was feathered with shadow and sunshine. Moonlight Bay, home to 12,000 people, rises from the harbor and flatlands into gentle serried hills. In most California travel guides, our town is called the Jewel of the Central Coast, partly because the Chamber of Commerce schemes relentlessly to have this sobriquet widely used. The town has earned the name, however, for many reasons, not least of which is our wealth of trees. Majestic oaks with 100-year crowns, pines, cedars, phoenix palms, deep eucalyptus groves. My favorites are the clusters of lacy Melaleuca luminaria, draped with stoles of ermine blossoms in the spring. As a result of our relationship, Sasha had applied protective film to the Explorer windows. Nevertheless, the view was shockingly brighter than that to which I was accustomed. I slid my glasses down my nose and peered over the frames. The pine needles stitched in elaborate dark embroidery on a wondrous purple-blue late-afternoon sky bright with mystery, and a reflection of this pattern flickered across the windshield. I quickly pushed my glasses back in place, not merely to protect my eyes, but because suddenly I was ashamed for taking such delight in this rare daytime journey, even as my father lay dying. Judiciously speeding, never breaking to a full stop at those intersections without traffic, Sasha said, I'll go in with you. That's not necessary. Sasha's intense dislike of doctors and nurses and all things medical bordered on a phobia. Most of the time she was convinced that she would live forever. She had great faith in the power of vitamins, minerals, antioxidants, positive thinking, and mind-body healing techniques. A visit to any hospital, however, temporarily shook her conviction that she would avoid the fate of all flesh. Really, she said, I should be with you. I love your dad. Her outer calm was belied by a quiver in her voice, and I was touched by her willingness to go, just for me, where she most loathed to go. I said, I want to be alone with them this little time we have. Truly? Truly. Listen, I forgot to leave dinner out for Orson. Could you go back to the house and take care of that? Yeah, she said, relieved to have a task. Poor Orson. He and your dad were real buddies. I swear he knows. Sure, animals know things. Especially Orson. From Ocean Avenue, she turned left onto Pacific View. Mercy Hospital was 2 blocks away. She said, He'll be okay. He doesn't show it much, but he's already grieving in his way. I'll give him lots of hugs and cuddles. Dad was his link to the day. I'll be his link now, she promised. He can't live exclusively in the dark. He's got me, and I'm never going anywhere. Aren't you? I asked. He'll be okay, We weren't really talking about the dog anymore. The hospital is a 3-story California Mediterranean structure, built in another age when that term did not bring to mind uninspired tract house architecture and cheap construction. The deeply set windows feature patinaed bronze frames. Ground floor rooms are shaded by loggias with arches and limestone columns. Some of the columns are entwined by the woody vines of an ancient bougainvillea that blanket the loggia roofs. This day, even with spring a couple of weeks away, cascades of crimson and radiant purple flowers overhung the eaves. For a daring few seconds, I pulled my sunglasses down my nose and marveled at the sun-splashed celebration of color. Sasha stopped at a side entrance. As I freed myself from the safety harness, she put one hand on my arm and squeezed lightly. "Call my cellular number when you want me to come back. It'll be after sunset by the time I leave. I'll walk." "If that's what you want." "I do." Again I drew the glasses down my nose, this time to see Sasha Goodall as I had never seen her. In candlelight, her gray eyes are deep but clear, as they are here in the day world, too. Her thick mahogany hair in candlelight is as lustrous as wine and crystal, but markedly more lustrous under the stroking hand of the sun. Her creamy rose-petal skin is flecked with faint freckles, the patterns of which I know as well as I know the constellations in every quadrant of the night sky, season by season. With one finger, Sasha pushed my sunglasses back into place. "Don't be foolish." "I'm human. Foolish is what we are." If I were to go blind, however, her face would be a sight to sustain me in the lasting blackness. I leaned across the console and kissed her. "You smell like coconut," she said. "I try." I kissed her again. "You shouldn't be out in this any longer," she said firmly. The sun, half an hour above the sea, was orange and intense, a perpetual thermonuclear holocaust 93 million miles removed. In places, the Pacific was molten copper. "Go, coconut boy, away with you." Shrouded like the Elephant Man, I got out of the Explorer and hurried to the hospital, tucking my hands in the pockets of my leather jacket. I glanced back once. Sasha was watching. She gave me a thumbs-up sign. Chapter 3. When I stepped into the hospital, Angela Ferryman was waiting in the corridor. She was a third-floor nurse on the evening shift, and she had come downstairs to greet me. Angela was a sweet-tempered, pretty woman in her late 40s, painfully thin and curiously pale-eyed, as though her dedication to nursing was so ferocious that, by the harsh terms of a devilish bargain, she must give the very substance of herself to ensure her patients' recoveries. Her wrists seemed too fragile for the work she did, and she moved so lightly and quickly that it was possible to believe that her bones were as hollow as those of birds. She switched off the overhead fluorescent panels in the corridor ceiling. Then she hugged me. When I had suffered the illnesses of childhood and adolescence, mumps, flu, chickenpox, but couldn't be safely treated outside our house, Angela had been the visiting nurse who stopped in daily to check on me. Her fierce, bony hugs were as essential to the conduct of her work as were tongue depressors, thermometers, and syringes. Nevertheless, this hug frightened more than comforted me, and I said, "Is he?" "It's all right, Chris. He's still holding on. Holding on just for you, I think." I went to the emergency stairs nearby. As the stairwell door eased shut behind me, I was aware of Angela switching on the ground floor corridor lights once more. The stairwell was not dangerously well lighted. Even so, I climbed quickly and didn't remove my sunglasses. At the head of the stairs in the third-floor corridor, Seth Cleveland was waiting. He is my father's doctor, and one of mine. Although tall, with shoulders that seem round and massive enough to wedge in one of the hospital loggia arches, he manages never to be looming over you. He moves with the grace of a much smaller man, and his voice is that of a gentle fairy tale bear. "We're medicating him for pain," Dr. Cleveland said, turning off the fluorescent panels overhead. "So he's drifting in and out. But each time he comes around, he asks for you." Removing my glasses at last and tucking them in my shirt pocket, I hurried along the wide corridor. Past rooms were patients with all manner of maladies, in all stages of illness, either lay insensate or sat before bed trays that held their dinners. Those who saw the corridor lights go off were aware of the reason, and they paused in their eating to stare at me as I passed their open doors. In Moonlight Bay, I am a reluctant celebrity. Of the 12,000 full-time residents and the nearly 3,000 students at Ashton College, a private liberal arts institution that sits on the highest land in town, I am perhaps the only one whose name is known to all. Because of my nocturnal life, however, not every one of my fellow townspeople has seen me. As I moved along the hall, most of the nurses and nurses' aides spoke my name or reached out to touch me. I think they felt close to me, not because there was anything especially winning about my personality, not because they loved my father, as indeed everyone who knew him loved him, but because they were devoted healers, and because I was the ultimate object of their heartfelt desire to nurture and to make well. I have been in need of healing all my life, but I am beyond their or anyone's power to cure. My father was in a semi-private room. At the moment, no patient occupied the second bed. I hesitated on the threshold. Then, with a deep breath that did not fortify me, I went inside, closing the door behind me. The slats of the Venetian blinds were tightly shut. At the periphery of each blind, the glossy white window casings glowed orange with the distilled sunlight of the day's last half hour. On the bed nearest the entrance, my father was a shadowy shape. I heard his shallow breathing. When I spoke, he didn't answer. He was monitored solely by an electrocardiograph. In order not to disturb him, the audio signal had been silenced. His heartbeat was traced only by a spiking green line of light on a cathode ray tube. His pulse was rapid and weak. As I watched, it went through a brief period of arrhythmia, alarming me, before stabilizing again. In the lower of the two drawers in his nightstand were a butane lighter and a pair of 3-inch diameter bayberry candles in glass cups. The medical staff pretended to be unaware of the presence of these items. I put the candles on the nightstand. Because of my limitations, I am granted this dispensation from hospital rules. Otherwise, I would have to sit in utter darkness. In violation of fire laws, I thumbed the lighter and touched the flame to one wick, then to the other. Perhaps my strange celebrity wins me license also. You cannot overestimate the power of celebrity in modern America. In the flutter of soothing light, my father's face resolved out of the darkness. His eyes were closed. He was breathing through his open mouth. At his direction, no heroic efforts were being taken to sustain his life. His breathing was not even assisted by an inhalator. I took off my jacket and the mystery train cap, putting them on a chair provided for visitors. Standing at his bed on the side more distant from the candles, I took one of his hands in one of mine. His skin was cool, as thin as parchment. Bony hands. His fingernails were yellow, cracked as they had never been before. His name was Stephen Snow, and he was a great man. He had never won a war, never made a law, never composed a symphony, never written a famous novel as in his youth he had hoped to do. But he was greater than any general, politician, composer, or prize-winning novelist who had ever lived. He was great because he was kind. He was great because he was humble, gentle, full of laughter. He had been married to my mother for 30 years, and during that long span of temptation, he had remained faithful to her. His love for her had been so luminous that our house, by necessity dimly lighted in most rooms, was bright in all the ways that mattered. A professor of literature at Ashton, where Mom had been a professor in the science department, Dad was so beloved by his students that many remained in touch with him decades after leaving his classroom. Although my affliction had severely circumscribed his life virtually from the day that I was born, when he himself was 28, he had never once made me feel that he regretted fathering me, or that I was anything less than an unmitigated joy and a source of undiluted pride to him. He lived with dignity and without complaint, and he never failed to celebrate what was right with the world. Once he had been robust and handsome. Now his body was shrunken, and his face was haggard, gray. He looked much older than his 56 years. The cancer had spread from his liver to his lymphatic system, then to other organs until he was riddled with it. In the struggle to survive, he had lost much of his thick white hair. On the cardiac monitor, the green line had begun to spike and trough erratically. I watched it with dread. Dad's hand closed weakly on mine. When I looked at him again, his sapphire blue eyes were open and focused on me, as riveting as ever. "Water?" I asked, because he was always thirsty lately, parched. "No, I'm all right," he replied, although he sounded dry. His voice was barely louder than a whisper. I could think of nothing to say. All my life our house was filled with conversation. My dad and Mom and I talked about novels, old movies, follies of politicians, poetry, music, history, science, religion, art, and about owls and deer mice and raccoons and bats and fiddler crabs and other creatures that shared the night with me. Our discourse ranged from serious colloquies about the human condition to frothy gossip about neighbors. In the Snow family, no program of physical exercise, regardless of how strenuous, was considered to be adequate if it didn't include a daily workout of the tongue. Yet now, when I most desperately needed to open my heart to my father, I was speechless. He smiled as if he understood my plight and appreciated the irony of it. Then his smile faded. His drawn and sallow face grew even more gaunt. He was worn so thin, in fact, that when a draft guttered the candle flames, his face appeared to be hardly more substantial than a reflection floating on the surface of a pond. As the flickery light stabilized, I thought that Dad seemed to be in agony. But when he spoke, his voice revealed sorrow and regret rather than pain. "I'm sorry, Chris. So damn sorry." "You've nothing to be sorry about," I assured him, wondering if he was lucid or speaking through a haze of fever and drugs. "Sorry about the inheritance, son." "I'll be okay. I can take care of myself." "Not money. There'll be enough of that," he said, his whispery voice fading further. His words slipped from his pale lips almost as silently as the liquid of an egg from a cracked shell. "The other inheritance. From your mother and me. The XP. Oh, Dad, no, you couldn't have known." His eyes closed again. Words as thin and transparent as raw egg white. "I'm so sorry." "You gave me life," I said. His hand had gone limp in mine. For an instant I thought that he was dead. My heart fell stone through water in my chest. But the beat traced in green light by the electrocardiograph showed that he had merely lost consciousness again. "Dad, you gave me life," I repeated, distraught that he couldn't hear me. My dad and Mom had each unknowingly carried a recessive gene that appears in only 1 in 200,000 people. The odds against two such people meeting, falling in love, and having children are millions to 1. Even then, both must pass the gene to their offspring for calamity to strike, and there is only 1 chance in 4 that they will do so. With me, my folks hit the jackpot. I have xeroderma pigmentosum, XP for short, a rare and frequently fatal genetic disorder. XP victims are acutely vulnerable to cancers of the skin and eyes. Even brief exposure to sun, indeed to any ultraviolet rays, including those from incandescent and fluorescent lights, could be disastrous for me. All human beings incur sunlight damage to the DNA, the genetic material in their cells, inviting melanoma and other malignancies. Healthy people possess a natural repair system, enzymes that strip out the damaged segments of the nucleotide strands and replace them with undamaged DNA. In those with XP, however, the enzymes don't function. The repair is not made. Ultraviolet-induced cancers develop easily, quickly, and metastasize unchecked. The United States, with a population exceeding 270 million, is home to more than 80,000 dwarfs. 90,000 of our countrymen stand over 7 feet tall. Our nation boasts 4 million millionaires, and 10,000 more will achieve that happy status during the current year. In any 12 months, perhaps 1,000 of our citizens will be struck by lightning. Fewer than 1,000 Americans have XP, and fewer than 100 are born with it each year. The number is small in part because the affliction is so rare. The size of this XP population is also limited by the fact that many of us do not live long. Most physicians familiar with xeroderma pigmentosum would have expected me to die in childhood, Few would have bet that I could survive adolescence. None would have risked serious money on the proposition that I would still be thriving at 28. A handful of experts, my word for us, are older than I am, a few significantly older, though most, if not all of them, have suffered progressive neurological problems associated with their disorder. Tremors of the head or the hands, hearing loss, slurred speech, even mental impairment. Except for my need to guard against the light, I am as normal and whole as anyone. I am not an albino. My eyes have color. My skin is pigmented. Although certainly I am far paler than a California beach boy, I'm not ghost white. In the candlelit rooms in the night world that I inhabit, I can even appear, curiously, to have a dusky complexion. Every day that I remain in my current condition is a precious gift, and I believe that I use my time as well and as fully as it can be used. I relish life. I find delight where anyone would expect it, but also where few would think to look. In 23 B.C., the poet Horace said, "Seize the day, put no trust in the morrow." I seize the night, and ride it as though it were a great black stallion. Most of my friends say that I am the happiest person they know. Happiness was mine to choose or reject, and I embraced it. Without my particular parents, however, I might not have been granted this choice. My mother and father radically altered their lives to shield me aggressively from damaging light, and until I was old enough to understand my predicament, they were required to be relentlessly, exhaustingly vigilant. Their selfless diligence contributed incalculably to my survival. Furthermore, they gave me the love, and the love of life, that made it impossible for me to choose depression, despair, and a reclusive existence. My mother died suddenly. Although I know that she understood the profound depth of my feeling for her, I wish that I had been able to express it to her adequately on that last day of her life. Sometimes, out in the night, on the dark beach, when the sky is clear and the vault of stars makes me feel simultaneously mortal and invincible, when the wind is still and even the sea is hushed as it breaks upon the shore, I tell my mother what she meant to me, but I don't know that she hears. Now, my father, still with me if only tenuously, did not hear me when I said, "You gave me life." And I was afraid that he would take his leave before I could tell him all the things that I had been given no chance to tell my mother. His hand remained cool and limp. I held it anyway, as if to anchor him to this world until I could say goodbye properly. At the edges of the Venetian blinds, the window frames and casings smoldered from orange to fiery red as the sun met the sea. There is only one circumstance under which I will ever view a sunset directly. If I should develop cancer of the eyes, and before I succumb to it or go blind, I will one late afternoon go down to the sea and stand facing those distant Asian empires where I will never walk. On the brink of dusk, I'll remove my sunglasses and watch the dying of the light. I'll have to squint. Bright light pains my eyes. Its effect is so total and swift that I can virtually feel the developing burn. As the blood-red light at the periphery of the blinds deepened to purple, my father's hand tightened on mine. I looked down, saw that his eyes were open, and tried to tell him all that was in my heart. "I know," he whispered. When I was unable to stop saying what didn't need to be said, Dad found an unexpected reserve of strength and squeezed my hand so hard that I halted in my speech. Into my shaky silence he said, "Remember." I could barely hear him. I leaned over the bed railing to put my left ear close to his lips. Faintly, yet projecting a resolve that resonated with anger and defiance, he gave me his final words of guidance. "Fear nothing, Chris. Fear nothing." Then he was gone. The luminous tracery of the electrocardiogram skipped again, and went flatline. The only moving lights were the candle flames, dancing on the black wicks. I could not immediately let go of his slack hand. I kissed his forehead, his rough cheek. No light any longer leaked past the edges of the blinds. The world had rotated into the darkness that welcomed me. The door opened. Again they had extinguished the nearest banks of fluorescent panels, and the only light in the corridor came from other rooms along its length. Nearly as tall as the doorway, Dr. Cleveland entered the room and came gravely to the foot of the bed. With sandpiper quick steps, Angela Ferryman followed him, one sharp-knuckled fist held to her breast. Her shoulders were hunched, her posture defensive, as if her patient's death were a physical blow. The EKG machine beside the bed was equipped with a telemetry device that sent Dad's heartbeat to a monitor at the nurse's station down the hall. They had known the moment that he slipped away. They didn't come with syringes full of epinephrine or with a portable defibrillator to shock his heart back into action. As Dad had wanted, there would be no heroic measures. Dr. Cleveland's features were not designed for solemn occasions. He resembled a beardless Santa Claus with merry eyes and plump, rosy cheeks. He strove for a dour expression of grief and sympathy, but he managed only to look puzzled. His feelings were evident, however, in his soft voice. "Are you okay, Chris?" "Hanging in there," I said. Chapter 4. From the hospital room, I telephoned Sandy Kirk at Kirk's funeral home, with whom my father himself had made arrangements weeks ago. In accordance with Dad's wishes, he was to be cremated. 2 orderlies, young men with chopped hair and feeble mustaches, arrived to move the body to a cold holding room in the basement. They asked if I wanted to wait down there with it until the mortician's van arrived. I said that I didn't. This was not my father, only his body. My father had gone elsewhere. I opted not to pull the sheet back for one last look at Dad's sallow face. This wasn't how I wanted to remember him. The orderlies moved the body onto a gurney. They seemed awkward in the conduct of their business, at which they ought to have been practiced, and they glanced at me surreptitiously while they worked, as if they felt inexplicably guilty about what they were doing. Maybe those who transport the dead never become entirely easy with their work. How reassuring it would be to believe as much, for such awkwardness might mean that people are not as indifferent to the fate of others as they sometimes seem to be. More likely, these 2 were merely curious, sneaking glances at me. I am, after all, the only citizen of Moonlight Bay to have been featured in a major article in Time magazine. And I am the one who lives by night and shrinks from the sight of the sun. Vampire, ghoul, filthy wacko pervert, hide your children. To be fair, the vast majority of people are understanding and kind. A poisonous minority, however, are rumor-mongers who believe anything about me that they hear, and who embellish all gossip with the self-righteousness of spectators at a Salem witch trial. If these 2 young men were of the latter type, they must have been disappointed to see that I looked remarkably normal. No grave, pale face, no blood-red eyes, no fangs. I wasn't even having a snack of spiders and worms. How boring of me. The wheels on the gurney creaked as the orderlies departed with the body. Even after the door swung shut, I could hear the receding squeak, squeak, squeak. Alone in the room by candlelight, I took Dad's overnight bag from the narrow closet. It held only the clothes that he had been wearing when he checked into the hospital for the last time. The top nightstand drawer contained his watch, his wallet, and 4 paperback books. I put them in the suitcase. I pocketed the butane lighter, but left the candles behind. I never wanted to smell bayberry again. The scent now had intolerable associations for me. Because I had gathered up Dad's few belongings with such efficiency, I felt that I was admirably in control of myself. In fact, the loss of him had left me numb. Snuffing the candles by pinching the flames between thumb and forefinger, I didn't feel the heat or smell the charred wicks. When I stepped into the corridor with the suitcase, a nurse switched off the overhead fluorescents once more. I walked directly to the stairs that I had climbed earlier. Elevators were of no use to me, because their ceiling lights couldn't be turned off independently of their lift mechanisms. During the brief ride down from the third floor, my sunscreen lotion would be sufficient protection. However, I wasn't prepared to risk getting stuck between floors for an extended period. Without remembering to put on my sunglasses, I quickly descended the dimly lighted concrete stairs, and to my surprise, I didn't stop at the ground floor. Driven by a compulsion that I didn't immediately understand, moving faster than before, the suitcase thumping against my leg, I continued to the basement, where they had taken my father. The numbness in my heart became a chill. Spiraling outward from that icy throb, a series of shudders worked through me. Abruptly, I was overcome by the conviction that I'd relinquished my father's body without fulfilling some solemn duty, although I was not able to think what it was that I ought to have done. My heart was pounding so hard that I could hear it, like the drumbeat of an approaching funeral cortege, but in double time. My throat swelled half shut, and I could swallow my suddenly sour saliva only with effort. At the bottom of the stairwell was a steel fire door under a red emergency exit sign. In some confusion, I halted and hesitated with one hand on the push bar. Then I remembered the obligation that I had almost failed to meet. Ever the romantic, Dad had wanted to be cremated with his favorite photograph of my mother, and he had charged me with making sure that it was sent with him to the mortuary. The photo was in his wallet. The wallet was in the suitcase that I carried. Impulsively, I pushed open the door and stepped into a basement hallway. The concrete walls were painted glossy white. From silvery parabolic diffusers overhead, torrents of fluorescent light splashed the corridor. I should have reeled backward across the threshold, or at least searched for the light switch. Instead, I hurried recklessly forward, letting the heavy door sigh shut behind me, keeping my head down, counting on the sunscreen and my cap visor to protect my face. I jammed my left hand into a jacket pocket. My right hand was clenched around the handle of the suitcase, exposed. The amount of light bombarded me during a race along a 100-foot corridor would not be sufficient in itself to trigger a raging skin cancer or tumors of the eyes. I was acutely aware, however, that the damage sustained by the DNA in my skin cells was cumulative, because my body could not repair it. A measured minute of exposure each day for 2 months would have the same catastrophic effect as a 1-hour burn sustained in a suicidal session of sun worship. My parents had impressed upon me from a young age that the consequences of a single irresponsible act might appear negligible or even non-existent, but that inevitable horrors would ensue from habitual irresponsibility. Even with my head tucked down and my cap visor blocking a direct view of the egg crate fluorescent panels, I had to squint against the glare that ricocheted off the white walls. I should have put on my sunglasses, but I was only seconds from the end of the hallway. The gray and red marbled vinyl flooring looked like day-old raw meat. A mild dizziness overcame me, inspired by the vileness of the pattern in the tile and by the fearsome glare. I passed storage and machinery rooms. The basement appeared to be deserted. The door at the farther end of the corridor became the door at the nearer end. I stepped into a small subterranean garage. This was not the public parking lot, which lay above ground. Nearby were only a panel truck with the hospital name on the side and a paramedic's van. More distant was a black Cadillac hearse from Kirk's funeral home. I was relieved that Sandy Kirk had not already collected the body and departed. I still had time to put the photo of my mother between Dad's folded hands. Parked beside the gleaming hearse was a Ford van similar to the paramedic's vehicle, except that it was not fitted with the standard emergency beacons. Both the hearse and the van were facing away from me, just inside the big roll-up door, which was open to the night. Otherwise, the space was empty, so delivery trucks could pull inside to offload food, linens, and medical supplies to the freight elevator. At the moment, no deliveries were being made. The concrete walls were not painted here, and the fluorescent fixtures overhead were fewer and farther apart than in the corridor that I had just left. Nevertheless, this was still not a safe place for me, and I moved quickly toward the hearse and the white van. The corner of the basement immediately to the left of the roll-up garage door, and past those 2 waiting vehicles, was occupied by a room that I knew well. It was the cold-holding chamber, where the dead were kept until they could be transported to mortuaries. One terrible January night 2 years ago, by candlelight, my father and I had waited miserably in cold-holding more than half an hour with the body of my mother. We could not bear to leave her there alone. Dad would have followed her from the hospital to the mortuary and into the crematorium furnace that night, if not for his inability to abandon me. A poet and a scientist, but such similar souls. She had been brought from the scene of the accident by ambulance and rushed from the emergency room to surgery. She died 3 minutes after reaching the operating table, without regaining consciousness, even before the full extent of her injuries could be determined. Now the insulated door to the cold-holding chamber stood open. As I approached it, I heard men arguing inside. In spite of their anger, they kept their voices low. An emotional note of strenuous disagreement was matched by a tone of urgency and secrecy. Their circumspection, rather than their anger, brought me to a stop just before I reached the doorway. In spite of the deadly fluorescent light, I stood for a moment in indecision. From beyond the door came a voice I recognized. Sandy Kirk said, "So who is this guy I'll be cremating?" Another man said, "Nobody, just a vagrant." "You should have brought him to my place, not here," Sandy complained. "And what happens when he's missed?" A third man spoke, and I recognized his voice as that of one of the 2 orderlies who had collected my father's body from the room upstairs. "Can we, for God's sakes, just move this along?" Suddenly certain that it was dangerous to be encumbered, I set the suitcase against the wall, freeing both hands. A man appeared in the doorway, but he didn't see me because he was backing across the threshold, pulling a gurney. The hearse was 8 feet away. Before I was spotted, I slipped to it, crouching by the rear door through which cadavers were loaded. Peering around the fender, I could still see the entrance to the cold-holding chamber. The man backing out of that room was a stranger, late 20s, 6 feet, massively built, with a thick neck and a shaved head. He was wearing work shoes, blue jeans, a red plaid flannel shirt, and 1 pearl earring. After he drew the gurney completely across the threshold, he swung it around toward the hearse, ready to push instead of pull. On the gurney was a corpse in an opaque zippered vinyl bag. In the cold-holding chamber 2 years ago, my mother was transferred into a similar bag before being released to the mortician. Following the stone-balled stranger into the garage, Sandy Kirk gripped the gurney with one hand. Blocking a wheel with his left foot, he asked again, "What happens when he's missed?" The bald man frowned and cocked his head. The pearl in his earlobe was luminous. "I told you, he was a vagrant. Everything he owned is in his backpack. So? He disappears? Who's to notice or care?" Sandy was 32 and so good-looking that even his grisly occupation gave no pause to the women who pursued him. Although he was charming and less self-consciously dignified than many in his profession, he made me uneasy. His handsome features seemed to be a mask behind which was not another face, but an emptiness. Not as though he were a different and less morally motivated man than he pretended to be, but as though he were no man at all. Sandy said, "What about his hospital records?" "He didn't die here," the bald man said. "I picked him up earlier, out on the state highway. He was hitchhiking." I had never voiced my troubling perception of Sandy Kirk to anyone. Not to my parents, not to Bobby Holloway, not to Sasha, not even to Orson. So many thoughtless people have made unkind assumptions about me, based on my appearance and my affinity for the night, that I am reluctant to join the club of cruelty and speak ill of anyone without ample reason. Sandy's father, Frank, had been a fine and well-liked man, and Sandy had never done anything to indicate that he was less admirable than his dad. Until now. To the man with the gurney, Sandy said, "I'm taking a big risk." "You're untouchable. I wonder." "Wonder on your own time," said the bald man, and he rolled the gurney over Sandy's blocking foot. Sandy cursed and scuttled out of the way, and the man with the gurney came directly toward me. The wheels squeaked, as had the wheels of the gurney on which they had taken away my father. Still crouching, I slipped around the back of the hearse, between it and the white Ford van. A quick glance revealed that no company or institution name adorned the side of the van. The squeaking gurney was rapidly drawing nearer. Instinctively, I knew I was in considerable jeopardy. I had caught them in some scheme that I didn't understand, but that clearly involved illegalities. They would especially want to keep it secret from me, of all people. I dropped face down on the floor and slid under the hearse, out of sight and also out of the fluorescent glare, into shadows as cool and smooth as silk. My hiding place was barely spacious enough to accommodate me, and when I hunched my back, it pressed against the drivetrain. I was facing the rear of the vehicle. I watched the gurney roll past the hearse and continue to the van. When I turned my head to the right, I saw the threshold of the cold-holding chamber only 8 feet beyond the Cadillac. I had an even closer view of Sandy's highly polished black shoes and the cuffs of his navy blue suit pants as he stood looking after the bald man with the gurney. Behind Sandy, against the wall, was my father's small suitcase. There had been nowhere nearby to conceal it, and if I had kept it with me, I wouldn't have been able to move quickly enough or slip noiselessly under the hearse. Apparently, no one had noticed the suitcase yet. Maybe they would continue to overlook it. The 2 orderlies, whom I could identify by their white shoes and white pants, rolled a second gurney out of the holding room. The wheels on this one did not squeak. The first gurney, pushed by the bald man, reached the back of the white van. I heard him open the rear cargo doors on that vehicle. One of the orderlies said to the other, "I better get upstairs before someone starts wondering what's taking me so long." He walked away toward the far end of the garage. The collapsible legs on the first gurney folded up with a hard clatter as the bald man shoved it into the back of his van. Sandy opened the rear door on the hearse as the remaining orderly arrived with the second gurney. On this one, evidently, was another opaque vinyl bag containing the body of the nameless vagrant. A sense of unreality overcame me, that I should find myself in these strange circumstances. I could almost believe that I had somehow fallen into a dream without first falling into sleep. The cargo hold doors on the van slammed shut. Turning my head to the left, I watched the bald man's shoes as he approached the driver's door. The orderly would wait here to close the big roll-up after the 2 vehicles departed. If I stayed under the hearse, I would be discovered when Sandy drove away. I didn't know which of the 2 orderlies had remained behind, but it didn't matter. I was relatively confident that I could get the better of either of the young men who had wheeled my father away from his deathbed. If Sandy Kirk glanced at his rearview mirror as he drove out of the garage, however, he might see me. Then I would have to contend with both him and the orderly. The engine of the van turned over. As Sandy and the orderly shoved the gurney into the back of the hearse, I eeled out from under that vehicle. My cap was knocked off. I snatched it up, and without daring to glance toward the rear of the hearse, crabbed 8 feet to the open door of the cold-holding chamber. Inside this bleak room, I scrambled to my feet and hid behind the door, pressing my back to the concrete wall. No one in the garage cried out in alarm. Evidently, I had not been seen. I realized that I was holding my breath. I let it out with a long hiss between clenched teeth. My light-stung eyes were watering. I blotted them on the backs of my hands. 2 walls were occupied by over and under rows of stainless steel morgue drawers, in which the air was even colder than in the holding chamber itself, where the temperature was low enough to make me shiver. 2 cushionless wooden chairs stood to one side. The flooring was white porcelain tile with tight grout joints for easy cleaning if a body bag sprang a leak. Again there were overhead fluorescent tubes, too many of them, and I tugged my mystery train cap far down on my brow. Surprisingly, the sunglasses in my shirt pocket had not been broken. I shielded my eyes. A percentage of ultraviolet radiation penetrates even a highly rated sunscreen. I had sustained more exposure to hard light in the past hour than during the entire previous year. Like the hoofbeats of a fearsome black horse, the perils of cumulative exposure thundered through my mind. From beyond the open door, the van's engine roared. The roar swiftly receded, fading to a grumble, and the grumble became a dying murmur. The Cadillac hearse followed the van into the night. The big motorized garage door rolled down and met the sill with a solid blow that echoed through the hospital's subterranean realms, and in its wake the echo shook a trembling silence out of the concrete walls. I tensed, balling my hands into fists. Although he was surely still in the garage, the orderly made no sound. I imagined him, head cocked with curiosity, staring at my father's suitcase. A minute ago I had been sure that I could overpower this man. Now my confidence ebbed. Physically I was more than his equal, but he might possess a ruthlessness that I did not. I didn't hear him approaching. He was on the other side of the open door, inches from me, and I became aware of him only because the rubber soles of his shoes squeaked on the porcelain tile when he crossed the threshold. If he came all the way inside, a confrontation was inevitable. My nerves were coiled as tight as clockwork mainsprings. After a disconcertingly long hesitation, the orderly switched off the lights. He pulled the door shut as he backed out of the room. I heard him insert a key in the lock. The deadbolt snapped into place, with a sound like the hammer of a heavy-caliber revolver driving the firing pin into an empty chamber. I doubted that any corpses occupied the chilled morgue drawers. Mercy Hospital and quiet Moonlight Bay doesn't crank out the dead at the frenetic pace with which the big institutions process them in the violence-ridden cities. Even if breathless sleepers were nestled in all those stainless steel bunks, however, I wasn't nervous about being with them. I will one day be as dead as any resident of a graveyard, no doubt sooner than will other men of my age. The dead are merely the countrymen of my future. I did dread the light, and now the perfect darkness of this cool, windowless room was, to me, like quenching water to a man dying of thirst. For a minute or longer, I relished the absolute blackness that bathed my skin, my eyes. Reluctant to move, I remained beside the door, my back against the wall. I half expected the orderly to return at any moment. Finally, I took off my sunglasses and slipped them into my shirt pocket again. Although I stood in blackness, through my mind spun bright pinwheels of anxious speculation. My father's body was in the white van, bound for a destination that I could not guess, in the custody of people whose motivations were utterly incomprehensible to me. I couldn't imagine any logical reason for this bizarre corpse swap, except that the cause of Dad's death must not have been as straightforward as cancer. Yet if my father's poor dead bones could somehow incriminate someone, why wouldn't the guilty party let Sandy Kirk's crematorium destroy the evidence? Apparently they needed his body. For what? A cold dew had formed inside my clenched fists, and the back of my neck was damp. The more I thought about the scene that I had witnessed in the garage, the less comfortable I felt in this lightless way station for the dead. These peculiar events stirred primitive fears so deep in my mind that I could not even discern their shape as they swam and circled in the murk. A murdered hitchhiker would be cremated in my father's place. But why kill a harmless vagrant for this purpose? Sandy could have filled the bronze memorial urn with ordinary wood ashes, and I would have been convinced that they were human. Besides, it was unlikely in the extreme that I would ever pry open the sealed urn once I received it. Unlikelier still that I would submit the powdery contents for laboratory testing to determine their composition and true source. My thoughts seemed tangled in a tightly woven mesh. I couldn't thrash loose. Shakily, I withdrew the lighter from my pocket. I hesitated, listening for furtive sounds on the far side of the locked door, and then I struck a flame. I would not have been surprised to see an alabaster corpse silently risen from its steel sarcophagus, standing before me, face greasy with death and glimmering in the butane lambency, eyes wide but blind, mouth working to impart secrets but producing not even a whisper. No cadaver confronted me, but serpents of light and shadow slipped from the fluttering flame and purled across the steel panels, imparting an illusion of movement to the drawers, so that each receptacle appeared to be inching outward. Turning to the door, I discovered that to prevent anyone from being accidentally locked in the cold holding room, the deadbolt could be disengaged from within. On this side, no key was required. The lock could be operated with a simple thumb turn. I eased the deadbolt out of the striker plate as quietly as possible. The doorknob creaked softly. The silent garage was apparently deserted, but I remained alert. Someone could be concealed behind one of the supporting columns, the paramedic's van, or the panel truck. Squinting against the dry rain of fluorescent light, I saw to my dismay that my father's suitcase was gone. The orderly must have taken it. I did not want to cross the hospital basement to the stairs by which I had descended. The risk of encountering one or both of the orderlies was too great. Until they opened the suitcase and examined the contents, they might not realize whose property it was. When they found my father's wallet with his ID, they would know I had been here, and they would be concerned about what, if anything, I might have heard and seen. A hitchhiker had been killed not because he had known anything about their activities, not because he could incriminate them, but merely because they needed a body to cremate for reasons that still escaped me. With those who posed a genuine threat to them, they would be merciless. I pressed the button that operated the wide roll-up. The motor hummed, the chain drive jerked taut overhead, and that big segmented door ascended with a frightful clatter. I glanced nervously around the garage, expecting to see an assailant break from cover and rush toward me. When the door was more than halfway opened, I stopped it with a second tap of the button and then brought it down again with a third. As it descended, I slipped under the door and into the night. Tall pole lamps shed a brass-cold, muddy yellow light on the driveway that sloped up from the subterranean garage. At the top of the drive, the parking lot was also cast in this sullen radiance, which was like the frigid glow that might illuminate an anteroom to some precinct of hell, where punishment involved an eternity of ice rather than fire. As much as possible, I moved through landscape zones, in the nightshade of camphor trees and pines. I fled across the narrow street into a residential neighborhood of quaint Spanish bungalows, into an alleyway without street lamps, past the backs of houses bright with windows. Beyond the windows were rooms where strange lives, full of infinite possibility and blissful ordinariness, were lived beyond my reach and almost beyond my comprehension. Frequently, I feel weightless in the night, and this was one of those times. I ran as silently as the owl flies, gliding on shadows. This sunless world had welcomed and nurtured me for 28 years, had been always a place of peace and comfort to me. But now, for the first time in my life, I was plagued by the feeling that some predatory creature was pursuing me through the darkness. Resisting the urge to look over my shoulder, I picked up my pace and sprinted, raced, streaked, flew through the narrow back streets and dark ways of Moonlight Bay. Part 2. The Evening. I have seen photographs of California pepper trees in sunlight. When brightly limbed, they are lacy, graceful, green dreams of trees. At night, the pepper acquires a different character from the one that it reveals in daylight. It appears to hang its head, letting its long branches droop to conceal a face drawn with care or grief. These trees flanked the long driveway to Kirk's funeral home, which stood on a 3-acre knoll at the northeast edge of town, inland of Highway 1 and reached by an overpass. They waited like lines of mourners, paying their respects. As I climbed the private lane, on which low mushroom-shaped landscape lamps cast rings of light, the trees stirred in a breeze. The friction between wind and leaves was a whispery lamentation. No cars were parked along the mortuary approach, which meant that no viewings were in progress. I myself traveled through Moonlight Bay only on foot or on my bicycle. There is no point in learning to drive a car. I couldn't use it by day, and by night I would have to wear sunglasses to spare myself the sting of oncoming headlights. Cops tend to frown on night driving with shades, no matter how cool you look. The full moon had risen. I liked the moon. It illuminates without scorching. It burnishes what is beautiful and grants concealment to what is not. At the broad crown of the hill, the blacktop looped back on itself to form a spacious turnaround with a small grassy circle at its center. In the circle was a cast concrete reproduction of Michelangelo's Pietà. The body of the dead Christ, cradled on his mother's lap, was luminous with reflected moonlight. The Virgin also glowed faintly. In sunshine, this crude replica must surely look unspeakably tacky. Faced with terrible loss, however, most mourners find comfort in assurances of universal design and meaning, even when as clumsily expressed as in this reproduction. One thing I love about people is their ability to be lifted so high by the smallest draughts of hope. I stopped under the portico of the funeral home, hesitating because I couldn't assess the danger into which I was about to leap. The massive 2-story Georgian house, red brick with whitewood trim, would have been the loveliest house in town, were the town not Moonlight Bay. A spaceship from another galaxy, perched here, would have looked no more alien to our coastline than did Kirk's handsome pile. This house needed elms, not pepper trees, drear heavens rather than the clear skies of California, and periodic lashings with rains far colder than those that would drench it here. The second floor, where Sandy lived, was dark. The viewing rooms were on the ground floor. Through beveled leaded panes that flanked the front door, I saw a weak light at the back of the house. I rang the bell. A man entered the far end of the hallway and approached the door. Although he was only a silhouette, I recognized Sandy Kirk by his easy walk. He moved with a grace that enhanced his good looks. He reached the foyer and switched on both the interior lights and the porch lights. When he opened the door, he seemed surprised to see me squinting at him from under the bill of my cap. "Christopher?" "Evening, Mr. Kirk. I'm so very sorry about your father. He was a wonderful man." Yes, he was. "We've already collected him from the hospital. We're treating him just like family, Christopher, with the utmost respect. You can be sure of that. I took his course in 20th century poetry at Ashton. Did you know that?" "Yes, of course. From him I learned to love Eliot and Pound, Auden and Plath, Beckett and Ashbery, Robert Bly, Yeats, all of them. Couldn't tolerate poetry when I started the course. Couldn't live without it by the end. Wallace Stevens, Donald Justice, Louise Gluck. They were his personal favorites." Sandy smiled and nodded. Then, "Oh, excuse me, I forgot." Out of consideration for my condition, he extinguished both the foyer and porch lights. Standing on the dark threshold, he said, "This must be terrible for you, but at least he isn't suffering any more." Sandy's eyes were green, but in the pale landscape lighting, they looked as smooth black as certain beetles' shells. Studying his eyes, I said, "Could I see him?" "What, your father?" "I didn't turn the sheet back from his face before they took him out of his room. Didn't have the heart for it, didn't think I needed to. Now, I'd really like just one last look." Sandy Kirk's eyes were like a placid night sea. Below the unremarkable surface were great, teeming depths. His voice remained that of a compassionate courtier to the bereaved. "Oh, Christopher, I'm sorry, but the process has begun." "You've already put him in the furnace?" Having grown up in a business conducted with a richness of euphemisms, Sandy winced at my bluntness. "The deceased is in the cremator, yes." "Wasn't that terribly quick?" "In our work, there's no wisdom in delay. If only I'd known you were coming." I wondered if his beetle-shell eyes would be able to meet mine so boldly, if there had been enough light for me to see their true green color. Into my silence he said, "Christopher, I'm so distressed by this, seeing you in this pain, knowing I could have helped. In my odd life, I have had much experience of some things and little of others. Although I am a foreigner to the day, I know the night as no one else can know it. Although I have been the object on which ignorant fools have sometimes spent their cruelty, most of my understanding of the human heart comes from my relationships with my parents and with those good friends who, like me, live primarily between sunset and dawn. Consequently, I have seldom encountered hurtful deception." I was embarrassed by Sandy's deceit, as though it shamed not merely him, but also me, and I couldn't meet his obsidian stare any longer. I lowered my head and gazed at the porch floor. Mistaking my embarrassment for tongue-binding grief, he stepped onto the porch and put one hand on my shoulder. I managed not to recoil. "My business is comforting folks, Christopher, and I'm good at it. But truthfully, I have no words that make sense of death or make it easier to bear." I wanted to kick his ass. "I'll be okay," I said, realizing that I had to get away from him before I did something rash. "What I hear myself saying to most folks is all the platitudes you'd never find in the poetry your dad loved, so I'm not going to repeat them to you. Not to you, of all people." Keeping my head down, nodding, I eased backward, out from under his hand. "Thanks, Mr. Kirk. I'm sorry to have bothered you." "Oh, you didn't bother me. Of course you didn't. I only wish you'd called ahead. I'd have been able to delay." "Not your fault. It's all right, really." Having backed off the stepless brick porch onto the blacktop under the portico, I turned away from Sandy. Retreating once more to that doorway between two darknesses, he said, "Have you given any thought to the service, when you want to hold it, how you want it conducted?" No, not yet. I'll let you know tomorrow." As I walked away, Sandy said, "Christopher, are you all right?" Facing him from a little distance this time, I spoke in a numb, inflectionless voice that was only half calculated. "Yeah, I'm all right. I'll be okay. Thanks, Mr. Kirk." "I wish you'd called ahead." Shrugging, I jammed my hands in my jacket pockets, turned from the house once more, and walked past the Pietà. Flecks of mica were in the mix from which the replica had been poured, and the big moon glimmered in those tiny chips, so that tears appeared to shimmer on the cheeks of Our Lady of cast concrete. I resisted the urge to glance back at the undertaker. I was certain he was still watching me. I continued down the lane between the forlorn, whispering trees. The temperature had fallen only into the low 60s. The onshore breeze was pure after its journey across thousands of miles of ocean, bearing nothing but the faintest whiff of brine. Long after the slope of the driveway had taken me out of Sandy's line of sight, I looked back. I could see just the steeply pitched roof and chimneys, somber forms against the star-salted sky. I moved off the blacktop onto grass, and I headed uphill again, this time in the sheltering shadows of foliage. The pepper trees braided the moon in their long tresses. Chapter 6. The funeral home turnaround came into sight again. The Pietà, the portico. Sandy had gone inside. The front door was closed. Staying on the lawn, using trees and shrubs for cover, I circled to the back of the house. A deep porch stepped down to a 70-foot lap pool, an enormous brick patio, and formal rose gardens, none of which could be seen from the public rooms of the funeral home. A town the size of ours welcomes nearly 200 newborns each year, while losing 100 citizens to death. There were only 2 funeral homes, and Kirk's probably received over 70% of this business, plus half that of the smaller towns in the county. Death was a good living for Sandy. The view from the patio must have been breathtaking in daylight. Unpopulated hills rising in gentle folds, as far to the east as the eye could see, graced by scattered oaks with gnarled black trunks. Now the shrouded hills lay like sleeping giants under pale sheets. When I saw no one at the lighted rear windows, I quickly crossed the patio. The moon, white as a rose petal, floated on the inky waters of the swimming pool. The house adjoined a spacious L-shaped garage, which embraced a motor court that could only be entered from the front. The garage accommodated 2 hearses and Sandy's personal vehicles, but also, at the end of the wing farthest from the residence, the crematorium. I slipped around the corner of the garage, along the back of the second arm of the L, where immense eucalyptus trees blocked most of the moonlight. The air was redolent of their medicinal fragrance, and a carpet of dead leaves crunched underfoot. No corner of Moonlight Bay is unknown to me, especially not this one. Most of my nights have been spent in the exploration of our special town, which has resulted in some macabre discoveries. Ahead, on my left, frosty light marked the crematorium window. I approached it with the conviction, correct as it turned out, that I was about to see something stranger and far worse than what Bobby Halloway and I had seen on an October night when we were 13. A decade and a half ago, I'd had as morbid a streak as any boy my age, and was as fascinated as all boys are by the mystery and lurid glamour of death. Bobby Halloway and I, friends even then, thought it was daring to prowl the undertaker's property in search of the repulsive, the ghoulish, the shocking. I can't recall what we expected or hoped to find. A collection of human skulls, a porch swing made of bones, a secret laboratory where the deceptively normal-looking Frank Kirk and his deceptively normal-looking son Sandy called down lightning bolts from storm clouds to reanimate our dead neighbors and use them as slaves to do the cooking and house cleaning. Perhaps we expected to stumble upon a shrine to the evil gods Cthulhu or Yog-Sothoth in some sinister bramble-festooned end of the rose garden. Bobby and I were reading a lot of H.P. Lovecraft in those days. Bobby says we were a couple of weird kids. I say we were weird for sure, but neither more nor less weird than other boys. Bobby says maybe so, but the other boys gradually grew out of their weirdness, while we've grown further into ours. I don't agree with Bobby on this one. I don't believe that I'm any more weird than anyone else I've ever met. In fact, I'm a damn sight less weird than some. Which is true of Bobby, too. But because he treasures his weirdness, he wants me to believe in and treasure mine. He insists on his weirdness. He says that by acknowledging and embracing our weirdness, we are in greater harmony with nature, because nature is deeply weird. Anyway, one October night, behind the funeral home garage, Bobby Holloway and I found the crematorium window. We were attracted to it by an eldritch light that throbbed against the glass. Because the window was set high, we were not tall enough to peer inside. With the stealth of commandos scouting an enemy encampment, we snatched a teak bench from the patio and carried it behind the garage, where we positioned it under the glimmering window. Side by side on the bench, we were able to reconnoiter the scene together. The interior of the window was covered by a leveler blind, but someone had forgotten to close the slats, giving us a clear view of Frank Kirk and an assistant at work. One remove from the room, the light was not bright enough to cause me harm. At least that was what I told myself, as I pressed my nose to the pane. Even though I had learned to be a singularly cautious boy, I was nonetheless a boy, and therefore in love with adventure and camaraderie, so I might knowingly have risked blindness to share that moment with Bobby Holloway. On a stainless steel gurney near the window was the body of an elderly man. It was cloaked in a sheet, with only the ravaged face exposed. His yellow-white hair, matted and tangled, made him look as though he had died in a high wind. Judging by his waxy gray skin, sunken cheeks, and severely cracked lips, however, he had succumbed not to a storm, but to a prolonged illness. If Bobby and I had been acquainted with the man in life, we didn't recognize him in this ashen and emaciated condition. If he'd been someone we knew even casually, he would have been no less grisly, but perhaps less an object of boyish fascination and dark delight. To us, because we were just 13 and proud of it, the most compelling and remarkable and wonderful thing about the cadaver was also, of course, the grossest thing about it. One eye was closed, but the other was wide open and staring, occluded by a bright red starburst hemorrhage. How that eye mesmerized us. As death-blind as the painted eye of a doll, it nevertheless saw through us to the core. Sometimes in a silent rapture of dread, and sometimes whispering urgently to each other like a pair of deranged sportscasters doing color commentary, we watched as Frank and his assistant readied the cremator in one corner of the chamber. The room must have been warm, for the men slipped off their ties and rolled up their shirt sleeves, and tiny drops of perspiration wove beaded veils on their faces. Outside, the October night was mild, yet Bobby and I shivered and compared gooseflesh, and wondered that our breath didn't plume from us in white wintry clouds. The morticians folded the sheet back from the cadaver, and we boys gasped at the horrors of advanced age and murderous disease. But we gasped with the same sweet thrill of terror that we had felt while gleefully watching videos like Night of the Living Dead. As the corpse was moved into a cardboard case and eased into the blue flames of the cremator, I clutched Bobby's arm, and he clamped one damp hand to the back of my neck, and we held fast to each other, as though a supernatural magnetic power might pull us inexorably forward, shattering the window and sweep us into the room, into the fire with the dead man. Frank Kirk shut the cremator. Even through the closed window, the clank of the furnace door was loud enough, final enough, to echo in the hollows of our bones. Later, after we had returned the teak bench to the patio and had fled the undertaker's property, we repaired to the bleachers at the football field behind the high school. With no game in progress, that place was unlighted and safe for me. We guzzled Cokes and munched potato chips that Bobby had gotten en route at a 7-Eleven. "That was cool. That was so cool," Bobby declared excitedly. "It was the coolest thing ever," I agreed. "Cooler than Ned's cards." Ned was a friend who had moved to San Francisco with his parents just that previous August. He had obtained a deck of playing cards, how he would never reveal, that featured colored photographs of really hot-looking nude women, 52 different beauties. "Definitely cooler than the cards," I agreed. "Cooler than when that humongous tanker truck overturned and blew up out on the highway. Oh, geez, yeah, mega degrees cooler than that. Cooler than when Zach Blenheim got chewed up by that pit bull and had to have 28 stitches in his arm. Oh, unquestionably quantum Arctic's cooler than that," I confirmed. "His eye," Bobby said, remembering the starburst hemorrhage. "Oh, God, his eye. Gagorama." We swilled down Cokes and talked and laughed more than we had ever laughed before in one night. What amazing creatures we are when we're 13. There on the athletic field bleachers, I knew that this macabre adventure had tied a knot in our friendship that nothing and no one would ever loosen. By then we had been friends for 2 years, but during this night our friendship became stronger, more complex than it had been at the start of the evening. We had shared a powerfully formative experience, and we sensed that this event was more profound than it seemed to be on the surface, more profound than boys our age could grasp. In my eyes, Bobby had acquired a new mystique, as I had acquired in his eyes, because we had done this daring thing. Subsequently, I would discover that this moment was merely prelude. Our real bonding came the second week of December, when we saw something infinitely more disturbing than the corpse with the blood-red eye. Now, 15 years later, I would have thought that I was too old for these adventures, and too ridden by conscience to prowl other people's property as casually as 13-year-old boys seem able to do. Yet here I was, treading cautiously on layers of dead eucalyptus leaves, putting my face to the fateful window one more time. The leveler blind, though yellowed with age, appeared to be the same one through which Bobby and I had peered so long ago. The slats were adjusted at an angle, but the gaps between them were wide enough to allow a view of the entire crematorium, into which I was tall enough to see without the aid of a patio bench. Sandy Kirk and an assistant were at work near the Power Pack 2 cremation system. They wore surgeons' masks, latex gloves, and disposable plastic aprons. On the gurney near the window was one of the opaque vinyl body bags, unzipped, split like a ripe pod, with a dead man nestled inside. Evidently, this was the hitchhiker who would be cremated in my father's name. He was about 5'10", 160 pounds. Because of the beating that he had taken, I could not estimate his age. His face was grotesquely battered. At first I thought that his eyes were hidden by black crusts of blood. Then I realized that both eyes were gone. I was staring into empty sockets. I thought of the old man with the starburst hemorrhage, and how fearsome he had seemed to Bobby and me. That was nothing compared to this. That had been only nature's impersonal work, while this was human viciousness. During that long ago October and November, Bobby Halloway and I periodically returned to the crematorium window. Creeping through the darkness, trying not to trip in the ground ivy, we saturated our lungs with air redolent of the surrounding eucalyptuses, a scent that to this day I identify with death. During those 2 months, Frank Kirk conducted 14 funerals, but only 3 of those deceased were cremated. The others were embalmed for traditional burials. Bobby and I lamented that the embalming room offered no windows for our use. That sanctum sanctorum, where they do the wet work, as Bobby put it, was in the basement, secure against ghoulish spies like us. Secretly, I was relieved that our snooping would be restricted to Frank Kirk's dry work. I believe that Bobby was relieved as well, although he pretended to be sorely disappointed. On the positive side, I suppose, Frank performed most embalmings during the day, while restricting cremations to the night hours. This made it possible for me to be in attendance. Although the hulking cremator, cruder than the Power Pack 2 that Sandy uses these days, disposed of human remains at a very high temperature and featured emission control devices, thin smoke escaped the chimney. Frank conducted only nocturnal cremations out of respect for bereaved family members or friends who might, in daylight, glance at the hilltop mortuary from lower in town and see the last of their loved ones slipping skyward in wispy gray curls. Conveniently for us, Bobby's father, Anson, was the editor-in-chief of the Moonlight Bay Gazette. Bobby used his connections and his familiarity with the newspaper offices to get us the most current information about deaths by accident and by natural causes. We always knew when Frank Kirk had a fresh one, but we couldn't be sure whether he was going to embalm it or cremate it. Immediately after sunset, we would ride our bikes to the vicinity of the mortuary and then creep onto the property, waiting at the crematorium window either until the action began or until we had to admit at last that this one was not going to be a burning. Mr. Garth, the 60-year-old president of the First National Bank, died of a heart attack in late October. We watched him go into the fire. In November, a carpenter named Henry Ames fell off a roof and broke his neck. Although Ames was cremated, Bobby and I saw nothing of the process, because Frank Kirk or his assistant remembered to close the slats in the leveler blind. The blinds were open the second week in December, however, when we returned for the cremation of Rebecca Aquilane. She was married to Tom Aquilane, a math teacher at the junior high school where Bobby attended classes, but I did not. Mrs. Aquilane, the town librarian, was only 30, the mother of a 5-year-old boy named Devlin. Lying on the gurney, swathed in a sheet from the neck down, Mrs. Aquilane was so beautiful that her face was not merely a vision upon our eyes, but a weight upon our chests. We could not breathe. We had realized, I suppose, that she was a pretty woman, but we had never mooned over her. She was a librarian, after all, and someone's mother, while we were 13 and inclined not to notice beauty that was as quiet as starlight dropping from the sky and as clear as rainwater. The kind of woman who appeared nude on playing cards had the flash that drew our eyes. Until now, we had often looked at Mrs. Aquilane, but had never seen her. Death had not ravaged her, for she had died quickly. A flaw in a cerebral artery wall, no doubt with her from birth, but never suspected, swelled and burst in the course of one afternoon. She was gone in hours. As she lay on the mortuary gurney, her eyes were closed. Her features were relaxed. She seemed to be sleeping. In fact, her mouth was curved slightly, as though she were having a pleasant dream. When the two morticians removed the sheet to convey Mrs. Aquilane into the cardboard case, and then into the cremator, Bobby and I saw that she was slim, exquisitely proportioned, lovely beyond the power of words to describe. This was a beauty exceeding mere eroticism, and we didn't look at her with morbid desire, but with awe. She looked so young. She looked immortal. The morticians conveyed her to the furnace with what seemed to be unusual gentleness and respect. When the door was closed behind the dead woman, Frank Kirk stripped off his latex gloves and blotted the back of one hand against his left eye and then his right. It was not perspiration that he wiped away. During other cremations, Frank and his assistant had chatted almost continuously, though we could not quite hear what they said. This night, they spoke hardly at all. Bobby and I were silent, too. We returned the bench to the patio. We crept off Frank Kirk's property. After retrieving our bicycles, we rode through Moonlight Bay by way of its darkest streets. We went to the beach. At this hour and this season, the broad strand was deserted. Behind us, as gorgeous as phoenix feathers, nesting on the hills and fluttering through a wealth of trees, were the town lights. In front of us lay the inky wash of the vast Pacific. The surf was gentle. Widely spaced, low breakers slid to shore, lazily spilling their phosphorescent crests, which peeled from right to left like a white rind off the dark meat of the sea. Sitting in the sand, watching the surf, I kept thinking how near we were to Christmas. 2 weeks away. I didn't want to think about Christmas, but it twinkled and jingled through my mind. I didn't know what Bobby was thinking. I didn't ask. I didn't want to talk. Neither did he. I brooded about what Christmas would be like for little Devlin Aquilane without his mother. Maybe he was too young to understand what death meant. Tom Aquilane, her husband, knew what death meant, sure enough. Nevertheless, he would probably put up a Christmas tree for Devlin. How would he find the strength to hang the tinsel on the boughs? Speaking for the first time since we had seen the sheet unfolded from the woman's body, Bobby said simply, "Let's go swimming." Although the day had been mild, this was December, and it wasn't a year when El Niño, the warm current out of the southern hemisphere, ran close to shore. The water temperature was inhospitable, and the air was slightly chilly. As Bobby undressed, he folded his clothes, and to keep the sand out of them, neatly piled them on a tangled blanket of kelp that had washed ashore earlier in the day and been dried by the sun. I folded my clothes beside his. Naked, we waded into the black water and then swam out against the tide. We went too far from shore. We turned north and swam parallel to the coast. Easy strokes, minimal kicking, expertly riding the ebb and flow of the waves. We swam a dangerous distance. We were both superb swimmers, though reckless now. Usually a swimmer finds cold water less discomfiting after being in it a while. As the body temperature drops, the difference between skin and water temperatures becomes much less perceptible. Furthermore, exertion creates the impression of heat. A reassuring but false sense of warmth can arise, which is perilous. This water, however, grew colder as fast as our body temperatures dropped. We reached no comfort point, false or otherwise. Having swum too far north, we should have made for shore. If we'd had any common sense, we would have walked back to the mound of dry kelp where we'd left our clothes. Instead, we merely paused, treading water, sucking in deep, shuddery breaths, cold enough to sluice the precious heat out of our throats. Then as one, without a word, we turned south to swim back the way we had come, still too far from shore. My limbs grew heavy. Faint but frightening cramps twisted through my stomach. The pounding of my rip-tied heart seemed hard enough to push me deep under the surface. Although the incoming swells were as gentle as they had been when we first entered the water, they felt meaner. They bit with teeth of cold white foam. We swam side by side, careful not to lose sight of each other. The winter sky offered no comfort. The lights of town were as distant as stars, and the sea was hostile. All we had was our friendship, but we knew that in a crisis, either of us would die trying to save the other. When we returned to our starting point, we barely had the strength to walk out of the surf. Exhausted, nauseated, paler than the sand, shivering violently, we spat out the astringent taste of the sea. We were so bitterly cold that we could no longer imagine the heat of the crematorium furnace. Even after we had dressed, we were still freezing, and that was good. We walked our bicycles off the sand, across the grassy park that bordered the beach, to the nearest street. As he climbed on his bike, Bobby said, "Shit." "Yeah," I said. We cycled to our separate homes. We went straight to bed as though ill. We slept. We dreamed. Life went on. We never returned to the crematorium window. We never spoke again of Mrs. Aquilane. All these years later, either Bobby or I would still give his life to save the other, and without hesitation. How strange this world is. Those things that we can so readily touch, those things so real to the senses, the sweet architecture of a woman's body, one's own flesh and bone, the cold sea and the gleam of stars, are far less real than things we cannot touch, or taste, or smell, or see. Bicycles and the boys who ride them are less real than what we feel in our minds and hearts, less substantial than friendship and love and loneliness, all of which long outlast the world. On this March night, far down the time stream from boyhood, the crematorium window and the scene beyond it were more real than I would have wished. Someone had brutally beaten the hitchhiker to death, and then had cut out his eyes. Even if the murder and the substitution of this corpse for the body of my father made sense when all the facts were known, why take the eyes? Could there possibly be a logical reason for sending this pitiable man eyeless into the all-consuming fire of the cremator? Or had someone disfigured the hitchhiker sheerly for the deep, dirty thrill of it? I thought of the hulking man with the shaved head and the single pearl earring, his broad, blunt face, his huntsman's eyes, black and steady, his cold iron voice with its rusty rasp. It was possible to imagine such a man taking pleasure from the pain of another, carving flesh in the carefree manner of any country gentleman lazily whittling a twig. Indeed, in the strange new world that had come into existence during my experience in the hospital basement, it was easy to imagine that Sandy Kirk himself had disfigured the body. Sandy as good-looking and slick as any GQ model. Sandy whose dear father had wept at the burning of Rebecca Aquilane. Perhaps the eyes had been offered up at the base of the shrine in the far and thorny corner of the rose garden that Bobby and I had never been able to find. In the crematorium, as Sandy and his assistant rolled the gurney toward the furnace, the telephone rang. Guiltily, I flinched from the window as though I had triggered an alarm. When I leaned close to the glass again, I saw Sandy pull down his surgical mask and lift the handset from the wall phone. The tone of his voice indicated confusion, then alarm, then anger. But through the dual-pane window, I was not able to hear what he was saying. Sandy slammed down the telephone handset almost hard enough to knock the box off the wall. Whoever had been on the other end of the line had gotten a good ear cleaning. As he stripped out of his latex gloves, Sandy spoke urgently to his assistant. I thought I heard him speak my name, and not with either admiration or affection. The assistant, Jesse Pinn, was a lean-faced whippet of a man with red hair and russet eyes, and a thin mouth that seemed pinched in anticipation of the taste of a chased-down rabbit. Pinn started to zip the body bag shut over the corpse of the hitchhiker. Sandy's suit jacket was hung on one of a series of wall pegs to the right of the door. When he lifted it off the peg, I was astonished to see that under the coat hung a shoulder holster sagging with the weight of a handgun. Seeing Pin fumbling with the body bag, Sandy spoke sharply to him and gestured at the window. As Pin hurried directly toward me, I jerked back from the pane. He closed the half-open slats on the blind. I doubted that I had been seen. On the other hand, keeping in mind that I am an optimist on such a deep level that it's a subatomic condition with me, I decided that on this one occasion I would be wise to listen to a more pessimistic instinct and not linger. I hurried between the garage wall and the eucalyptus grove, through the death-scented air toward the backyard. The drifted leaves crunched as hard as snail shells underfoot. Fortunately, I was given cover by the soughing of the breeze through the branches overhead. The wind was full of the hollow, susurrant sound of the sea over which it had so long traveled, and it masked my movements. It would also cloak the footsteps of anyone stalking me. I was certain that the telephone call had been from one of the orderlies at the hospital. They had examined the contents of the suitcase, found my father's wallet, and deduced that I must have been in the garage to witness the body swap. With this information, Sandy had realized that my appearance at his front door had not been as innocent as it had seemed. He and Jesse Pin would come outside to see if I was still lurking on the property. I reached the backyard. The manicured lawn looked broader and more open than I remembered it. The full moon was no brighter than it had been minutes earlier, but every hard surface that had previously absorbed this languid light now reflected and amplified it. An eerie silver radiance suffused the night, denying me concealment. I dared not attempt to cross the broad brick patio. In fact, I decided to stay well clear of the house and the driveway. Leaving via the same route by which I had arrived would be too risky. I raced across the lawn to the acre of rose gardens at the back of the property. Before me lay descending terraces with extensive rows of trellises standing at angles to one another, numerous tunnel-like arbors, and a maze of meandering pathways. Spring along our mellow coast doesn't delay its debut to match the date celebrating it on the calendar, and already the roses were blooming. The red and other darkly colored flowers appeared to be black in the moonlight, roses for a sinister altar, but there were enormous white blooms too, as big as babies' heads nodding to the lullaby of the breeze. Men's voices arose behind me. They were worn thin and tattered by the worrying wind. Crouching behind a tall trellis, I looked back through the open squares between the white lattice crossings. Gingerly, I pushed aside looping trailers with wicked thorns. Near the garage, 2 flashlight beams chased shadows out of the shrubbery, sent phantoms leaping up through tree limbs, dazzled across windows. Sandy Kirk was behind one of the flashlights, and was no doubt toting the handgun that I had glimpsed. Jesse Pin might also have a weapon. There was once a time when morticians and their assistants didn't pack heat. Until this evening, I had assumed I was still living in that era. I was startled to see a 3rd flashlight beam appear at the far corner of the house, then a 4th, then a 5th, a 6th. I had no clue as to who these new searchers might be, or where they could have come from so quickly. They spread out to form a line and advanced purposefully across the yard, across the patio, past the swimming pool, toward the rose garden, probing with the flashlights, menacing figures as featureless as demons in a dream. Chapter 7. The faceless pursuers and the thwarting mazes that trouble us in sleep were now reality. The garden stepped in 5 broad terraces down a hillside. In spite of these plateaus and the gentleness of the slopes between them, I was gathering too much speed as I descended, and I was afraid that I would stumble, fall, and break a leg. Rising on all sides, the arbors and fanciful trellises began to resemble gutted ruins. In the lower levels, they were overgrown with thorny trailers that clawed the lattice and seemed to writhe with animal life as I fled past them. The night had fallen into a waking nightmare. My heart pounded so fiercely that the stars reeled. I felt as though the vault of the sky were sliding toward me, gaining momentum like an avalanche. Plunging to the end of the gardens, I sensed as much as saw the looming wrought iron fence, 7 feet high, its glossy black paint glimmering with moonlight. I dug my heels into the soft earth and braked, jarring against the sturdy pickets, but not hard enough to hurt myself. I hadn't made much noise either. The spear-point verticals were solidly welded to the horizontal rails. Instead of clattering from my impact, the fence briefly thrummed. I sagged against the ironwork. A bitter taste plagued my mouth. My mouth was so dry that I couldn't spit. My right temple stung. I raised a hand to my face. 3 thorns prickled my skin. I plucked them out. During my flight downhill, I must have been lashed by a trailing rosebriar, although I didn't recall encountering it. Maybe because I was breathing harder and faster, the sweet fragrance of roses became too sweet, sharpened into a half-rotten stench. I could smell my sunscreen again, too, almost as strongly as when it had been freshly applied, but with a sour taint now, because my perspiration had revitalized the scent of the lotion. I was overcome by the absurd yet unshakable conviction that the 6 searchers could sniff me out, as though they were hounds. I was safe for the moment only because I was downwind of them. Clutching the fence, out of which the thrumming had passed into my hands and bones, I glanced uphill. The search party was moving from the highest terrace to the second. 6 scythes of light slashed through the roses. Portions of the lattice structures, when briefly backlit and distorted by those bright sweeping swords, loomed like the bones of slain dragons. The gardens presented the searchers with more possible hiding places to probe than did the open lawn above, yet they were moving faster than before. I scaled the fence and swung over the top, wary of snaring my jacket or a leg of my jeans on the spear-point pickets. Beyond lay open land, shadowed vales, steadily rising ranks of moonlit hills, widely scattered and barely discernible black oaks. The wild grass, lush from the recent winter rains, was knee-high when I dropped into it from the fence. I could smell the green juice bursting from the blades crushed beneath my shoes. Certain that Sandy and his associates would survey the entire perimeter of the property, I bounded downhill, away from the funeral home. I was eager to get beyond the reach of their flashlights before they arrived at the fence. I was heading farther from town, which wasn't good. I wouldn't find help in the wilderness. Every step eastward was a step into isolation, and in isolation I was as vulnerable as anyone, more vulnerable than most. Some luck was with me because of the season. If the searing heat of summer had already been upon us, the high grass would have been as golden as wheat and as dry as paper. My progress would have been marked by a swath of trampled stalks. I was hopeful that the still verdant meadow would be resilient enough to spring shut behind me, for the most part concealing the fact that I had passed this way. Nevertheless, an observant searcher would most likely be able to track me. Approximately 200 feet beyond the fence, at the bottom of the slope, the meadow gave way to denser brush. A barrier of tough, 5-foot-high prairie cordgrass was mixed with what might have been goat's beard and massive clumps of aureola. I hurriedly pushed through this growth into a 10-foot-wide natural drainage swale. Little grew here because an epoch of storm runoff had exposed a spine of bedrock under the hills. With no rain in over 2 weeks, this rocky course was dry. I paused to catch my breath. Leaning back into the brush, I parted the tall cordgrass to see how far down into the rose gardens the searchers had descended. 4 of them were already climbing the fence. Their flashlight beams slashed at the sky, stuttered across the pickets, and stabbed randomly at the ground as they clambered up and over the iron. They were unnervingly quick and agile. Were all of them, like Sandy Kirk, carrying weapons? Considering their animal-keen instincts, speed, and persistence, perhaps they wouldn't need weapons. If they caught me, maybe they would tear me apart with their hands. I wondered if they would take my eyes. The drainage channel and the wider declivity in which it lay ran uphill to the northeast and downhill to the southwest. As I was already at the extreme northeast end of town, I could find no help if I went uphill. I headed southwest, following the brush-flanked swale, intending to return to well-populated territory as quickly as possible. In the shallowly cupped channel ahead of me, the moon-burnished bedrock glowed softly like the milky ice on a winter pond, dwindling into obscurity. The embracing curtains of high, silvery cordgrass appeared to be stiff with frost. Suppressing all fear of falling on loose stones or of snapping an ankle in a natural borehole, I gave myself to the night, allowing the darkness to push me as wind pushes a sailing ship. I sprinted down the gradual slope with no sensation of feet striking ground, as though I actually were skating across the frozen rock. Within 200 yards I came to a place where the hills folded into one another, resulting in a branching of the hollow. With barely any decrease in speed, I chose the right-hand course because it would lead more directly back into Moonlight Bay. I had gone only a short distance past that intersection when I saw lights approaching. 100 yards ahead, the hollow turned out of sight to the left, around a sweeping curve of grassy hillside. The source of the questing beams lay beyond that bend, but I could see that they must be flashlights. None of the men from the funeral home could have gotten out of the rose gardens and ahead of me so quickly. These were additional searchers. They were attempting to trap me in a pincer maneuver. I felt as though I were being pursued by an army, by platoons that had sprung sorcerously from the ground itself. I came to a complete halt. I considered stepping off the bare rock, into concealment behind the man-high prairie grass and other dense brush that still bracketed the drainage swale. No matter how little I disturbed this vegetation, however, I was nearly certain to leave signs of my passage that would be obvious to these trackers. They would burst through the brush and capture me or gun me down as I scrambled up the open hillside. At the bend ahead, the flashlight beams swelled brighter. Sprays of tall prairie grass flared like beautifully chased forms on a sterling platter. I retreated to the Y in the hollow and took the left-hand branch that I'd foregone a minute earlier. Within 600 or 700 feet, I came to another Y, wanted to go to the right, toward town, was afraid I'd be playing into their assumptions, and took the left-hand branch instead, although it would lead me deeper into the unpopulated hills. From somewhere above and off to the west arose the grumble of an engine, distant at first, but then suddenly nearer. The engine noise was so powerful that I thought it came from an aircraft making a low pass. This wasn't the stuttering clatter of a helicopter, but more like the roar of a fixed-wing plane. Then a dazzling light swept the hilltops to the left and right of me, passing directly across the hollow 60 to 80 feet over my head. The beam was so bright, so intense, that it seemed to have weight and texture, like a white-hot gush of some molten substance. A high-powered searchlight. It arced away and reflected off distant ridges to the east and north. Where did they get this sophisticated ordnance on such short notice? Was Sandy Kirk the Grand Kleagle of an anti-government militia, headquartered in secret bunkers jammed with weapons and ammo deep under the funeral home? No, that didn't ring true. Such things were merely the stuff of real life these days, the current events of a society in freefall, while this felt uncanny. This was territory through which the wild, rushing river of the evening news had not yet swept. I had to know what was happening up there on higher ground. If I didn't reconnoiter, I would be no better than a dumb rat in a laboratory maze. I thrashed through the brush to the right of the swale, crossed the sloping floor of the hollow, and then climbed the long hillside, because the searchlight seemed to have originated in that direction. As I ascended, the beam seared the land above again, indeed blazing in from the northwest as I'd thought, and then scorched past a third time, brightly illuminating the brow of the hill toward which I was making my way. After crawling the penultimate 10 yards on my hands and knees, I wriggled the final 10 on my belly. At the crest, I coiled into an outcropping of weather-scored rocks that provided a measure of cover, and I cautiously raised my head. A black Hummer, or maybe a Humvee, the original military version of the vehicle before it had been gentrified for sale to civilians, stood one hilltop away from mine, immediately leeward of a giant oak. Even poorly revealed by the backwash of its own lights, the Hummer presented an unmistakable profile. A boxy, hulking, four-wheel drive wagon perched on giant tires, capable of crossing virtually any terrain. I now saw 2 searchlights. Both were handheld, one by the driver and one by his front seat passenger, and each had a lens the size of a salad plate. Considering their candle power, they could have been operated only off the Hummer engine. The driver extinguished his light and put the Hummer in gear. The big wagon sped out from under the spreading limbs of the oak and shot across the high meadow as though it were cruising a freeway, putting its tailgate toward me. It vanished over the far edge, soon reappeared out of a hollow, and rapidly ascended a more distant slope, effortlessly conquering these coastal hills. The men on foot, with flashlights and perhaps handguns, were keeping to the hollows. In an attempt to prevent me from using the high ground, to force me down where the searchers might find me, the Hummer was patrolling the hilltops. "Who are you people?" I muttered. Searchlights slashed out from the Hummer, raking farther hills, illuminating a sea of grass in an indecisive breeze that ebbed and flowed. Wave after wave broke across the rising land and lapped against the trunks of the island oaks. Then the big wagon was on the move again, rollicking over less hospitable terrain. Headlights bobbling, one searchlight swinging wildly along a crest, into a hollow and out again, it motored east and south to another vantage point. I wondered how visible this activity might be from the streets of Moonlight Bay on the lower hills and the flatlands, closer to the ocean. Possibly only a few townspeople happened to be outside and looking up at an angle that revealed enough commotion to engage their curiosity. Those who glimpsed the searchlights might assume that teenagers or college boys in an ordinary 4x4 were spotting coastal elk or deer, an illegal but bloodless sport of which most people are tolerant. Soon the Hummer would arc back toward me. Judging by the pattern of its search, it might arrive on this very hill in 2 more moves. I retreated down the slope, into the hollow from which I had climbed, exactly where they wanted me. I had no better choice. Heretofore I had been confident that I would escape. Now my confidence was ebbing. Chapter 8. I pushed through the prairie grass into the drainage swale and continued in the direction that I had been headed before the searchlights had drawn me uphill. After only a few steps, I halted, startled by something with radiant green eyes that waited on the trail in front of me. Coyote. Wolf-like but smaller, with a narrower muzzle than that of a wolf, these rangy creatures could nonetheless be dangerous. As civilization encroached on them, they were quite literally murder on family pets, even in the supposedly safe backyards of residential neighborhoods near the open hills. In fact, from time to time you heard of a coyote savaging and dragging off a child if the prey was young and small enough. Although they attacked adult humans only rarely, I wouldn't care to rely on their restraint or on my superior size if I was to encounter a pack or even a pair of them on their home ground. My night vision was still recovering from the dazzle of the searchlights, and a tense moment passed before I perceived that these hot green eyes were too closely set to be those of a coyote. Furthermore, unless this beast was in a full pounce posture with its chest pressed to the ground, its baleful stare was directed at me from too low a position to be that of a coyote. As my vision readjusted to nightshade and moonlight, I saw that nothing more threatening than a cat stood before me. Not a cougar, which would have been far worse than a coyote and reason for genuine terror, but a mere house cat, pale gray or light beige, impossible to tell which in this gloom. Most cats are not stupid. Even in the obsessive pursuit of field mice or little desert lizards, they will not venture deeply into coyote country. Indeed, as I got a clearer view of it, the particular creature before me seemed more than usually quick and alert. It sat erect, head cocked quizzically, ears pricked, studying me intensely. As I took a step toward it, the cat rose onto all fours. When I advanced another step, the cat spun away from me and dashed along the moon-silvered path, vanishing into the darkness. Elsewhere in the night, the Hummer was on the move again. Its shriek and snarl rapidly grew louder. I picked up my pace. By the time I had gone 100 yards, the Hummer was no longer roaring, but idling somewhere nearby, its engine noise like a slow, deep panting. Overhead, the predatory gaze of the lights swept the night for prey. Upon reaching the next branching of the hollow, I discovered the cat waiting for me. It sat at the point of division, committed to neither trail. When I moved toward the left-hand path, the cat scurried to the right. It halted after several steps and turned its lantern eyes on me. The cat must have been acutely aware of the searchers all around us, not just of the noisy Hummer, but of the men on foot. With its sharp senses, it might even perceive pheromones of aggression streaming from them, violence pending. It would want to avoid these people as much as I did. Given the chance, I would be better off choosing an escape route according to the animal's instincts rather than according to my own. The idling engine of the Hummer suddenly thundered. The hard peals echoed back and forth through the hollows, so that the vehicle seemed to be simultaneously approaching and racing away. With this storm of sound, indecision flooded me, and for a moment I floundered in it. Then I decided to go the way of the cat. As I turned from the left-hand trail, the Hummer roared over the hilltop on the eastern flank of the hollow into which I had almost proceeded. For an instant it hung, suspended, as though weightless in a clock-stopped gap in time, headlights like twin wires leading a circus tightrope walker into midair, one searchlight stabbing straight up at the black tent of the sky. Time snapped across that empty synapse and flowed again. The Hummer tipped forward, and the front wheels crashed onto the hillside, and the rear wheels crossed the crest, and gouts of earth and grass spewed out from under its tires as it charged downhill. A man whooped with delight, and another laughed. They were reveling in the hunt. As the big wagon descended only 50 yards ahead of me, the handheld searchlights swept the hollow. I threw myself to the ground and rolled for cover. The rocky swale was hell on bones, and I felt my sunglasses crack apart in my shirt pocket. As I scrambled to my feet, a beam as bright as an oak-cleaving thunderbolt sizzled across the ground on which I had been standing. Wincing at the glare, squinting, I saw the searchlight quiver and then sweep away to the south. The Hummer was not coming up the hollow toward me. I might have stayed where I was, at the intersection of the trails, with the narrower point of the hill at my back, until the Hummer moved out of the vicinity, rather than risk encountering it in the next hollow. When 4 flashlights winked far back on the trail that I had followed to this point, however, I ceased to have the luxury of hesitation. I was beyond the reach of these men's lights, but they were approaching at a trot, and I was in imminent danger of discovery. When I rounded the point of the hill and entered the hollow to the west of it, the cat was still there, as though waiting for me. Presenting its tail to me, it scampered away, though not so fast that I lost sight of it. I was grateful for the stone under me, in which I could not leave betraying footprints, and then I realized that only fragments of my broken sunglasses remained in my shirt pocket. As I ran, I fingered my pocket and felt one bent stem and a jagged piece of one lens. The rest must have scattered on the ground where I had fallen, at the fork in the trail. The 4 searchers were sure to spot the broken frames. They would divide their forces, 2 men to each hollow, and they would come after me harder and faster than ever, energized by this evidence that they were closing on their quarry. On the far side of this hill, out of the vale where I had barely escaped the searchlight, the Hummer began to climb again. The shriek of its engine rose in pitch, swelled in volume. If the driver paused on this grassy hilltop to survey the night once more, I would run undetected beneath him and away. If instead he raced across the hill and into this new hollow, I might be caught in his headlights or pinned by a searchlight beam. The cat ran, and I ran. As it sloped down between dark hills, the hollow grew wider than any that I had traveled previously, and the rocky swale in the center widened too. Along the verge of the stone path, the tall cord grass and the other brush bristled thicker than elsewhere, evidently watered by a greater volume of storm runoff. But the vegetation was too far to either side to cast even a faint dappling of moon shadows over me, and I felt dangerously exposed. Furthermore, this broad declivity, unlike those before it, ran as straight as a city street, with no bends to shield me from those who might enter it in my wake. On the highlands, the Hummer seemed to have come to a halt once more. Its grumble drained away in the sluicing breeze, and the only engine sounds were mine, the rasp and wheeze of breathing, heartbeat like a pounding piston. The cat was potentially fleeter than I. Wind on 4 feet, it could have vanished in seconds. For a couple of minutes, however, it paced me, staying a constant 15 feet ahead, pale gray or pale beige, a mere ghost of a cat in the moonglow, occasionally glancing back with eyes as eerie as seance candles. Just when I began to think that this creature was purposefully leading me out of harm's way, just as I began to indulge in one of those orgies of anthropomorphizing that make Bobby Holloway's brain itch, the cat sped away from me. If that dry, rocky wash had been filled with a storm gush, the tumbling water could not have outrun this feline, and in 2 seconds, 3 at most, it disappeared into the night ahead. A minute later, I found the cat at the terminus of the channel. We were in the dead end of a blind hollow, with exposed grassy hills rising steeply on 3 sides. They were so steep, in fact, that I could not scale them quickly enough to elude the 2 searchers who were surely pursuing on foot. Boxed in. Trapped. Driftwood, tangled balls of dead weeds and grass, and silt were mounded at the end of the wash. I half expected the cat to give me an evil Cheshire grin, white teeth gleaming in the gloom. Instead, it scampered to the pile of debris and wriggled into one of the many small gaps, disappearing again. This was a wash, therefore the runoff had to go somewhere when it reached this point. Hastily, I climbed the 9-foot-long, 3-foot-high slope of packed debris, which sagged and rattled and crunched but held beneath me. It was all drifted against a grid of steel bars, which served as a vertical grate across the mouth of a culvert set into the side of the hill. Beyond the grate was a 6-foot-diameter concrete drain between anchoring concrete buttresses. It was apparently part of a flood control project that carried stormwater out of the hills, under the Pacific Coast Highway, into drains beneath the streets of Moonlight Bay, and finally to the sea. A couple of times each winter, maintenance crews would clear the trash away from the grate to prevent water flow from being completely impeded. Clearly, they had not been here recently. Inside the culvert, the cat meowed. Magnified, its voice echoed with a new sepulchral tone along the concrete tunnel. The openings in the steel bar grid were 4-inch squares, wide enough to admit the supple cat, but not wide enough for me. The grate extended the width of the opening from buttress to buttress, but it didn't reach all the way to the top. I swung legs first and backward through the 2-foot-high gap between the top of the grate and the curved ceiling of the drain. I was grateful that the grid had a headrail, for otherwise it would have been poked and gouged painfully by the exposed tops of the vertical bars. Leaving the stars and the moon behind, I stood with my back to the grate, peering into absolute blackness. I had to hunch only slightly to keep from bumping my head against the ceiling. The smell of damp concrete and moldering grass, not entirely unpleasant, wafted from below. I eased forward, sliding my feet. The smooth floor of the culvert had only a slight pitch. After just a few yards, I stopped, afraid I would blunder into a sudden drop-off and wind up dead or broken-backed at the bottom. I withdrew the butane lighter from a pocket of my jeans, but I was reluctant to strike a flame. The light flickering along the curved walls of the culvert would be visible from outside. The cat called again, and its radiant eyes were all that I could see ahead. Guessing at the distance between us, judging by the angle at which I looked down upon the animal, I deduced that the floor of the huge culvert continued at an increased, but not drastic slope. I proceeded cautiously toward the lambent eyes. When I drew close to the creature, it turned away, and I halted at the loss of its twin beacons. Seconds later, it spoke again. Its green gaze reappeared and fixed unblinking on me. Edging forward once more, I marveled at this odd experience. All that I had witnessed since sundown, the theft of my father's body, the battered and eyeless corpse in the crematorium, the pursuit from the mortuary, was incredible to say the least. But for sheer strangeness, nothing equaled the behavior of this small descendant of tigers. Or maybe I was making a lot more of the moment than it deserved, attributing to this simple house cat an awareness of my plight that it didn't actually possess. Maybe. Blindly, I came to another mound of debris smaller than the first. Unlike the previous heap, this one was damp. The flotsam squished beneath my shoes, and a sharper stench rose from it. I clambered forward, cautiously groping at the darkness in front of me, and I discovered that the debris was packed against another steel bar grate. Whatever trash managed to wash over the top of the first grate was caught here. After climbing this barrier and crossing safely to the other side, I risked using the lighter. I cut my hand around the flame to contain and direct the glow as much as possible. The cat's eyes blazed bright, gold now flecked with green. We stared at each other for a long moment, and then my guide, if that's what it was, whipped around and sprinted out of sight, down into the drain. Using the lighter to find my way, keeping the flame low to conserve butane, I descended through the heart of the coastal hills, passing smaller tributary culverts that opened into this main line. I arrived at a spillway of wide concrete steps on which were puddles of stagnant water and a thin carpet of hardy gray-black fungus that probably thrived only during the 4-month rainy season. The scummy steps were treacherous, but for the safety of maintenance crews, a steel handrail was bolted to one wall, hung now with a drab tinsel of dead grass deposited by the most recent flood. As I descended, I listened for the sounds of pursuit, voices in the tunnel behind me, but all I heard were my own stealthy noises. Either the searchers had decided that I hadn't escaped by way of the culvert, or they had hesitated so long before following me into the drain that I had gotten well ahead of them. At the bottom of the spillway, on the last 2 broad steps, I almost plunged into what I thought at first were the pale, rounded caps of large mushrooms, clusters of vile-looking fungi growing here in the lightless damp, no doubt poisonous in the extreme. Clutching the railing, I eased past sprouting forms on the slippery concrete, reluctant to touch them even with one of my shoes. Standing in the next length of sloping tunnel, I turned to examine this peculiar find. When I cranked up the flame on the lighter, I discovered that before me lay not mushrooms, but a collection of skulls. The fragile skulls of birds, the elongated skulls of lizards, the larger skulls of what might have been cats, dogs, raccoons, porcupines, rabbits, squirrels. Not a scrap of flesh adhered to any of these death's heads, as if they had been boiled clean, white and yellow-white in the butane light, scores of them, perhaps 100. No leg bones, no rib cages, just skulls. They were arranged neatly side by side in 3 rows, 2 on the bottom step and 1 on the second from the bottom, facing out as though even with their empty eye sockets, they were here to bear witness to something. I had no idea what to make of this. I saw no satanic markings on the culvert walls, no indications of macabre ceremonies of any kind, yet the display had an undeniably symbolic purpose. The extent of the collection indicated obsession, and the cruelty implicit in so much killing and decapitation was chilling. Recalling the fascination with death that had gripped me and Bobby Holloway when we were 13, I wondered if some kid, far weirder than we ever were, had done this grisly work. Criminologists claim that by the age of 3 or 4, most serial killers begin torturing and killing insects, progressing to small animals during childhood and adolescence, and finally graduating to people. Maybe in these catacombs, a particularly vicious young murderer was practicing for his life's work. In the middle of the third and highest row of these bony visages rested a gleaming skull that was markedly different from all the others. It appeared to be human, small but human, like the skull of an infant. Dear God. My voice whispered back to me along the concrete walls. More than ever, I felt as though I were in a dreamscape, where even such things as concrete and bone were no more solid than smoke. Nevertheless, I did not reach out to touch the small human skull, or any of the others for that matter. However unreal they might seem, I knew that they would be cold, slick, and too solid to the touch. Anxious to avoid encountering whoever had acquired this grim collection, I continued downward through the drain. I expected the cat with the enigmatic eyes to reappear, pale paws meeting concrete with feather-on-feather silence, but either it remained out of sight ahead of me, or it had detoured into one of the tributary lines. Sections of sloped concrete pipe alternated with more spillways, and just as I was beginning to worry that the lighter didn't contain enough fuel to see me to safety, a circle of dim, gray light appeared and gradually brightened ahead. I hurried toward it and found that no grate barred the lower end of the tunnel, which led into an open drainage channel of mortar-set river rock. I was in familiar territory at last, the northern flats of town, a couple of blocks from the sea, half a block from the high school. After the dank culvert, the night air smelled not merely fresh, but sweet. The high points of the polished sky glared diamond white. Chapter 9. According to the digital light board on the Wells Fargo Bank building, the time was 7:56 p.m., which meant that my father had been dead less than 3 hours, though days seemed to have passed since I'd lost him. The same sign set the temperature at 60 degrees, but the night seemed colder to me. Around the corner from the bank and down the block, the Tidy Time laundromat was flooded with fluorescent light. Currently, no customers were doing their laundering. With the dollar bill ready in my hand, with my eyes squinted to slits, I went inside, into the flowery fragrance of soap powders and the chemical keenness of bleach, my head lowered to maximize the protection provided by the bill of my cap. I ran straight to the change machine, fed it, snatched up the 4 quarters that it spat into the tray, and fled. 2 blocks away, outside the post office, stood a payphone with wing-like sound shields. Above the phone, mounted on the wall of the building, was a security light behind a wire cage. When I hung my hat in the cage, shadows fell. I figured that Manuel Ramirez would still be at home. When I phoned him, his mother Rosalina said that he had been gone for hours. He was working a double shift because another officer had called in sick. This evening he was on desk duty. Later, after midnight, he would be on patrol. I punched in the main number of the Moonlight Bay police and asked the operator if I could speak to Officer Ramirez. Manuel, in my judgment the best cop in town, is 3 inches shorter than I am, 30 pounds heavier, 12 years older, and a Mexican-American. He loves baseball. I never follow sports because I have an acute sense of time slipping away and a reluctance to use my precious hours in too many passive activities. Manuel prefers country music. I like rock. He is a staunch Republican. I have no interest in politics. In movies, his guilty pleasure is Abbott and Costello. Mine is the immortal Jackie Chan. We are friends. "Chris, I heard about your dad," Manuel said when he came on the line. "I don't know what to say." "Neither do I, really." No, there never is anything to say, is there? Not that matters. You going to be okay? To my surprise, I couldn't speak. My terrible loss seemed suddenly to be a surgeon's needle that stitched shut my throat and sewed my tongue to the roof of my mouth. Curiously, immediately after Dad's death, I'd been able to answer this same question from Dr. Cleveland without hesitation. I felt closer to Manuel than to the physician. Friendship thaws the nerves, making it possible for pain to be felt. "You come over some evening when I'm off duty," Manuel said. "We'll drink some beer, eat some tamales, watch a couple of Jackie Chan movies." In spite of baseball and country music, we have much in common, Manuel Ramirez and I. He works the graveyard shift from midnight until 8 in the morning, sometimes doubling on the swing shift when, as on this March evening, there's a personnel shortage. He likes the night as I do, but he also works it by necessity. Because the graveyard shift is less desirable than daytime duty, the pay is higher. More important, he is able to spend afternoons and evenings with his son Toby, whom he cherishes. 16 years ago, Manuel's wife, Carmelita, died minutes after bringing Toby into the world. The boy is gentle, charming, and a victim of Down's syndrome. Manuel's mother moved into his house immediately after Carmelita's death, and still helps to look after Toby. Manuel Ramirez knows about limitations. He feels the hand of fate every day of his life, in an age when most people no longer believe in purpose or destiny. We have much in common, Manuel Ramirez and I. "Beer and Jackie Chan sound great," I agreed. "But who makes the tamales, you or your mother?" "Oh, not mi madre, I promise." Manuel is an exceptional cook, and his mother thinks that she is an exceptional cook. A comparison of their cooking provides a fearsomely illuminating example of the difference between a good deed and a good intention. A car passed in the street behind me, and when I looked down, I saw my shadow pull at my unmoving feet, stretching from my left side around to my right, growing not merely longer, but blacker on the concrete sidewalk, straining to tear loose of me and flee, but then snapping back to the left when the car passed. "Manuel, there's something you can do for me, something more than tamales." "You name it, Chris." After a long hesitation, I said, "It involves my dad, his body." Manuel matched my hesitation. His thoughtful silence was the equivalent of a cat's ears pricking with interest. He heard more in my words than they appeared to convey. His tone was different when he spoke this time, still the voice of a friend, but also the harder voice of a cop. "What's happened, Chris?" "It's pretty weird." "Weird," he said, savoring the word as though it were an unexpected taste. "I'd really rather not talk about it on the phone. If I come over to the station, can you meet me in the parking lot?" I couldn't expect the police to switch off all their office lights and take my statement by the glow of candles. Manuel said, "We're talking something criminal?" "Deeply. And weird." "Chief Stevenson's been working late today. He's still here, but not for much longer. You think maybe I should ask him to wait?" In my mind rose the eyeless face of the dead hitchhiker. "Yeah," I said. "Yeah, Stevenson should hear this." "Can you be here in 10 minutes?" "See you then." I racked the telephone handset, snatched my cap off the light cage, turned to the street, and shielded my eyes with one hand as 2 more cars drove past. One was a late-model Saturn, the other was a Chevy pickup. No white van, no hearse, no black Hummer. I didn't actually fear that the search for me was still on. By now, the hitchhiker would be charring in the furnace. With the evidence reduced to ashes, no obvious proof existed to support my bizarre story. Sandy Kirk, the orderlies, and all the nameless others would feel safe. Indeed, any attempt to kill or abduct me would risk witnesses to that crime, who would then have to be dealt with, increasing the likelihood of still more witnesses. These mysterious conspirators were best served now by discretion rather than aggression, especially when their sole accuser was the town freak, who came out of his heavily curtained house only between dusk and dawn, who feared the sun, who lived by the grace of cloaks and veils and hoods and masks of lotion, who crawled even the night town under a carapace of cloth and chemicals. Considering the outrageous nature of my accusations, few would find my story credible, but I was sure that Manuel would know I was telling the truth. I hoped the chief would believe me, too. I stepped away from the telephone outside the post office and headed for the police station. It was only a couple of blocks away. As I hurried through the night, I rehearsed what I would tell Manuel and his boss, Louis Stevenson, who was a formidable figure for whom I wanted to be well prepared. Tall, broad-shouldered, athletic, Stevenson had a face noble enough to be stamped in profile on ancient Roman coins. Sometimes he seemed to be but an actor playing the role of dedicated police chief, although if it was a performance, then it was of a Ward caliber. At 52, he gave the impression, without appearing to try, that he was far wiser than his years, easily commanding respect and trust. There was something of the psychologist and something of the priest in him, qualities everyone in his position needed, but few possessed. He was that rare person who enjoyed having power but did not abuse it, who exercised authority with good judgment and compassion, and he'd been chief of police for 14 years, without a hint of scandal, ineptitude, or inefficiency in his department. Thus I came, through lampless alleys lit by a moon riding higher in the sky than it had been earlier, came past fences and footpaths, past gardens and garbage cans, came mentally murmuring the words with which I hoped to tell a convincing story, came in 2 minutes instead of the 10 that Manuel had suggested, came to the parking lot behind the municipal building, and saw Chief Stevenson in a conspiratorial moment that stripped away all the fine qualities I projected onto him. Revealed now was a man who, regardless of his noble face, did not deserve to be honored by coins or by monuments, or even by having his photograph hung in the station house next to those of the mayor, the governor, and the President of the United States. Stevenson stood at the far end of the municipal building, near the back entrance to the police station, in a cascade of bluish light from a hooded security lamp above the door. The man with whom he conferred stood a few feet away, only half revealed in blue shadows. I crossed the parking lot, heading toward them. They didn't see me coming because they were deeply engrossed in conversation. Furthermore, I was mostly screened from them as I passed among the street department trucks and squad cars and water department trucks and personal vehicles, while also staying as much as possible out of the direct light from the 3 tall pole lamps. Just before I would have stepped into the open, Stevenson's visitor moved closer to the chief, shedding the shadows, and I halted in shock. I saw his shaved head, his hard face. Red plaid flannel shirt, blue jeans, work shoes. At this distance, I wasn't able to see his pearl earring. I was flanked by 2 large vehicles, and I quickly retreated a few steps to shelter more completely in the oily darkness between them. One of the engines was still hot. It pinged and ticked as it cooled. Although I could hear the voices of the 2 men, I could not make out their words. An onshore breeze still romanced the trees, and quarreled against all the works of man, and this ceaseless whisper and hiss screened the conversation from me. I realized that the vehicle to my right, the one with the hot engine, was the white Ford van in which the bald man had driven away from Mercy Hospital earlier in the night, with my father's mortal remains. I wondered if the keys might be in the ignition. I pressed my face to the window in the driver's door, but I couldn't see much of the interior. If I could steal the van, I would most likely have possession of crucial proof that my story was true. Even if my father's body had been taken elsewhere and was no longer in this van, forensic evidence might remain, not least some of the hitchhiker's blood. I had no idea how to hotwire an engine. Hell, I didn't even know how to drive. And even if I discovered that I possessed a natural talent for the operation of motor vehicles that was the equivalent of Mozart's brilliance at musical composition, I wouldn't be able to drive 20 miles south along the coast or 30 miles north to another police jurisdiction. Not in the glare of oncoming headlights, not without my precious sunglasses, which lay broken far away in the hills to the east. Besides, if I opened the van door, the cab lights would wink on. The 2 men would notice. They would come for me. They would kill me. The back door of the police station opened. Manuel Ramirez stepped outside. Louis Stevenson and his conspirator broke off their urgent conversation at once. From this distance, I wasn't able to discern whether Manuel knew the bald man, but he appeared to address only the chief. I couldn't believe that Manuel, good son of Rosalina, mourning widower of Carmelita, loving father of Toby, would be a part of any business that involved murder and grave robbing. We can never know many of the people in our lives, not truly know them, regardless of how deeply we believe that we see into them. Most of them are murky ponds, containing infinite layers of suspended particles, stirred by strange currents in their greatest depths. but I was willing to bet my life that Manuel's Clearwater heart concealed no capacity for treachery. I wasn't willing to bet his life, however, and if I called out to him to search the back of the white van with me, to impound the vehicle for an exhaustive forensics workup, I might be signing his death warrant as well as mine. In fact, I was sure of it. Abruptly, Stevenson and the bald man turned from Manuel to survey the parking lot. I knew then that he had told them about my telephone call. I dropped into a crouch and shrank deeper into the gloom between the van and the water department truck. At the back of the van, I tried to read the license plate. Although usually I am plagued by too much light, this time I was hampered by too little. Frantically, I traced the 7 numbers and letters with my fingertips. I wasn't able to memorize them by braille reading, however, at least not quickly enough to avoid discovery. I knew that the bald man, if not Stevenson, was coming to the van, was already on the move. The bald man, the butcher, the traitor in bodies, the thief of eyes. Staying low, I retraced the route by which I had come through the ranks of parked trucks and cars, returning to the alley and then scurrying onward, using rows of trash cans as cover, all but crawling to a dumpster and past it, to a corner and around, into the other alleyway, out of sight of the municipal building, rising to my full height now, running once more, as fleet as the cat, gliding like an owl, a creature of the night, wondering if I would find safe shelter before dawn, or would still be afoot in the open to curl and blacken under the hot rising sun. Chapter 10. I assumed that I could safely go home, but that I might be foolish to linger there too long. I wouldn't be overdue at the police station for another 2 minutes, and they would wait for me at least 10 minutes past the appointed time before Chief Stevenson realized that I must have seen him with the man who had stolen my father's body. Even then they might not come to the house in search of me. I was still not a serious threat to them, and not likely to become one. I had no proof of anything I'd seen. Nevertheless, they seemed inclined to take extreme measures to prevent the exposure of their inscrutable conspiracy. They might be loath to leave even the smallest of loose ends, which meant a knot in my neck. I expected to find Orson in the foyer when I unlocked the front door and stepped inside, but he was not waiting for me. I called his name, but he didn't appear, and if he had been approaching through the gloom, I would have heard his big paws thumping on the floor. He was probably in one of his dour moods. For the most part, he is good-humored, playful, and companionable, with enough energy in his tail to sweep all the streets in Moonlight Bay. From time to time, however, the world weighs heavily on him, and then he lies as limp as a rug, sad eyes open but fixed on some doggy memory or on some doggy vision beyond this world, making no sound other than an occasional attenuated sigh. More rarely, I have found Orson in a state of what seems to be bleakest dejection. This ought to be a condition too profound for any dog to wear, although it fits him well. He once sat before a mirrored closet door in my bedroom, staring at his reflection for nearly half an hour, an eternity to the dog mind, which generally experiences the world as a series of 2-minute wonders and 3-minute enthusiasms. I hadn't been able to tell what fascinated him in his image, although I ruled out both canine vanity and simple puzzlement. He seemed full of sorrow, all drooping ears and slumped shoulders and wagless tail. I swear at times his eyes brimmed with tears that he was barely able to hold back. "Orson?" I called. The switch operating the staircase chandelier was fitted with a rheostat, as were most of the switches throughout the house. I dialed up the minimum light that I needed to climb the stairs. Orson wasn't on the landing. He wasn't waiting in the second-floor hall. In my room, I dialed a wan glow. Orson wasn't here either. I went directly to the nearest nightstand. From the top drawer, I withdrew an envelope in which I kept a supply of knocking around money. It contained only $180, but this was better than nothing. Though I didn't know why I might need the cash, I intended to be prepared, so I transferred the entire sum to one of the pockets of my jeans. As I slid shut the nightstand drawer, I noticed a dark object on the bedspread. When I picked it up, I was surprised that it was actually what it had appeared to be in the shadows. A pistol. I had never seen this weapon before. My father had never owned a gun. Acting on instinct, I put down the pistol and used a corner of the bedspread to wipe my prints off it. I suspected that I was being set up to take a fall for something I had not done. Although any television emits ultraviolet radiation, I've seen a lot of movies over the years, because I'm safe if I sit far enough from the screen. I know all the great stories of innocent men, from Cary Grant and James Stewart to Harrison Ford, relentlessly hounded for crimes they never committed and incarcerated on trumped-up evidence. Stepping quickly into the adjacent bathroom, I switched on the low-watt bulb. No dead blonde in the bathtub. No Orson either. In the bedroom once more, I stood very still and listened to the house. If other people were present, they were only ghosts drifting in ectoplasmic silence. I returned to the bed, hesitated, picked up the pistol, and fumbled with it until I ejected the magazine. It was fully loaded. I slammed the magazine back into the butt. Being inexperienced with handguns, I found the piece heavier than I had expected. It weighed at least 1.5 pounds. Next to where I'd found the gun, a white envelope lay on the cream-colored bedspread. I hadn't noticed it until now. I withdrew a penlight from a nightstand drawer and focused the tight beam on the envelope. It was blank, except for a professionally printed return address in the upper left corner. Thor's Gun Shop here in Moonlight Bay. The unsealed envelope, which bore neither a stamp nor a postmark, was slightly crumpled and stippled with curious indentations. When I picked up the envelope, it was faintly damp in spots. The folded papers inside were dry. I examined these documents in the beam of the penlight. I recognized my father's careful printing on the carbon copy of the standard application, in which he had attested to the local police that he had no criminal record or history of mental illness that would be grounds to deny him the right to own this firearm. Also included was a carbon copy of the original invoice for the weapon, indicating that it was a 9mm Glock 17 and that my father had purchased it with a check. The date of the invoice gave me a chill. January 18, 2 years ago. My father had bought the Glock just 3 days after my mother had been killed in the car crash on Highway 1, as though he thought he needed protection. In the study across the hall from the bedroom, my compact cellular phone was recharging. I unplugged it and clipped it to my belt at my hip. Orson was not in the study. Earlier, Sasha had stopped by the house to feed him. Maybe she had taken him with her when she'd gone. If Orson had been as somber as he'd been when I'd left for the hospital, and especially if he had settled into an even blacker mood, Sasha might not have been able to leave the poor beast here alone, because as much compassion as blood flows through her veins. Even if Orson had gone with Sasha, who had transferred the 9mm Glock from my father's room to my bed? Not Sasha. She wouldn't have known the gun existed, and she wouldn't have prowled through my dad's belongings. The desk phone was connected to an answering machine. Next to the blinking message light, the counter window showed 2 calls. According to the machine's automatic time and date voice, the first call had come in only half an hour ago. It lasted nearly 2 minutes, although the caller spoke not a word. Initially, he drew slow, deep breaths and let them out almost as slowly, as though he possessed the magical power to inhale the myriad scents of my rooms, even across a telephone line, and thereby discover if I was home or out. After a while, he began to hum as though he had forgotten that he was being recorded, and was merely humming to himself in the manner of a daydreamer lost in thought, humming a tune that seemed to be improvised, with no coherent melody, spiraling and low, eerie and repetitive, like the song a madman might hear when he believes that angels of destruction, in choirs, are singing to him. I was sure he was a stranger. I believed that I would have been able to recognize the voice of a friend even from nothing more than the humming. I was also sure that he had not reached a wrong number. Somehow, he was involved with the events following my father's death. By the time the first caller disconnected, I discovered that I had tightened my hands into fists. I was holding useless air in my lungs. I exhaled a hot, dry gust, inhaled a cool, sweet draft, but could not yet unclench my hands. The second call, which had come in only minutes before I had returned home, was from Angela Ferryman, the nurse who had been at my father's bedside. She didn't identify herself, but I recognized her thin yet musical voice. Through her message, it quickened like an increasingly restless bird hopping from picket point to picket point along a fence. "Chris, I'd like to talk to you. Have to talk. As soon as it's convenient. Tonight, if you can, tonight. I'm in the car, on my way home now. You know where I live. Come see me. Don't call. I don't trust phones. Don't even like making this call. But I've got to see you. Come to the back door. No matter how late you get this, come anyway. I won't be asleep. Can't sleep." I put a new message tape on the machine. I hid the original cassette under the crumpled sheets of writing paper at the bottom of the wastebasket beside my desk. These 2 brief tape recordings wouldn't convince a cop or a judge of anything. Nevertheless, they were the only scraps of evidence I possessed to indicate that something extraordinary was happening to me. Something even more extraordinary than my birth into this tiny, sunless cast. More extraordinary than surviving 28 years unscathed by xeroderma pigmentosum. I had been home less than 10 minutes. Nevertheless, I was lingering too long. As I searched for Orson, I more than half expected to hear a door being forced or glass breaking on the lower floor, and then footsteps on the stairs. The house remained quiet, but this was a tremulous silence, like the surface tension on a pond. The dog wasn't moping in Dad's bedroom or bathroom, not in the walk-in closet either. Second by second, I grew more worried about the mutt. Whoever had put the 9mm Glock pistol on my bed might also have taken or harmed Orson. In my room again, I located a spare pair of sunglasses in a bureau drawer. They were in a soft case with a Velcro seal, and I clipped the case in my shirt pocket. I glanced at my wristwatch, on which the time was displayed by light-emitting diodes. Quickly, I returned the invoice and the police questionnaire to the envelope from Thor's gun shop. Whether it was more evidence or merely trash, I hid it between the mattress and box springs of my bed. The date of purchase seemed significant. Suddenly, everything seemed significant. I kept the pistol. Maybe this was a setup, just like in the movies, but I felt safer with a weapon. I wished that I knew how to use it. The pockets of my leather jacket were deep enough to conceal the gun. It hung in the right pocket, not like a weight of dead steel, but like a thing alive, like a torpid but not entirely dormant snake. When I moved, it seemed to writhe slowly, fat and sluggish, an oozing tangle of thick coils. As I was about to go downstairs to search for Orson, I recalled a July night when I had watched him from my bedroom window as he sat in the backyard, his head tilted to lift his snout to the breeze, transfixed by something in the heavens, deep in one of his most puzzling moods. He had not been howling, and in any event, the summer sky had been moonless. The sound he made was neither a whine nor a whimper, but a mewling of singular and disturbing character. Now I raised the blind at that same window and saw him in the yard below. He was busily digging a black hole in the moon-silvered lawn. This was peculiar, because he was a well-behaved dog and never a digger. As I looked on, Orson abandoned the patch of earth at which he had been furiously clawing, moved a few feet to the right, and began to dig a new hole. A quality of frenzy marked his behavior. "What's happened, boy?" I wondered. And in the yard below, the dog dug. On my way downstairs, with the Glock coiling heavily in my jacket pocket, I remembered that July night when I had gone into the backyard to sit beside the mewling dog. His cries grew as thin as the whistle hiss of a glassblower shaping a vase over a flame, so soft that they did not even disturb the nearest of our neighbors. Yet there was such wretchedness in the sound that I was shaken by it. With those cries, he shaped a misery darker than the darkest glass, and stranger in form than anything a blower could blow. He was uninjured and did not appear to be ill. For all I could tell, the sight of the stars themselves was the thing that filled him with torment. Yet if the vision of dogs is as poor as we are taught, they can't see the stars well or at all. And why should stars cause Orson such anguish anyway, or the night that was no deeper than other nights before it? Nevertheless, he gazed skyward and made tortured sounds and didn't respond to my reassuring voice. When I put a hand on his head and stroked his back, I felt hard shudders passing through him. He sprang to his feet and pattered away, only to turn and stare at me from a distance, and I swear that for a while he hated me. He loved me as always. He was still my dog, after all, and could not escape loving me. But at the same time, he hated me intensely. In the warm July air, I could virtually feel the cold hatred radiating off him. He paced the yard, alternately staring at me, holding my gaze as only he among all dogs is able to hold it, and looking at the sky, now stiff and shaking with rage, now weak and mewling with what seemed despair. When I told Bobby Halloway about this, he'd said that dogs are incapable of hating anyone or feeling anything as complex as genuine despair, that their emotional lives are as simple as their intellectual lives. When I insisted on my interpretation, Bobby had said, "Listen, Snow, if you're going to keep coming here to bore my ass off with this New Age crap, why don't you just buy a shotgun and blow my brains out? That would be more merciful than the excruciatingly slow death you're dealing out now, bludgeoning me with your tedious little stories and your moronic philosophies. There are limits to human endurance, St. Francis, even to mine." I know what I know, however, and I know Orson hated me that July night. Hated me and loved me. And I know that something in the sky tormented him and filled him with despair. The stars, the blackness, or perhaps something he imagined. Can dogs imagine? Why not? I know they dream. I've watched them sleep, seen their legs kick as they chase dream rabbits, heard them sigh and whimper, heard them growl at dream adversaries. Orson's hatred that night did not make me fear him, but I feared for him. I knew his problem was not distemper or any physical ailment that might have made him dangerous to me, but was instead a malady of the soul. Bobby raves brilliantly at the mention of souls in animals and splutters ultimately into a tremendously entertaining incoherence. I could sell tickets. I prefer to open a bottle of beer, lean back, and have the whole show to myself. Anyway, throughout that long night I sat in the yard, keeping Orson company even though he might not have wanted it. He glowered at me, remarked upon the vaulted sky with razor-thin cries, shuddered uncontrollably, circled the yard, circled and circled until near dawn, when at last he came to me, exhausted, and put his head in my lap and did not hate me anymore. Just before sunrise, I went upstairs to my room, ready for bed hours earlier than usual, and Orson came with me. Most of the time, when he chooses to sleep to my schedule, he curls near my feet, but on this occasion, he lay on his side with his back to me, and until he slept, I stroked his burly head and smoothed his fine black coat. I myself slept not at all that day. I lay thinking about the hot summer morning beyond the blinded windows, the sky like an inverted blue porcelain bowl, with birds in flight around its rim. Birds of the day, which I had only seen in pictures, and bees and butterflies, and shadows ink-pure and knife-sharp at the edges, as they can never be in the night. Sweet sleep couldn't pour into me, because I was filled to the brim with bitter yearning. Now, nearly 3 years later, as I opened the kitchen door and stepped onto the back porch, I hoped that Orson wasn't in a despondent mood. This night we had no time for therapy, either for him or for me. My bicycle was on the porch. I walked it down the steps and rolled it toward the busy dog. In the southwest corner of the yard, he had dug half a dozen holes of various diameters and depths, and I had to be careful not to twist an ankle in one of them. Across that quadrant of the lawn were scattered ragged clumps of uprooted grass and clods of earth torn loose by his claws. "Orson?" He did not respond. He didn't even pause in his frenzied digging. Giving him a wide berth to avoid the spray of dirt that fanned out behind his excavating forepaws, I went around the current hole to face him. "Hey, pal," I said. The dog kept his head down, his snout in the ground, sniffing inquisitively as he dug. The breeze had died, and the full moon hung like a child's lost balloon in the highest branches of the Melaleucas. Overhead nighthawks dived and soared and barrel-looped, crying peent, 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 as they harvested flying ants and early spring moths from the air. Watching Orson at work, I said, "Found any good bones lately?" He stopped digging, but still didn't acknowledge me. Urgently he sniffed the raw earth, the scent of which rose even to me. "Who let you out here?" Sasha might have brought him outside the toilet, but I was sure that she would have returned him to the house afterward. "Sasha?" I asked nevertheless. If Sasha were the one who had left him loose to wreak havoc on the landscaping, Orson was not going to rat on her. He wouldn't meet my eyes lest I read the truth in them. Abandoning the hole he had just dug, he returned to a previous pit, sniffed it, and set to work again, seeking communion with dogs in China. Maybe he knew that Dad was dead. Animals know things, as Sasha had noted earlier. Maybe this industrious digging was Orson's way of working off the nervous energy of grief. I lowered my bicycle to the grass and hunkered down in front of the burrowing fiend. I gripped his collar and gently forced him to pay attention to me. "What's wrong with you?" His eyes had in them the darkness of the ravaged soil, not the brighter, glimmering darkness of the starry sky. They were deep and unreadable. "I've got places to go, pal," I told him. "I want you to come with me." He whined and twisted his head to look at the devastation all around him, as though to say that he was loath to leave this great work unfinished. "Come morning, I'm going to stay at Sasha's place, and I don't want to leave you here alone." His ears pricked, although not at the mention of Sasha's name or at anything I had said. He wrenched his powerful body around in my grip to look toward the house. When I let go of his collar, he raced across the yard, but then stopped well short of the back porch. He stood at attention, head raised high, utterly still, alert. "What is it, fella?" I whispered. From a distance of 15 or 20 feet, even with the breeze dead and the night hushed, I could barely hear his low growl. On my way out of the house, I had dialed the switches all the way off, leaving lightless rooms behind me. Blackness still filled the place, and I could see no ghostly face pressed to any of the panes. Orson sensed someone, however, because he began to back away from the house. Suddenly, he spun around with the agility of a cat and raced toward me. I raised my bike off its side onto its wheels. Tail low but not tucked between his legs, ears flattened against his head, Orson shot past me to the back gate. Trusting in the reliability of canine senses, I joined the dog at the gate without delay. The property is surrounded by a silvered cedar fence as tall as I am, and the gate is cedar too. The gravity latch was cold under my fingers. Quietly I slipped it open and silently cursed the squeaking hinges. Beyond the gate is a hard-packed dirt footpath bordered by houses on one side and by a narrow grove of old red gum eucalyptuses on the other. As we pushed through the gate, I half expected someone to be waiting for us, but the path was deserted. To the south, beyond the eucalyptus grove, lies a golf course and then the Moonlight Bay Inn and Country Club. At this hour on a Friday night, viewed between the trunks of the tall trees, the golf course was as black and rolling as the sea, and the glittering amber windows of the distant inn were like the portals on a magnificent cruise ship forever bound for far Tahiti. To the left, the footpath led uphill toward the heart of town, ultimately terminating in the graveyard adjacent to St. Bernadette's, the Catholic church. To the right, it led downhill toward the flats, the harbor, and the Pacific. I shifted gears and cycled uphill toward the graveyard, with the eucalyptus perfume reminding me of the light at a crematorium window and of a beautiful young mother lying dead upon a mortician's gurney. But with good Orson trotting alongside my bike, and with the faint strains of dance music filtering across the golf course from the inn, and with a baby crying in one of our neighbors' houses to my left, but with the weight of the Glock pistol in my pocket, and with nighthawks overhead snapping insects in their sharp beaks, the living and the dead, all together in the trap of land and sky. Chapter 11. I wanted to talk to Angela Ferryman, because her message on my answering machine had seemed to promise revelations. I was in the mood for revelations. First, however, I had to call Sasha, who was waiting to hear about my father. I stopped in St. Bernadette Cemetery, one of my favorite places, a harbor of darkness in one of the more brightly lighted precincts of town. The trunks of 6 giant oaks rise like columns, supporting a ceiling formed by their interlocking crowns, and the quiet space below is laid out in aisles similar to those in any library. The gravestones are like rows of books, bearing the names of those who have been blotted from the pages of life, who may be forgotten elsewhere, but are remembered here. Orson wandered, though not far from me, sniffing the spoor of the squirrels that by day gathered acorns off the graves. He was not a hunter tracking prey, but a scholar satisfying his curiosity. From my belt, I unclipped my cellular phone, switched it on, and keyed in Sasha Goodall's mobile number. She answered on the second ring. "Dad's gone," I said, meaning more than she could know. Earlier, in anticipation of Dad's death, Sasha had expressed her sorrow. Now her voice tightened slightly with grief, so well controlled that only I could have heard it. Did Did he go easy at the end? No pain. Was he conscious? Yeah, we had a chance to say goodbye. Fear nothing, Sasha said. Life stinks. It's just the rules, I said. To get in the game, we have to agree to stop playing someday. It still stinks. Are you at the hospital? No, out and about, rambling, working off some energy. Where are you? In the Explorer, going to Pinky's Diner to grab breakfast and work on my notes for the show. She would be on the air in 3.5 hours. Or I could get takeout. We could go eat somewhere together. I'm not really hungry, I said truthfully. I'll see you later, though. When? You go home from work in the morning, I'll be there. I mean, if that's okay. That's perfect. Love you, Snowman. Love you, I replied. That's our little mantra. It's our truth. I pushed end on the keypad, switched off the phone, and clipped it to my belt again. When I cycled out of the cemetery, my four-legged companion followed, but somewhat reluctantly at first. His head was full of squirrel mysteries. I made my way to Angela Ferryman's house as far as possible by alleyways, where I was not likely to encounter much traffic, and on streets with widely spaced lampposts. When I had no choice but to pass under clusters of street lamps, I pedaled hard. Faithfully, Orson matched his pace to mine. He seemed happier than he had been earlier, now that he could trot at my side, blacker than any night shadow that I could cast. We encountered only 4 vehicles. Each time I squinted and looked away from the headlights. Angela lived on a high street in a charming Spanish bungalow that sheltered under magnolia trees not yet in bloom. No lights were on in the front rooms. An unlocked side gate admitted me to an arbor-covered passage. The walls and arched ceiling of the arbor were entwined with star jasmine. In summer, sprays of the tiny 5-petaled white flowers would be clustered so abundantly that the lattice would seem to be draped with multiple layers of lace. Even this early in the year, the hunter-green foliage was enlivened by those pinwheel-like blooms. While I breathed deeply of the jasmine fragrance, savoring it, Orson sneezed twice. I wheeled my bike out of the arbor and around to the back of the bungalow, where I leaned it against one of the redwood posts that supported the patio cover. Be vigilant, I told Orson. Be big. Be bad. He chuffed as though he understood his assignment. Maybe he did understand, no matter what Bobby Halloway and the rationality police would say. Beyond the kitchen windows and the translucent curtains was a slow pulse of candlelight. The door featured 4 small panes of glass. I rapped softly on one of them. Angela Ferryman drew aside the curtain. Her quick, nervous eyes pecked at me, and then at the patio beyond me to confirm that I had come alone. With a conspiratorial demeanor, she ushered me inside, locking the door behind us. She adjusted the curtain until she was convinced that no gap existed through which anyone could peer in at us. Though the kitchen was pleasantly warm, Angela was wearing not only a gray sweatsuit, but also a navy blue wool cardigan over the sweats. The cable-knit cardigan might have belonged to her late husband. It hung to her knees, and the shoulder seams were halfway to her elbows. The sleeves had been rolled so often that the resultant cuffs were as thick as great iron manacles. In this bulk of clothing, Angela appeared thinner and more diminutive than ever. Evidently she remained chilly. She was virtually colorless, shivering. She hugged me. As always, it was a fierce, sharp-boned, strong hug, though I sensed in her an uncharacteristic fatigue. She sat at the polished pine table and invited me to take the chair opposite hers. I took off my cap and considered removing my jacket as well. The kitchen was too warm. The pistol was in my pocket, however, and I was afraid it might fall out on the floor or knock against the chair as I pulled my arms from the coat sleeves. I didn't want to alarm Angela, and she was sure to be frightened by the gun. In the center of the table were 3 votive candles in little ruby-red glass containers. Arteries of shimmering red light crawled across the polished pine. A bottle of apricot brandy also stood on the table. Angela had provided me with a cordial glass, and I half-filled it. Her glass was full to the brim. This wasn't her first serving, either. She held the glass in both hands, as if taking warmth from it, and when she raised it with both hands to her lips, she looked more waif-like than ever. In spite of her gauntness, She could have passed for 35, nearly 15 years younger than her true age. At this moment, in fact, she seemed almost childlike. From the time I was a little girl, all I ever really wanted to be was a nurse. And you're the best, I said sincerely. She licked apricot brandy from her lips and stared into her glass. My mother had rheumatoid arthritis. It progressed more quickly than usual, so fast. By the time I was 6, she was in leg braces and using crutches. Shortly after my 12th birthday, she was bedridden. She died when I was 16. I could say nothing meaningful or helpful about that. No one could have. Any words, no matter how sincerely meant, would have tasted as false as vinegar is bitter. Sure enough, she had something important to tell me, but she needed time to marshal all the words into orderly ranks and march them across the table at me. Because whatever she had to tell me, it scared her. Her fear was visible, brittle in her bones and waxy in her skin. Slowly working her way to her true subject, she said, I liked to bring my mother things when she couldn't get them easily herself. A glass of iced tea, a sandwich, her medicine, a pillow for her chair, anything. Later it was a bedpan, and toward the end, fresh sheets when she was incontinent. I never minded that either. She always smiled at me when I brought her things, smoothed my hair with her poor, swollen hands. I couldn't heal her, or make it possible for her to run again or dance, couldn't relieve her pain or her fear, but I could attend her, make her comfortable, monitor her condition. And doing those things was more important to me than anything. The apricot brandy was too sweet to be called brandy, but not as sweet as I had expected. Indeed, it was potent. No amount of it could make me forget my parents, however, or Angela, her mother. All I ever wanted to be was a nurse, she repeated. And for a long time it was satisfying work. Scary and sad, too, when we lost a patient, but mostly rewarding. When she looked up from the brandy, her eyes were pried wide open by a memory. God, I was so scared when you had appendicitis. I thought I was going to lose my little Chris. I was 19, not too little. Honey, I've been your visiting nurse since you were diagnosed when you were a toddler. You'll always be a little boy to me. I smiled. I love you too, Angela. Sometimes I forget that the directness with which I express my best emotions is unusual, that it can startle people, and, as in this case, move them more deeply than I expect. Her eyes clouded with tears. To repress them, she bit her lip, but then she resorted to the apricot brandy. 9 years ago, I'd had one of those cases of appendicitis in which the symptoms do not manifest until the condition is acute. After breakfast, I suffered mild indigestion. Before lunch, I was vomiting, red-faced, and gushing sweat. Stomach pain twisted me into the curled posture of a shrimp in the boiling oil of a deep fryer. My life was put at risk because of the delay caused by the need for extraordinary preparations at Mercy Hospital. The surgeon was not, of course, amenable to the idea of cutting open my abdomen and conducting the procedure in a dark or even dimly lighted operating room. Yet protracted exposure to the bright lights of the surgery was certain to result in a severe burn to any skin not protected from the glare, risking melanoma, but also inhibiting the healing of the incision. Covering everything below the point of incision, from my groin to my toes, was easy. A triple layer of cotton sheeting pinned to prevent it from slipping aside. Additional sheeting was used to improvise complex tenting over my head and upper body, designed to protect me from the light, but also to allow the anesthesiologist to slip under from time to time, with a penlight, to take my blood pressure and my temperature, to adjust the gas mask, and to ensure that the electrodes from the electrocardiograph remained securely in place on my chest and wrists to permit continued monitoring of my heart. Their standard procedure required that my abdomen be draped, except for a window of exposed skin at the site of the surgery. But in my case, this rectangular window had to be reduced to the narrowest possible slit. With self-retaining retractors to keep the incision open and judicial use of tape to shield the skin to the very lip of the cut, they dared to slice me. My guts could take all the light that the doctors wanted to pour into them, but by the time they got that far, my appendix had burst. In spite of a meticulous cleanup, peritonitis ensued. An abscess developed and was swiftly followed by septic shock, requiring a second surgical procedure 2 days later. After I recovered from septic shock and was no longer in danger of imminent death, I lived for months with the expectation that what I had endured might trigger one of the neurological problems related to XP. Generally, these conditions develop after a burn or following long-term cumulative exposure to light, or for reasons not understood. But sometimes they apparently can be engendered by severe physical trauma or shock, tremors of the head or the hands, hearing loss, slurred speech, even mental impairment. I waited for the first signs of a progressive, irreversible neurological disorder, but they never came. William Dean Howells, the great poet, wrote that death is at the bottom of everyone's cup, but there is still some sweet tea in mine, and apricot brandy. After taking another thick sip from her cordial glass, Angela said, "All I ever wanted was to be a nurse, but look at me now." She wanted me to ask, and so I did. "What do you mean?" Gazing at captive flames through a curve of ruby glass, she said, "Nursing is about life. I'm about death now." I didn't know what she meant, but I waited. "I've done terrible things," she said. "Oh, I'm sure you haven't. I've seen others do terrible things, and I haven't tried to stop them. The guilt's the same." "Could you have stopped them if you'd tried?" She thought about that a while. "No," she said, but she looked no less troubled. "No one can carry the whole world on her shoulders." "Some of us better try," she said. I gave her time. The brandy was fine. She said, "If I'm going to tell you, it has to be now. I don't have much time. I'm becoming." "Becoming?" "I feel it. I don't know who I'll be a month from now, or 6 months. Someone I won't like to be. Someone who terrifies me." "I don't understand." "I know." "How can I help?" I asked. "No one can help. Not you, not me, not God." Having shifted her gaze from the votive candles to the golden liquid in her glass, she spoke quietly but fiercely. "We're screwing it up, Chris, like we always do. But this is bigger than we've ever screwed up before. Because of pride, arrogance, envy, we're losing it, all of it. Oh, God, we're losing it, and already there's no way to turn back, to undo what's been done." Although her voice was not slurred, I suspected that she had drunk more than one previous glass of apricot brandy. I tried to take comfort in the thought that drink had led her to exaggerate, that whatever looming catastrophe she perceived was not a hurricane, but only a squall magnified by mild inebriation. Nevertheless, she had succeeded in countering the warmth of the kitchen and the cordial. I no longer considered removing my jacket. "I can't stop them," she said, "but I can stop keeping secrets for them. You deserve to know what happened to your mom and dad, Chris, even if pain comes with the knowledge. Your life's been hard enough, plenty hard, without this too. Truth is, I don't believe my life has been especially hard. It has been different. If I were to rage against this difference and spend my nights yearning for so-called normalcy, then I would surely make life as hard as granite and break myself on it. By embracing difference, by choosing to thrive on it, I lead a life no harder than most others and easier than some." I didn't say a word of this to Angela. If she was motivated by pity to make these pending revelations, then I would compose my features into a mask of suffering and present myself as a figure of purest tragedy. I would be Macbeth. I would be Mad Lear. I would be Schwarzenegger in Terminator 2, doomed to the vat of molten steel. "You've got so many friends, but they're enemies you don't know about," Angela continued. "Dangerous bastards. And some of them are strange. They're becoming." That word again. Becoming. When I rubbed the back of my neck, I discovered that the spiders I felt were imaginary. She said, "If you're going to have a chance, any chance at all, you need to know the truth. I've been wondering where to begin, how to tell you. I think I should start with the monkey." "The monkey?" I echoed, certain I had not heard her correctly. "The monkey," she confirmed. In this context, the word had an inescapable comic quality, and I wondered again about Angela's sobriety. When at last she looked up from her glass, her eyes were desolate pools in which lay drowned some vital part of the Angela Ferryman whom I had known since childhood. Meeting her stare, its bleak, gray sheen, I felt the nape of my neck shrink, and I no longer found any comic potential whatsoever in the word monkey. Chapter 12. It was Christmas Eve 4 years ago, she said, about an hour after sunset. I was here in the kitchen baking cookies, using both ovens, chocolate chip in one, walnut oatmeal in the other. The radio was on, somebody like Johnny Mathis singing Silver Bells. I closed my eyes to try to picture the kitchen on that Christmas Eve, but also to have an excuse to shut out Angela's haunted stare. She said, Rod was due home any minute, and we both were off work the entire holiday weekend. Rod Ferryman had been her husband. Over 3.5 years ago, 6 months after the Christmas Eve of which Angela was speaking, Rod had committed suicide with a shotgun in the garage of this house. Friends and neighbors had been stunned, and Angela had been devastated. He was an outgoing man with a good sense of humor, easy to like, not depressive, with no apparent problems that could have driven him to take his own life. I decorated the Christmas tree earlier in the day, Angela said. We were going to have a candlelight dinner, open some wine, then watch It's a Wonderful Life. We love that movie. We had gifts to exchange, lots of little gifts. Christmas was our favorite time of year, and we were like kids about the gifts. She fell silent. When I dared to look, I saw that she had closed her eyes. Judging by her wrenched expression, her quicksilver memory had slipped from that Christmas night to the evening in the following June, when she found her husband's body in the garage. Candlelight flickered across her eyelids. In time, she opened her eyes, but for a while they remained fixed on a faraway sight. She sipped her brandy. I was happy, she said. The cookie smells, the Christmas music, and the florist had delivered a huge poinsettia from my sister Bonnie. It was there on the end of the counter, so red and cheerful. I felt wonderful, really wonderful. It was the last time I ever felt wonderful, and the last time I ever will. So, I was spooning cookie batter onto her baking sheet when I heard this sound behind me, an odd little chirrup, and something like a sigh, and when I turned, there was a monkey sitting right on this table. Good heavens! A rhesus monkey with these awful dark yellow eyes, not like their normal eyes. Strange. Rhesus? You recognize the species? I paid for nursing school by working as a lab assistant for a scientist at UCLA. The rhesus is one of the most commonly used animals in experiments. I saw a lot of them. And suddenly one of them is sitting right here. There was a bowl of fruit on the table, apples and tangerines. The monkey was peeling and eating one of the tangerines. Neat as you please, this big monkey placing the peelings in a tidy pile. Big? I asked. You're probably thinking of an organ grinder's monkey, one of those tiny, cute little things. Rhesuses aren't like that. How big? Probably 2 feet tall, maybe 25 pounds. Such a monkey would seem enormous when encountered, unexpected in the middle of a kitchen table. I said, you must have been pretty surprised. More than surprised. I was a little scared. I know how strong those buggers are for their size. Mostly they're peaceable, but once in a while you get one with a mean streak, and he's a real handful. Not the kind of monkey anyone would keep as a pet. God, no. Not anyone normal, at least not in my book. Well, I'll admit that rhesuses can be cute sometimes with their pale little faces and that ruff of fur, but this one wasn't cute. Clearly she could see it in her mind's eye. No, not this one. So where did it come from? Instead of answering, Angela stiffened in her chair and cocked her head, listening intently to the house. I couldn't hear anything out of the ordinary. Apparently neither did she. Yet when she spoke again, she did not relax. Her thin hands were locked claw-like on the cordial glass. I couldn't figure out how the thing got inside, into the house. December wasn't overly warm that year. No windows or doors were open. You didn't hear it enter the room? No, I was making noise with the cookie sheets, the mixing bowls, music on the radio. But the damn thing must have been sitting on the table a minute or two anyway, because by the time I realized it was there, it had eaten half the tangerine. Her gaze swept the kitchen, as though from the corner of her eye she had seen purposeful movement in the shadows at the periphery. After steadying her nerves with brandy once more, she said, "Disgusting! A monkey right on the kitchen table, of all places." Grimacing, she brushed one trembling hand across the polished pine, as though a few of the creature's hairs might still be clinging to the table 4 years after the incident. "What did you do?" I pressed. "I edged around the kitchen to the back door, opened it, hoping the monkey would run out. But it was enjoying the tangerine, feeling pretty comfortable where it was, I guessed. Yeah, it looked at the open door, then at me, and it actually seemed to laugh. This little tittering noise." "I swear I've seen dogs laugh now and then. Monkeys probably do, too." Angela shook her head. "Can't remember any of them laughing in the lab. Of course, considering what their lives were like, they didn't have much reason to be in high spirits." She looked up uneasily at the ceiling, on which 3 small overlapping rings of light quivered like the smoldering eyes of an apparition. Images of the trio of ruby-red glasses on the table. Encouraging her to continue, I said, "It wouldn't go outside." Instead of responding, she rose from her chair, stepped to the back door, and tested the deadbolt to be sure it was still engaged. "Angela?" Hushing me, she pulled aside the curtain to peer at the patio in the moonlit yard. Pulled it aside with trembling caution, and only an inch, as if she expected to discover a hideous face pressed to the far side of the pane, gazing in at her. My cordial glass was empty. I picked up the bottle, hesitated, and then put it down without pouring more. When Angela turned away from the door, she said, "It wasn't just a laugh, Chris. It was this frightening sound I could never adequately describe to you. It was an evil little cackle, a vicious edge to it. Oh, yes, I know what you're thinking. This was just an animal, just a monkey, so it couldn't be either good or evil. Maybe mean, but not vicious, because animals can be bad-tempered, sure, but not consciously malevolent. That's what you're thinking. But I'm telling you, this one was more than just mean. This laugh was the coldest sound I've ever heard. The coldest and the ugliest. And evil." "I'm still with you," I assured her. Instead of returning to her chair from the door, she moved to the kitchen sink. Every square inch of glass in the windows above the sink was covered by the curtains, but she plucked at those panels of yellow fabric to make doubly sure we were fully screened from spying eyes. Turning to stare at the table as though the monkey sat there even now, Angela said, "I got the broom, figuring I'd shoo the thing onto the floor and then toward the door. I mean, I didn't take a whack at it or anything, just brushed at it, you know?" "Sure." "But it wasn't intimidated," she said. "It exploded with rage. Threw down the half-eaten tangerine and grabbed the broom and tried to pull it away from me. When I wouldn't let go, it started to climb the broom straight toward my hands." "Jesus." "Nimble as anything, so fast, teeth bared and screeching, spitting, coming straight at me. So I let go of the broom, and the monkey fell to the floor with it, and I backed up until I bumped into the refrigerator." She bumped into the refrigerator again. The muffled clink of bottles came from the shelves within. "It was on the floor, right in front of me. It knocked the broom aside. Chris, it was so furious. Fury out of proportion to anything that had happened. I hadn't heard it, hadn't even touched it with the broom. But it wasn't going to take any crap from me." "You said rhesuses are basically peaceable." "Not this one. Lips skinned back from its teeth, screeching, running at me, then back, and then at me again, hopping up and down, tearing at the air, glaring at me so hatefully, pounding the floor with its fists." Both of her sweater sleeves had partly unrolled, and she drew her hands into them out of sight. This memory monkey was so vivid that apparently she half expected it to fling itself at her right here, right now, and bite off the tips of her fingers. "It was like a troll," she said, "a gremlin, some wicked thing out of a storybook. Those dark yellow eyes." I could almost see them myself, smoldering. And then suddenly it leaps up the cabinets, onto the counter near me, all in a wink. "It's right there," she pointed, "beside the refrigerator, inches from me, at eye level when I turn my head. It hisses at me, a mean hiss, and its breath smells like tangerines. That's how close we are. I knew—" She interrupted herself to listen to the house again. She turned her head to the left to look toward the open door, to the unlighted dining room. Her paranoia was contagious. And because of what had happened to me since sundown, I was vulnerable to the infection. Tensing in my chair, I cocked my head to allow any sinister sound to fall into the upturned cup of my ear. The 3 rings of reflected light shimmered soundlessly on the ceiling. The curtains hung silently at the windows. After a while, Angela said, "Its breath smelled like tangerines. It hissed and hissed. I knew it could kill me if it wanted. Kill me somehow, even though it was only a monkey and hardly a fourth my weight. When it had been on the floor, maybe I could have drop-kicked the little son of a bitch. But now it was right in my face." I had no difficulty imagining how frightened she had been. A seagull, protecting its nest on a seaside bluff, diving repeatedly out of the night sky with angry shrieks and a hard burr of wings, pecking at your head and snaring strands of hair, is a fraction the weight of the monkey that she described, but none the less terrifying. "I considered running for the open door," she said, "but I was afraid I would make it angrier. So I froze here, my back against the refrigerator, eye to eye with the hateful thing. After a while, when it was sure I was intimidated, it jumped off the counter, shot across the kitchen, pushed the back door shut, climbed quick onto the table again, and picked up the unfinished tangerine." I poured another shot of apricot brandy for myself after all. "So I reached for the handle of this drawer here beside the fridge," she continued. "There's a tray of knives in it." Keeping her attention on the table as she had that Christmas Eve, Angela skinned back the cardigan sleeve and reached blindly for the drawer again, to show me which one contained the knives. Without taking a step to the side, she had to lean and stretch. "I wasn't going to attack it. I just get something I could defend myself with." But before I could put my hand on anything, the monkey leaped to its feet on the table, screaming at me again. She groped for the drawer handle. "It snatches an apple out of the bowl and throws it at me," she said, "really wails it at me, hits me on the mouth, splits my lip." She crossed her arms over her face, as if she were even now under assault. I try to protect myself. The monkey throws another apple, then a third, and it's shrieking hard enough to crack crystal if there were any around. "Are you saying it knew what was in that drawer?" Lowering her arms from the defensive posture, she said, "It had some intuitive sense what was in there, yeah." "And you didn't try for the knife again?" She shook her head. "The monkey moved like lightning. Seemed like it could be off the table and all over me, even as I was pulling the drawer open, biting my hand before I could get a good grip on the handle of a knife. I didn't want to be bitten." "Even if it wasn't foaming at the mouth, it might have been rabid," I agreed. "Worse," she cried cryptically, rolling up the cuffs of the cardigan sleeves again. "Worse than rabies?" I asked. So I'm standing at the refrigerator, bleeding from the lips, scared, trying to figure what to do next. And Rod comes home from work, comes through the back door there, whistling, and walks right into the middle of this weirdness. But he doesn't do anything you might expect. He's surprised, but not surprised. He's surprised to see the monkey here, yeah, but not surprised by the monkey itself. Seeing it here, that's what rattles him. Do you understand what I'm saying? I think so. Rod, damn him, he knows this monkey. He doesn't say, "A monkey." He doesn't say, "Where the hell did a monkey come from?" He says, "Oh, Jesus." Just, "Oh, Jesus." It's cool that night. There's a threat of rain. He's wearing a trench coat, and he takes a pistol out of one of his coat pockets, as if he was expecting something like this. I mean, yeah, he's coming home from work, and he's in uniform, but he doesn't wear a sidearm at the office. This is peacetime. He's not in a war zone, for God's sake. He's stationed right outside Moonlight Bay, at a desk job, pushing papers and claiming he's bored, just putting on weight and waiting for retirement. But suddenly, he's got this pistol on him that I don't even know he's been carrying until I see it now. Colonel Roderick Ferryman, an officer in the United States Army, had been stationed at Fort Wyvern, which had long been one of the big economic engines that powered the entire county. The base had been closed 18 months ago and now stood abandoned. One of the many military facilities that, deemed superfluous, had been decommissioned following the end of the Cold War. Although I had known Angela, and to a far lesser extent her husband, since childhood, I had never known what exactly Colonel Ferryman did in the Army. Maybe Angela hadn't really known either, until he came home that Christmas Eve. Rod, he's holding the gun in his right hand, arm out straight and stiff, the muzzle trained square on the monkey, and he looks more scared than I am. He looks grim, lips tight, all the color is gone from his face, just gone. He looks like bone. He glances at me, sees my lips starting to swell and blood all over my chin, and he doesn't even ask about that. Looks right back at the monkey, afraid to take his eyes off it. The monkey's holding the last piece of tangerine, but not eating now. It's staring very hard at the gun. Rod says, "Angie, go to the phone. I'm going to give you a number to call." "Do you remember the number?" I asked. "Doesn't matter. It's not in service these days." I recognized the exchange because it was the same first 3 digits as his office number on the base. "He had you call Fort Wyvern." "Yes, but the guy who answers, he doesn't identify himself or say which office he's in. He just says hello, and I tell him Colonel Ferryman is calling. Then Rod reaches for the phone with his left hand, the pistol still in his right. He tells the guy, 'I just found the Reeses here at my house, in my kitchen.' He listens, keeping his eyes on the monkey, and then he says, 'Hell if I know, but it's here all right, and I need help to bag it.' And the monkey's just watching all this. When Rod hangs up the phone, the monkey raises its ugly little eyes from the gun, looks straight at him, a challenging and angry look, and then coughs out that damn sound, that awful little laugh that makes your skin crawl. Then it seems to lose interest in Rod and me and the gun. It eats the last segment of the tangerine and starts to peel another one. As I lifted the apricot brandy that I had poured but not yet touched, Angela returned to the table and picked up her half-empty glass. She surprised me by clinking her glass against mine. "What are we toasting?" I asked. "The end of the world. By fire or ice. Nothing that easy," she said. She was as serious as stone. Her eyes seemed to be the color of the brushed stainless steel drawer fronts in the cold holding room at Mercy Hospital. And her stare was too direct until, mercifully, she shifted it from me to the cordial glass in her hand. "When Rod hangs up the phone, he wants me to tell him what happened, so I do. He has 100 questions, and he keeps asking about my bleeding lip, about whether the monkey touched me, bit me, as if he can't quite believe the business with the apple. But he won't answer any of my questions. He just says, 'Angie, you don't want to know.' Of course I want to know, but I understand what he's telling me. Privileged information, military secrets. My husband had been involved in sensitive projects before, national security matters, but I thought that was behind him. He said he couldn't talk about this, not to me, not to anyone outside the office, not a word." Angela continued to stare at her brandy, but I sipped mine. It didn't taste as pleasing as it had before. In fact, this time I detected an underlying bitterness, which reminded me that apricot pits were a source of cyanide. Toasting the end of the world tends to focus the mind on the dark potential in all things, even in a humble fruit. Asserting my incorrigible optimism, I took another long sip and concentrated on tasting only the flavor that had pleased me previously. Angela said, Not 15 minutes passed before 3 guys respond to Rod's phone call. They must have driven in from Wyvern using an ambulance or something for cover, though there wasn't any siren. None of them are wearing uniforms either. 2 of them come around to the back, open the door, and step into the kitchen without knocking. The 3rd guy must have picked the lock on the front door and come in that way, quiet as a ghost, because he steps into the dining room doorway the same time as the other 2 come in the back. Rod's still got the pistol trained on the monkey, his arms shaking with fatigue, and all 3 of the others have tranquilizer dart guns. I thought of the quiet lamplit street out front, the charming architecture of this house, the pair of matched magnolia trees, the arbor hung with star jasmine. No one passing the place that night would have guessed at the strange drama playing out within these ordinary stucco walls. "The monkey seems like he's expecting them," Angela said. "Isn't concerned, doesn't try to get away. One of them shoots him with a dart. He bares his teeth and hisses, but doesn't even try to pluck the needle out. He drops what's left of the second tangerine, struggles hard to swallow the bite he has in his mouth, then just curls up on the table, sighs, goes to sleep. They leave with the monkey, and Rod goes with them, and I never see the monkey again. Rod doesn't come back until 3 o'clock in the morning, until Christmas Eve is over, and we never do exchange gifts until late Christmas Day. And by then we're in hell, and nothing's ever going to be the same. No way out, and I know it." Finally, she tossed back her remaining brandy and put the glass down on the table so hard it sounded like a gunshot. Until this moment, she had exhibited only fear and melancholy, both as deep as cancer in the bone. Now came anger from a still deeper source. I had to let them take their goddamn blood samples the day after Christmas. Who? The project at Wyvern. Project? And once a month ever since. Their sample. Like my body isn't mine. Like I've got to pay a rent in blood just to be allowed to go on living in it. Wyvern has been closed 1.5 years. Not all of it. Some things don't die. Can't die. No matter how much we wish them dead. Although she was thin almost to the point of gauntness, Angela had always been pretty in her way. Porcelain skin, a graceful brow, high cheekbones, sculpted nose, a generous mouth that balanced the otherwise vertical lines of her face and paid out a wealth of smiles. These qualities, combined with her selfless heart, made her lovely in spite of the fact that her skull was too near the skin, her skeleton too ill-concealed beneath the illusion of immortality that the flesh provides. Now, however, her face was hard and cold and ugly, fiercely sharpened at every edge by the grinding wheel of anger. "If I ever refuse to give them the monthly sample, they'll kill me. I'm sure of that. Or lock me away in some secret hospital out there where they can keep a closer watch on me." "What's the sample for? What are they afraid of?" She seemed about to tell me, but she pressed her lips together. "Angela, I gave a sample every month myself for Dr. Cleveland, and often Angela drew it. In my case, it was for an experimental procedure that might detect early indications of skin and eye cancers from subtle changes in blood chemistry. Although giving the samples was painless and for my own good, I resented the invasion, and I could imagine how deeply I would resent it if it were compulsory rather than voluntary." She said, "Maybe I shouldn't tell you, even though you need to know, to defend yourself. Telling you all of it is like lighting a fuse. Sooner or later, your whole world blows up." Was the monkey carrying a disease? Oh, I wish it were a disease. Wouldn't that be nice? Maybe I'd be cured by now. Or dead. Dead would be better than what's coming. She snatched up her empty cordial glass, made a fist around it, and for a moment I thought she would hurl it across the room. "The monkey never bit me," she insisted. "Never clawed me, never even touched me, for God's sake. But they won't believe me. I'm not sure even Rod believed me. They won't take any chances. They made me... Rod made me submit to sterilization." Tears stood in her eyes, unshed but shimmering like the votive light in the red glass candle holders. "I was 45 years old then," she said, "and I'd I'd never had a child because I was already sterile. We'd tried so hard to have a baby. Fertility doctors, hormone therapy, everything. And nothing worked. Oppressed by the suffering in Angela's voice, I was barely able to remain in my chair, looking passively up at her. I had the urge to stand, to put my arms around her, to be the nurse this time. With a tremor of rage in her voice, she said, "And still the bastards made me have the surgery. Permanent surgery. Didn't just tie my tubes, but removed my ovaries. Cut out all hope." Her voice almost broke, but she was strong. I was 45, and I'd given up hope anyway, or pretended to give it up. But to have it cut out of me, the humiliation of it, the hopelessness. They wouldn't even tell me why. Rod took me out to the base the day after Christmas, supposedly for an interview about the monkey, about its behavior. He wouldn't elaborate, very mysterious. He took me into this place out there that even most people on the base didn't know existed. They sedated me against my will, performed the surgery without my permission. When it was all over, the sons of bitches wouldn't even tell me why. I pushed my chair away from the table and got to my feet. My shoulders ached and my legs felt weak. I hadn't been expecting to hear a story of this weight. Although I wanted to comfort her, I didn't attempt to approach Angela. The cordial glass was still sealed in the hard shell of her fist. Grinding anger had sharpened her once pretty face into a collection of knives. I didn't think she would want me to touch her just then. Instead, after standing awkwardly at the table for seconds that were interminable, not sure what to do, I went at last to the back door and double-checked the deadbolt to confirm that it was engaged. "I know Rod loved me," she said, although the anger in her voice didn't soften. "It broke his heart. Just broke him entirely to do what he had to do. Broke his heart to cooperate with them, tricking me into surgery. He was never the same after that." I turned and saw that her fist was cocked. The blades of her face were polished by candlelight. And if his superiors had understood how close Rod and I had always been, they would have known he couldn't go on keeping secrets from me. Not when I'd suffered so much for them. "Eventually he told you all of it, I guessed." "Yes, and I forgave him. Truly forgave him for what had been done to me. But he was still in despair. There was nothing I could do to nurse him out of it. So deep in despair, and so scared." Now her anger was veined with pity and with sorrow. So scared he had no joy in anything anymore. Finally, he killed himself. And when he was dead, there was nothing left to cut out of me. She lowered her fist. She opened it. She stared at the cordial glass, and then carefully set it on the table. "Angela, what was wrong with the monkey?" I asked. She didn't reply. Images of candle flames danced in her eyes. Her solemn face was like a stone shrine to a dead goddess. I repeated the question. What was wrong with the monkey? When at last Angela spoke, her voice was hardly louder than a whisper. "It wasn't a monkey." I knew that I had heard her correctly, yet her words made no sense. "Not a monkey, but you said..." "It appeared to be a monkey." "Appeared?" "And it was a monkey, of course." Lost, I said nothing. "Was and wasn't," she whispered, "and that's what was wrong with it." She did not seem entirely rational. I began to wonder if her fantastic story had been more fantasy than truth, and if she knew the difference. Turning away from the votive candles, she met my eyes. She was not ugly anymore, but she wasn't pretty again either. Hers was a face of ashes and shadows. Maybe I shouldn't have called you. I was emotional about your dad dying. I wasn't thinking clearly. You said I need to know, to defend myself. She nodded. You do. That's right. You need to know. You're hanging by such a thin thread. You need to know who hates you. I held out my hand to her, but she didn't take it. Angela, I pleaded, I want to know what really happened to my parents. They're dead. They're gone. I love them, Chris, love them as friends, but they're gone. I still need to know. If you're thinking that somebody has to pay for their deaths, then you have to realize that nobody ever will. Not in your lifetime, not in anyone's. No matter how much of the truth you learn, no one will be made to pay, no matter what you try to do. I found that I had drawn my hand back, and had curled it into a fist on the table. After a silence, I said, We'll see. I've quit my job at Mercy this evening. Revealing this sad news, she appeared to shrink, until she resembled a child in adult clothing, once more the girl who had brought iced tea, medicine, and pillows to her disabled mother. I'm not a nurse anymore. What will you do? She didn't answer. It was all you ever wanted to be, I reminded her. Doesn't seem any point to it now. Bandaging wounds in a war is vital work. Bandaging wounds in the middle of Armageddon is foolish. Besides, I'm becoming. Don't you see? In fact, I didn't see. I'm becoming another me, another Angela, someone I don't want to be, something I don't dare think about. I still didn't know what to make of her apocalyptic talk. Was it a rational response to the secrets of Wyvern, or the result of the personal despair arising from the loss of her husband? She said, If you insist on knowing about this, then once you know, there's nothing to do but sit back, drink what pleases you most, and watch it all end. I insist anyway. Then I guess it's time for show and tell, Angela said with evident ambivalence. But, oh, Chris, it's going to break your heart. Sadness elongated her features. I think you need to know, but it's going to break your heart. When she turned from me and crossed the kitchen, I began to follow her. She stopped me. I'll have to turn some lights on to get what I need. You better wait here, and I'll bring everything back. I watched her navigate the dark dining room. In the living room, she switched on a single lamp, and from there she moved out of sight. Restlessly, I circled this room to which I had been confined, my mind spinning as I prowled. The monkey was and was not a monkey, and its wrongness lay in this simultaneous wasness and notness. This would seem to make sense only in a Lewis Carroll world, with Alice at the bottom of a magical rabbit hole. At the back door, I tried the deadbolt again. Locked. I drew the curtain aside and surveyed the night. I could not see Orson. Trees were stirring. The wind had returned. Moonlight was on the move. Apparently new weather was coming in from the Pacific. As the wind flung tattered clouds across the face of the moon, a silvery radiance appeared to ripple across the nightscape. In fact, what traveled were the dappling shadows of the clouds, and the movement of the light was but an illusion. Nevertheless, the backyard was transformed into a winter stream, and the light purled like water moving under ice. From elsewhere in the house came a brief, wordless cry. It was as thin and forlorn as Angela herself. Chapter 13. The cry was so short-lived and so hollow that it might have been no more real than the movement of the moonlight across the backyard, merely a ghost of sound haunting a room in my mind. Like the monkey, it possessed both the quality of wasness and notness. As the door curtain slipped through my fingers and fell silently across the glass, however, a muffled thump sounded elsewhere in the house and shuddered through the walls. The second cry was briefer and thinner than the first, but it was unmistakably a bleat of pain and terror. Maybe she had merely fallen off a step stool and sprained her ankle. Maybe I had heard only wind and birds in the eaves. Maybe the moon is made of cheese, and the sky is a chocolate nonpareil with sugar stars. I called loudly to Angela. She didn't answer. The house was not so large that she could have failed to hear me. Her silence was ominous. Cursing under my breath, I drew the Glock from my jacket pocket. I held it in the candlelight, searching desperately for safeties. I found only one switch that might be what I wanted. When I pressed it down, an intense beam of red light shot out of a smaller hole below the muzzle and painted a bright dot on the refrigerator door. My dad, wanting a weapon that was user-friendly even to gentle professors of literature, had paid extra for laser sighting. Good man. I didn't know much about handguns, but I knew some models of pistols featured safe action systems with only internal safety devices that disengaged as the trigger was pulled and, after firing, engaged again. Maybe this was one of those weapons. If not, then I would either find myself unable to get off a shot when confronted by an assailant, or, fumbling in panic, would shoot myself in the foot. Although I wasn't trained for this work, there was no one but me to do the job. Admittedly, I thought about getting out of there, climbing on my bike, riding to safety, and placing an anonymous emergency call to the police. Thereafter, however, I would never be able to look at myself in a mirror, or even meet Orson's eyes. I didn't like the way my hands were shaking, but I sure as hell couldn't pause for deep breathing exercises or meditation. As I crossed the kitchen to the open door at the dining room, I considered returning the pistol to my pocket and taking a knife from the cutlery drawer. Telling the story of the monkey, Angela had shown me where the blades were kept. Reason prevailed. I was no more practiced with knives than I was expert with firearms. Besides, using a knife, slashing and gouging at another human being, seemed to require a ruthlessness greater than that needed to pull a trigger. I figured I could do whatever was necessary if my life or Angela's was on the line, but I couldn't rule out the possibility that I was better suited to the comparatively dry business of shooting than to the up-close and personal wet work of evisceration. In a desperate confrontation, a flinch might be fatal. As a 13-year-old boy, I had been able to look into the crematorium. Yet all these years later, I still wasn't ready to watch the Grimmer show in an embalming chamber. Swiftly crossing the dining room, I called out to Angela once more. Again, she failed to respond. I wouldn't call her a third time. If indeed an intruder was in the house, I would only be revealing my position each time I shouted Angela's name. In the living room, I didn't pause to switch off the lamp, but I stepped wide of it and averted my face. Squinting in the stinging rain of foyer light, I glanced through the open door to the study. No one was in there. The powder room door was ajar. I pushed it all the way open. I didn't need to turn on a light to see that no one was in there either. Feeling naked without my cap, which I had left on the kitchen table, I switched off the ceiling fixture in the foyer. Blessed gloom fell. I peered up at the landing where the shadowy stairs turned back and disappeared overhead. As far as I could tell, no lights were lit on the upper floor, which was fine with me. My dark-adapted eyes were my biggest advantage. The cellular phone was clipped to my belt. As I started up the stairs, I considered calling the police. After my failure to keep our appointment earlier in the evening, however, Louis Stevenson might be looking for me. If so, then the chief himself would answer this call. Maybe the bald man with the earring would come along for the ride. Manuel Ramirez couldn't assist me himself, because he was the duty officer this evening, restricted to the station. I didn't feel safe asking any other officer. As far as I knew, Chief Stevenson might not be the only compromised cop in Moonlight Bay. Perhaps every member of the force, except Manuel, was involved in this conspiracy. In fact, in spite of our friendship, I couldn't trust Manuel either, not until I knew a lot more about this situation. Climbing the stairs, I gripped the Glock with both hands, ready to press the laser sighting switch if someone moved. I kept reminding myself that playing hero meant trying not to shoot Angela by mistake. I turned at the landing and saw that the upper flight was darker than the lower. No ambient light from the living room reached this high. I ascended quickly and silently. My heart was doing more than idling. It was revving nicely, but I was surprised that it wasn't racing. Only yesterday, I could not have imagined that I would be able to adapt so rapidly to the prospect of imminent violence. I was even beginning to recognize within myself a disconcerting enthusiasm for danger. 4 doors opened off the upstairs hall. 3 were closed. The 4th, the door farthest from the stairs, was ajar, and from the room beyond came a soft light. I disliked passing the 3 closed rooms without confirming that they were deserted. I would be leaving my back vulnerable. Given my XP, however, and especially considering how quickly my eyes would sting in water when exposed to very bright light, I'd be able to search those spaces only with the pistol in my right hand and the penlight in my left. This would be awkward, time-consuming, and dangerous. Each time I stepped into a room, no matter how low I crouched and how fast I moved, the penlight would instantly pinpoint my location for any would-be assailant before I found him with the narrow beam. My best hope was to play to my strengths, which meant using the darkness, blending with the shadows. Moving sideways along the hall, keeping a watch in both directions, I made no sound, and neither did anyone else in the house. The second door on the left was open only a crack, and the narrow wedge of light revealed little of the room beyond. Using the gun barrel, I pushed the door inward. The master bedroom. Cozy. The bed was neatly made. A gaily colored Afghan draped one arm of an easy-chair, and on the footstool waited a folded newspaper. On the bureau, a collection of antique perfume bottles sparkled. One of the nightstand lamps was aglow. The bulb was not strong, and the pleated fabric shade screened most of the rays. Angela was nowhere to be seen. A closet door stood open. Perhaps Angela had come upstairs to fetch something from there. I couldn't see anything but hanging clothes and shoe boxes. The door to the adjacent bathroom was ajar, and the bathroom was dark. To anyone in there looking out, I was a well-lit target. I approached the bathroom as obliquely as possible, aiming the Glock at the black gap between the door and the jamb. When I pushed on the door, it opened without resistance. The smell stopped me from crossing the threshold. Because the glow of the nightstand lamp didn't illuminate much of the space before me, I fished the penlight from my pocket. The beam glistered across a red pool on a white tile floor. The walls were sprayed with arterial gouts. Angela Ferryman was slumped on the floor, head bent backward over the rim of the toilet bowl. Her eyes were as wide, pale, and flat as those of a dead seagull that I had once found on the beach. At a glance, I thought her throat appeared to have been slashed repeatedly with a half-sharp knife. I couldn't bear to look at her too closely, or for too long. The smell was not merely blood. Dying, she had fouled herself. A draught bathed me in the stench. A casement window was cranked all the way open. It wasn't a typically small bathroom window, but large enough to have provided escape for the killer, who must have been liberally splashed with his victim's blood. Perhaps Angela had left the window open. If there was a first-story porch roof under it, the killer could have entered as well as exited by this route. Orson had not barked, but then this window was toward the front of the house, and the dog was at the back. Angela's hands were at her sides, almost lost in the sleeves of the cardigan. She looked so innocent. She looked 12. All her life she had given of herself to others. Now someone, unimpressed by her selfless giving, had cruelly taken all that was left. Anguished, shaking uncontrollably, I turned away from the bathroom. I hadn't approached Angela with questions. I hadn't brought her to this hideous end. She had called me, and although she had used her car phone, someone had known that she needed to be silenced permanently and quickly. Maybe these faceless conspirators decided that her despair made her dangerous. She had quit her job at the hospital. She felt that she had no reason to live, and she was terrified of becoming, whatever that meant. She was a woman with nothing to lose, beyond their control. They would have killed her even if I had not responded to her call. Nevertheless, I was awash in guilt, drowning in cold currents, robbed of breath, and I stood gasping. Nausea followed those currents, rippling like a fat, slippery eel through my gut, swimming up my throat and almost surging into my mouth. I choked it down. I needed to get out of here, yet I couldn't move. I was half-crushed under a weight of terror and guilt. My right arm hung at my side, pulled as straight as a plumb line by the weight of the gun. The penlight, clutched in my left hand, stitched jagged patterns on the wall. I could not think clearly. My thoughts rolled thickly, like tangled masses of seaweed in a sludge tide. On the nearer nightstand, the telephone rang. I kept my distance from it. I had the queer feeling that this caller was the deep breather who had left the message on my answering machine, that he would try to steal some vital aspect of me with his bloodhound inhalations, as if my very soul could be vacuumed out of me and drawn away across the open telephone line. I didn't want to hear his low, eerie, tuneless humming. When at last the phone fell silent, my head had been somewhat cleared by the strident ringing. I clicked off the penlight, returned it to my pocket, raised the big pistol from my side, and realized that someone had switched on the light in the upstairs hall. Because of the open window and the blood smeared on the frame, I had assumed I was alone in the house with Angela's body. I was wrong. An intruder was still present, waiting between me and the stairs. The killer couldn't have slipped out of the master bath by way of the bedroom. A messy trail of blood would have marked his passage across the cream-colored carpet. Yet why would he have escaped from the upstairs, only to return immediately through a ground-floor door or window? If, after fleeing, he had changed his mind about leaving a potential witness and had decided to come back to get me, he wouldn't have turned on the light to announce his presence. He would have preferred to take me by surprise. Cautiously, squinting against the glare, I stepped into the hallway. It was deserted. The 3 doors that had been closed when I had first come upstairs were now standing wide open. The rooms beyond them were forbiddingly bright. Chapter 14. Like blood out of a wound, silence welled from the bottom of the house into this upstairs hall. Then a sound rose, but it came from outside, the keening of the wind under the eaves. A strange game seemed to be underway. I didn't know the rules. I didn't know the identity of my adversary. I was screwed. Flicking a wall switch, I brought forth a soothing flow of shadows to the hall, which made the lights in the 3 open rooms seem brighter by comparison. I wanted to run for the stairs, get down, out, away. But I didn't dare leave unexplored rooms at my back this time. I'd end up like Angela, throat slashed from behind. My best chance of staying alive was to remain calm, think, approach each door with caution, inch my way out of the house, make sure my back was protected every step of the way. I squinted less, listened more, heard nothing, and moved to the doorway opposite the master bedroom. I didn't cross the threshold, but remained in the shadows, using my left hand as a visor to shade my eyes from the harsh overhead light before me. This might have been a son's or daughter's room, if Angela had been able to have children. Instead, it contained a tool cabinet with many drawers, a bar stool with a back, and 2 high work tables placed to form an L. Here she spent time at her hobby, doll making. A quick glance along the hallway. Still alone. Keep moving. Don't be an easy target. I pushed the hobby room door all the way open. No one was hiding behind it. I stepped briefly into the brightly lighted room, staying sideways to the hall to cover both spaces. Angela was a fine doll maker, as proved by the 30 dolls on the shelves of an open display cabinet at the far end of the hobby room. Her creations were attired in richly imagined, painstakingly realized costumes that Angela herself had sewn. Cowboy and cowgirl outfits, sailor suits, party dresses with petticoats. The wonder of the dolls, however, was their faces. She sculpted each head with patience and real talent, and she fired it in a kiln in the garage. Some were matte-finished bisque, others were glazed. All were hand-painted with such attention to detail that their faces looked real. Over the years, Angela had sold some of her dolls and had given many away. These remaining were evidently her favorites, with which she had been most reluctant to part. Even under the circumstances, alert for the approach of a psychopath with a half-sharp knife, I saw that each face was unique, as though Angela wasn't merely making dolls, but was lovingly imagining the possible faces of the children whom she had never carried in her womb. I switched off the ceiling fixture, leaving only a work-table lamp. In the sudden swelling of shadows, the dolls appeared to shift on the shelves, as if preparing to leap to the floor. Their painted eyes, some bright with points of reflected light, and some with a fixed inky glare, seemed watchful and intent. I had the heebie-jeebies. Big time. The dolls were only dolls. They were no threat to me. Back into the corridor, sweeping the Glock left, right, left again. No one. Next along this side of the hall was a bathroom. Even with my eyes narrowed to slits to filter out the dazzle of porcelain and glass and mirrors and yellow ceramic tile, I could see into every corner. No one was waiting there. As I reached inside to switch off the bathroom lights, a noise rose behind me. Back toward the master bedroom, a quick rapping like knuckles on wood. From the corner of my eye, I saw movement. I spun toward the sound, bringing up the Glock in a two-hand grip again, as if I knew what the hell I was doing, imitating Willis and Stallone and Schwarzenegger and Eastwood and Cage from 100 jump, run, shoot, chase movies, as if I actually believed that they knew what the hell they were doing. I expected to see a hulking figure, demented eyes, an upraised arm, an arcing knife, but I was still alone in the hallway. The movement I'd seen was the master bedroom door being pushed shut from the inside. In the diminishing wedge of light between the moving door and the jamb, a twisted shadow loomed, writhed, shrank. The door fell shut with a solid sound, like the closing of a bank vault. That room had been deserted when I left it, and no one had come past me since I'd stepped into the hallway. Only the murderer could be in there, and only if he'd returned through the bathroom window from a porch roof where he'd been when I'd discovered Angela's body. If the killer was already in the master bedroom again, however, he couldn't also have slipped behind me moments earlier to turn on the second-floor lights. So there were two intruders. I was caught between them. Go forward or back? Lousy choice. Deep shit either way, and me without rubber boots. They would expect me to run for the stairs, but it was safer to do the unexpected, so without hesitation, I rushed to the master bedroom door. I didn't bother with the knob, kicked hard, sprung the latch, and pushed inside with the Glock in front of me, ready to squeeze off 4 or 5 shots at anything that moved. I was alone. The nightstand lamp was still lit. No bloody footprint stained the carpet, so no one could have re-entered the splattered bathroom from outside, and then returned here by that route to close the hall door. I checked the bathroom anyway. I left the penlight in my pocket this time, relying on an influx of faint light from the bedroom lamp, because I didn't need or want to see all the vivid details again. The casement window remained open. The smell was as repulsive as it had been 2 minutes ago. The shape slumped against the toilet was Angela. Although she was mercifully veiled in gloom, I could see her mouth gaping as though in amazement, her wide eyes unblinking. I turned away and glanced nervously at the open door to the hall. No one had followed me in here. Baffled, I retreated to the middle of the bedroom. The draft from the bathroom window was not strong enough to have blown the bedroom door shut. Besides, no draft had cast the twisted shadow that I had glimpsed. Although the space under the bed might have been large enough to hide a man, he would have been uncomfortably compressed between the floor and the box springs, with frame slats banding his back. Anyway, no one could have squirmed into that hiding place before I'd kicked my way into the room. I could see through the open door to the walk-in closet, which obviously did not harbor an intruder. I took a closer look anyway. The penlight revealed an attic access in the closet ceiling. Even if a fold-down ladder was fitted to the back of that trap door, no one could have been spider-quick enough to climb into the attic and pull the ladder after himself in the 2 or 3 seconds that I had taken to burst in from the hallway. 2 draped windows flanked the bed. Both proved to be locked from the inside. He hadn't gone out that way, but maybe I could. I wanted to avoid returning to the hall. Keeping the bedroom door in view, I tried to open a window. It was painted shut. These were French windows with thick mullions, so I couldn't just break a pane and climb out. My back was to the bathroom. Suddenly I felt as though spiders were twitching through the hollows of my spine. In my mind's eye, I saw Angela behind me, not lying by the toilet any longer, but risen, red and dripping, eyes as bright and flat as silver coins. I expected to hear the wound bubbling in her throat as she tried to speak. When I turned, tingling with dread, she was not behind me. But the hot breath of relief that erupted from me proved how seriously I'd been gripped by this fantastic expectation. I was still gripped by it. I expected to hear her thrash to her feet in the bathroom. Already my anguish over her death had been supplanted by fear for my own life. Angela was no longer a person to me. She was a thing, death itself, a monster, a fist-in-the-face reminder that we all perish and rot and turn to dust. I'm ashamed to say that I hated her a little, because I'd felt obliged to come upstairs to help her. Hated her for having put me in this vice. Hated myself for hating her, my loving nurse. Hated her for making me hate myself. Sometimes there is no darker place than our own thoughts, the moonless midnight of the mind. My hands were clammy. The butt of the pistol was slick with cold perspiration. I stopped chasing ghosts and reluctantly returned to the upstairs hallway. A doll was waiting for me. This was one of the largest from Angela's hobby room shelves, nearly 2 feet high. It sat on the floor, legs splayed, facing me in the light that came through the open door from the only room that I hadn't yet explored, the one opposite the hall bath. Its arms were outstretched, and something hung across both its hands. This was not good. I know not good when I see it, and this was fully, totally, radically not good. In the movies, a development like the appearance of this doll was inevitably followed by the dramatic entrance of a really big guy with a bad attitude. A really big guy wearing a cool hockey mask, or a hood. He'd be carrying an even cooler chainsaw, or a compressed air nail gun, or, in an unplugged mood, an axe big enough to decapitate a T-Rex. I glanced into the hobby room, which was still half illuminated by the work table lamp. No intruder lurked there. Move to the hall bathroom. It was still deserted. I needed to use the facilities. Not a convenient time. Move. Now to the doll, which was dressed in black sneakers, black jeans, and a black T-shirt. The object in its hands was a navy blue cap, with 2 words embroidered in ruby red thread above the bill. Mystery Train. For a moment I thought it was a cap like mine. Then I saw that it was my own, which I had left downstairs on the kitchen table. Between glances at the head of the stairs and at the open door to the only room that I hadn't searched, expecting trouble from one source or the other, I plucked the cap from the small china hands. I pulled it on my head. In the right light and circumstances, any doll can have an eerie or evil aspect. This was different, because not a single feature in this bisque face struck me as malevolent, yet the skin on the back of my neck craped like Halloween party bunting. What spooked me was not any strangeness about the doll, but an uncanny familiarity. It had my face. It had been modeled after me. I was simultaneously touched and creeped out. Angela had cared for me enough to sculpt my features meticulously, to memorialize me lovingly in one of her creations, and keep it upon her shelves of favorites. Yet unexpectedly coming upon such an image of oneself wakes primitive fears, as if I might touch this fetish and instantly find my mind and soul trapped within it, while some malignant spirit, previously immobilized in the doll, came forth to establish itself in my flesh. Gleeful at its release, it would lurch into the night to crack virgin skulls and eat the hearts of babies in my name. In ordinary times, if such times exist, I am entertained by an unusually vivid imagination. Bobby Holloway calls it, with some mockery, the 300-ring circus of your mind. This is no doubt a quality I inherited from my mother and father, who were intelligent enough to know that little could be known, inquisitive enough never to stop learning, and perceptive enough to understand that all things and all events contain infinite possibilities. When I was a child, they read to me the verses of A. A. Milne and Beatrix Potter, but also, certain that I was precocious, Donald Justice and Wallace Stevens. Thereafter, my imagination has always churned with images from lines of verse, from Timothy Tim's 10 pink toes to fireflies twitching in the blood. In extraordinary times, such as this night of stolen cadavers, I am too imaginative for my own good, and in the 300-ring circus of my mind, all the tigers wait to kill their trainers, and all the clowns hide butcher knives and evil hearts under their baggy clothes. Move. One more room. Check it out. Protect my back. Then straight down the stairs. Superstitiously avoiding contact with the doppelganger doll, stepping wide of it, I went to the open door of the room opposite the hall bath, a guest bedroom, simply furnished. Tucking my capped head down and squinting against the glare from the ceiling fixture, I saw no intruder. The bed had side rails and a footboard behind which the spread was tucked, so the space under it was revealed. Instead of a closet, there were a long walnut bureau with banks of drawers and a massive armoire with a pair of side-by-side drawers below and 2 tall doors above. The space behind the armoire doors was large enough to conceal a grown man with or without a chainsaw. Another doll awaited me. This one was sitting in the center of the bed, arms outstretched like the arms of the Christopher Snow doll behind me, but in the shrouding brightness, I couldn't tell what it held in its pink hands. I switched off the ceiling light. One nightstand lamp remained lit to guide me. I backed into the guest room, prepared to respond with gunfire to anyone who appeared in the hall. The armoire hulked at the edge of my vision. If the doors began to swing open, I wouldn't even need the laser sighting to chop holes in them with a few 9mm rounds. I bumped into the bed and turned from both the hall door and the armoire long enough to check out the doll. In each upturned hand was an eye. Not a hand-painted eye. Not a glass button eye taken from the doll-maker's supply cabinet. A human eye. The armoire doors hung unmoving on piano hinges. Nothing but time moved in the hall. I was as still as ashes in an urn, but life continued within me. My heart raced as it had never raced before, no longer merely revving nicely, but spinning with panic in its squirrel cage of ribs. Once more I looked at the offering of eyes that filled those small china hands, bloodshot brown eyes, milky and moist, startling and startled in their lidless nakedness. I knew that one of the last things ever seen through them was a white van pulling to a stop in response to an upturned thumb, and then a man with a shaven head and 1 pearl earring. Yet I was sure that I wasn't dealing with that same bald man here, now, in Angela's house. This game-playing wasn't his style, this taunting, this hide-and-seek. Quick, vicious, violent action was more to his taste. Instead, I felt as though I had stumbled into a sanitarium for sociopathic youth, where psychotic children had savagely overthrown their keepers, and giddy with freedom were now at play. I could almost hear their hidden laughter in other rooms, macabre, silvery giggles stifled behind small, cold hands. I refused to open the armoire. I had come up here to help Angela, but there was no helping her now or ever. All I wanted was to get downstairs, outside, onto my bicycle, and away. As I started toward the door, the lights went out. Someone had thrown a breaker in a junction box. This darkness was so bottomless that it didn't welcome even me. The windows were heavily draped, and the milk pitcher moon couldn't find gaps through which to pour itself. All was blackness on blackness. Blindly I rushed toward the door. Then I angled to one side of it, when I was overcome by the conviction that someone was in the hall, and that I would encounter the thrust of a sharp blade at the threshold. I stood with my back to the bedroom wall, listening. I held my breath, but was unable to quiet my heart, which clattered like horses' hooves on cobblestones, a runaway parade of horses, and I felt betrayed by my own body. Nevertheless, over the thundering stampede of my heart, I heard the creak of the piano hinges. The armoire doors were coming open. Jesus. It was a prayer, not a curse. Or maybe both. Holding the Glock in a two-hand grip again, I aimed toward where I thought the big armoire stood. Then I reconsidered and swung the muzzle 3 inches to the left, only to swing it immediately back to the right. I was disoriented in the absolute blackness. Although I was certain that I would hit the armoire, I couldn't be sure that I would put the round straight through the center of the space above the 2 drawers. The first shot had to count, because the muzzle flash would give away my position. I couldn't risk pumping out rounds indiscriminately. Although a spray of bullets would probably waste the bastard, whoever he might be, there was a chance that I would only wound him, and a smaller but still very real chance that I would merely piss him off. When the pistol magazine was empty, then what? Then what? I sidled to the hallway, risking an encounter there, but it didn't happen. As I crossed the threshold, I pulled the guest room door shut behind me, putting it between me and whoever had come out of the armoire, assuming I hadn't imagined the creaking of the piano hinges. The ground floor lights were evidently on their own circuit. A glow rose through the stairwell at the end of the black hall. Instead of waiting to see who, if anyone, would burst out of the guest room, I ran to the stairs. I heard a door open behind me. Gasping, descending 2 stairs at a time, I was almost to the landing when my head in miniature sailed past. It shattered against the wall in front of me. Startled, I brought an arm up to shield my eyes. China shrapnel tattooed my face and chest. My right heel landed on the bullnose edge of a step and skidded off. I nearly fell, pitched forward, slammed into the landing wall, but kept my balance. On the landing, crunching shards of my glazed face underfoot, I whipped around to confront my assailant. The decapitated body of the doll, appropriately attired in basic black, hurtled down. I ducked, and it passed over my head, thumping against the wall behind me. When I looked up and covered the dark top of the stairs with the gun, there was no one to shoot. As if the doll had torn off its own head to throw at me, and then had hurled itself into the stairwell. The downstairs lights went out. Through the forbidding blackness came the smell of something burning. Chapter 15. Groping in the impenetrable gloom, I finally found the handrail. I clutched at the smooth wood with one sweaty hand and started down the lower flight of stairs toward the foyer. This darkness had a strange sinuosity, seemed to coil and writhe around me as I descended through it. Then I realized that it was the air, not the darkness, that I was feeling. Serpentine currents of hot air swarming up the stairwell. An instant later, tendrils and then tentacles, and then a great pulsing mass of foul-smelling smoke poured into the stairwell from below, invisible but palpable, enveloping me as some giant sea anemone might envelop a diver. Coughing, choking, struggling to breathe, I reversed directions, hoping to escape through a second-floor window, although not through the master bathroom where Angela waited. I returned to the landing and clambered up 3 or 4 steps of the second flight before halting. Through smoke-stung eyes flooded with tears, and through the pall of smoke itself, I saw throbbing light above. Fire. 2 fires had been set, one above and one below. Those unseen psychotic children were busy in their mad play, and there seemed to be so many of them. I was reminded of the veritable platoon of searchers that appeared to spring from the ground outside the mortuary, as though Sandy Kirk possessed the power to summon the dead from their graves. Downward, once more and quickly, I plunged toward the only hope of nourishing air. I would find it, if anywhere, at the lowest point of the structure, because smoke and fumes rise while the blaze sucks in cooler air at its base in order to feed itself. Each inhalation caused a spasm of coughing, increased my feeling of suffocation, and fed my panic, so I held my breath until I reached the foyer. There I dropped to my knees, stretched out on the floor, and discovered that I could breathe. The air was hot and smelled sour, but all things being relative, I was more thrilled by it than I had ever been by the crisp air coming off the washboard of the Pacific. I didn't lie there and surrender to an orgy of respiration. I hesitated just long enough to draw several deep breaths to clear my soiled lungs, and to work up enough saliva to spit some of the soot out of my mouth. Then I raised my head to test the air and to learn how deep the precious safe zone might be. Not deep. 4 to 6 inches. Nevertheless, this shallow pool ought to be enough to sustain me while I found my way out of the house. Wherever the carpet was afire, of course, there would be no safe air zone whatsoever. The lights were still out, the smoke was blindingly thick, and I squirmed on my stomach, frantically heading toward where I believed I would find the front door, the nearest exit. The first thing I encountered in the murk was a sofa, judging by the feel of it, which meant that I had passed through the archway and into the living room, at least 90 degrees off the course I imagined I'd been following. Now luminous orange pulses passed through the comparatively clear air near the floor, underlighting the curdled masses of smoke as if they were thunderheads looming over a plain. From my eye to the carpet perspective, the beige nylon fibers stretched away like a vast flat field of dry grass, fitfully brightened by an electrical storm. This narrow, life-sustaining realm under the smoke seemed to be an alternate world into which I had fallen after stepping through a door between dimensions. The ominous throbs of light were reflections of fire elsewhere in the room, but they didn't relieve the gloom enough to help me find the way out. The stroboscopic flickering only contributed to my confusion and scared the hell out of me. As long as I couldn't see the blaze, I could pretend that it was in a distant corner of the house. Now I no longer had the refuge of pretense. Yet there was no advantage to glimpsing the reflected fire, because I wasn't able to tell if the flames were inches or feet from me, whether they were burning toward or away from me, so the light increased my anxiety without providing guidance. Either I was suffering worse effects of smoke inhalation than I realized, including a distorted perception of time, or the fire was spreading with unusual swiftness. The arsonists had probably used an accelerant, maybe gasoline. Determined to get back into the foyer and then to the front door, I sucked desperately at the increasingly acrid air near the floor and squirmed across the room, digging my elbows into the carpet to pull myself along, ricocheting off furniture, until I cracked my head solidly against the raised brick hearth of the fireplace. I was farther than ever from the foyer, and yet I couldn't picture myself crawling into the fireplace and up the chimney like Santa Claus on his way back to the sleigh. I was dizzy. A headache split my skull on a diagonal from my left eyebrow to the part in my hair on the right. My eyes stung from the smoke and the salty sweat that poured into them. I wasn't choking again, but I was gagging on the pungent fumes that flavored even the clearer air near the floor, and I was beginning to think I might not survive. Trying hard to remember where the fireplace was situated in relationship to the foyer arch, I squirmed along the raised hearth and then angled off into the room again. It seemed absurd to me that I couldn't find my way out of this place. This wasn't a mansion, for God's sake, not a castle, merely a modest house with 7 rooms, none of them large, and 2.5 baths, and not even the cleverest realtor in the country could have described it in such a way as to give the impression that it had enough rattling around space to satisfy the Prince of Wales and his retinue. On the evening news from time to time, you see stories about people dying in house fires, and you can never quite understand why they couldn't make it to a door or window, when one or the other was surely within a dozen steps. Unless they were, of course, drunk, or wasted on drugs, or foolish enough to rush back into the flames to rescue Fluffy the kitten. Which may sound ungrateful of me, after I myself was this same night rescued, in a sense, by a cat. But now I understand how people died in these circumstances. The smoke and the churning darkness were more disorienting than drugs or booze, and the longer you breathed the tainted air, the less nimble your mind became, until your thoughts rambled, and even panic couldn't focus them. When I had first climbed the stairs to see what had happened to Angela, I had been amazed at how calm and collected I was, in spite of the threat of imminent violence. With a fat dollop of male pride as cloying as a cupful of mayonnaise, I had even sensed in my heart a disconcerting enthusiasm for danger. What a difference 10 minutes can make. Now that it was brutally apparent to me that I was never going to acquit myself in these situations with even half the aplomb of Batman, the romance of danger failed to stir me. Suddenly, creeping out of the dismal blear, something brushed against me and nuzzled my neck, my chin, something alive. In the 300-ring circus of my mind, I pictured Angela Ferryman on her belly, reanimated by some evil voodoo, slithering across the floor to meet me and planting a cold-lipped, bloody kiss on my throat. The effects of oxygen deprivation were becoming so severe that even this hideous image was not sufficient to shock me into a clearer state of mind, and I reflexively squeezed off a shot. Thank God I fired entirely in the wrong direction. because even as the crack of the shot echoed through the living room, I recognized the cold nose at my throat and the warm tongue in my ear as those of my one and only dog, my faithful companion, my Orson. "Hey, pal," I said, but it came out as a meaningless croak. He licked my face. He had dog's breath, but I couldn't really blame him for that. I blinked furiously to clear my vision, and red light pulsed through the room brighter than ever. Still, I got no better than a smeary impression of his furry face pressed to the floor in front of mine. Then I realized that if he could get into the house and find me, he could show me the way out before we caught fire with the stink of burning denim and fur. I gathered sufficient strength to rise shakily to my feet. That stubborn eel of nausea swam up my throat again, but as before, I choked it down. Squeezing my eyes shut, trying not to think about the wave of intense heat that abruptly broke over me, I reached down and gripped Orson's thick leather collar, which was easy to find because he was pressed against my legs. Orson kept his snout close to the floor where he could breathe, but I had to hold my breath and ignore the nostril-tickling smoke as the dog led me through the house. He walked me into as few pieces of furniture as he could manage, and I have no suspicion whatever that he was amusing himself in the midst of such tragedy and terror. When I smacked my face into a door frame, I didn't knock out any teeth. Nevertheless, during that short journey, I thanked God repeatedly for testing me with XP rather than with blindness. Just when I thought I might pass out if I didn't drop to the floor to get some air, I felt a cold draft on my face. And when I opened my eyes, I could see. We were in the kitchen, into which the fire had not yet reached. There was no smoke either, because the breeze coming in the open back door drove it all into the dining room. On the table were the votive candles and ruby red holders, the cordial glasses, and the open bottle of apricot brandy. Blinking at this cozy tableau, I could half believe that the events of the past several minutes had been only a monstrous dream, and that Angela, still lost in her dead husband's cardigan, would sit here with me once more, refill her glass, and finish her strange story. My mouth was so dry and foul that I almost took the bottle of brandy with me. Bobby Halloway would have beer, however, and that would be better. The deadbolt on the kitchen door was disengaged now. As clever as Orson might be, I doubted that he could have opened a locked door to reach me. For one thing, he didn't have a key. Evidently the killers had fled by this route. Outside, wheezing to expel a few final traces of smoke from my lungs, I shoved the Glock in my jacket pocket. I nervously surveyed the backyard for assailants as I blotted my damp hands on my jeans. Like fishes schooling below the silvered surface of a pond, cloud shadows swam across the moonlit lawn. Nothing else moved except the wind-shaken vegetation. Grabbing my bicycle and wheeling it across the patio toward the arbor-covered passageway, I looked up at the house in astonishment, amazed that it was not entirely engulfed in flames. Instead, from the exterior, there were as yet only minor indications of the blaze growing from room to room inside. Bright vines of flames twining up the draperies at 2 upstairs windows, white petals of smoke flowering from attic vent holes in the eaves. Except for the bluster and grumble of the inconstant wind, the night was preternaturally silent. Moonlight Bay is no city, but it usually has a distinct night voice nonetheless. A few cars on the move, distant music from a cocktail lounge, or a kid practicing guitar on a back porch, a barking dog, the whisking sound of the big brushes on the street cleaning machine, voices of strollers, laughter from the high school kids gathered outside the Millennium Arcade down in Embarcadero Way. Now and then a melancholy whistle as an Amtrak passenger train or a chain of freight cars approaches the Ocean Avenue crossing. Not at this moment, however, and not on this night. We might as well have been in the deadest neighborhood of a ghost town, deep in the Mojave Desert. Apparently, the crack of the single gunshot that I had fired in the living room had not been loud enough out here to draw anyone's attention. Under the lattice arch, through the sweet fragrance of jasmine, walking the bicycle, its wheel bearings clicking softly, my heart thudding not softly at all, I hurried after Orson to the front gate. He leaped up and pawed open the latch, a trick of his that I'd seen before. Together we followed the walkway to the street, moving quickly but not running. We were in luck. No witnesses. No traffic was either approaching or receding along the street. No one was on foot either. If a neighbor saw me running from the house just as it went up in flames, Chief Stevenson might decide to use that as an excuse to come looking for me, to shoot me down when I resisted arrest, whether I resisted or not. I swung onto my bike, balancing it by keeping one foot on the pavement, and looked back at the house. The wind trembled the leaves of the huge magnolia trees, and through the branches I could see fire lapping at several of the downstairs and upstairs windows. Full of grief and excitement, curiosity and dread, sorrow and dark wonder, I raced along the pavement, heading for a street with fewer lamps. Panting loudly, Orson sprinted at my side. We had gone nearly a block when I heard the windows begin to explode at the ferryman house, blown out by the fierce heat. Chapter 16. Stars between branches, leaf-filtered moonlight, giant oaks, a nurturing darkness, the peace of gravestones, and for one of us, the eternally intriguing scent of hidden squirrels. We were back in the cemetery adjacent to St. Bernadette's Catholic Church. My bike was propped against a granite marker, topped by the haloed head of a granite angel. I was sitting, sans halo, with my back against another stone that featured a cross at its summit. Blocks away, sirens shrieked into sudden silence as fire department vehicles arrived at the ferryman residence. I hadn't cycled all the way to Bobby Holloway's house, because I'd been hit by a persistent fit of coughing that hampered my ability to steer. Orson's gait had grown wobbly too, as he expelled the stubborn scent of the fire with a series of violent sneezes. Now, in the company of a crowd too dead to be offended, I hawked up thick, soot-flavored phlegm and spat it among the gnarled surface roots of the nearest oak, with the hope that I wasn't killing this mighty tree that had survived 2 centuries of earthquakes, storms, fires, insects, disease, and, more recently, modern America's passion for erecting a mini-mall with donut shop on every street corner. The taste in my mouth could not have been much different if I had been eating charcoal briquettes in a broth of starter fluid. Having been in the burning house a shorter time than his more reckless master, Orson recovered faster than I. Before I was half done hawking and spitting, he was padding back and forth among the nearest tombstones, diligently sniffing out arboreal bushy-tailed rodents. Between spells of hacking and expectorating, I talked to Orson if he was in sight, and sometimes he lifted his noble black head and pretended to listen, occasionally wagging his tail to encourage me, though often he was unable to tear his attention away from squirrel spoor. "What the hell happened in that house?" I asked. "Who killed her? Why were they playing games with me? What was the point of all that business with the dolls? Why didn't they just slit my throat and burn me with her?" Orson shook his head, and I made a game of interpreting his response. He didn't know. Shook his head in bafflement. Clueless. He was clueless. He didn't know why they hadn't slit my throat. "I don't think it was the Glock. I mean, there were more than one of them, at least 2, probably 3, so they could easily have overpowered me if they'd wanted. And though they slashed her throat, they must have been carrying guns of their own. I mean, these are serious bastards, vicious killers. They cut people's eyes out for the fun of it. They wouldn't be squeamish about carrying guns, so they wouldn't be intimidated by the Glock." Orson cocked his head, considering the issue. Maybe it was the Glock. Maybe it wasn't. Then again, maybe it was. Who knew? What's a Glock, anyway? And what's that smell? Such an amazing smell. Such a luxurious fragrance. Is that squirrel piss? Excuse me, Master Snow. Business to attend to here. "I don't think they set the house afire to kill me. They didn't really care whether they killed me or not. If they cared, they would have made a more direct effort to get me. They set the fire to cover up Angela's murder. That was the reason, nothing more." Sniff, 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 sniff. Out with the remaining bad air of the burning house, in with the revitalizing scent of squirrel. Out with the bad, in with the good. God, she was such a good person. So giving, I said bitterly. She didn't deserve to die like that. To die at all. Orson paused in his sniffing, but only briefly. Human suffering. Terrible, terrible thing. Misery, death, despair. But nothing to be done. Nothing to be done about it. Just the way of the world. The nature of human existence. Terrible. Come smell the squirrels with me, Master Snow. You'll feel better. A lump rose in my throat. Not poignant grief, but something more prosaic. So I hacked with tubercular violence and finally planted a black oyster among the tree roots. If Sasha were here, I said, I wonder if right now I'd remind her so much of James Dean. My face felt greasy and tender. I wiped at it with a hand that also felt greasy. Across the thin grass on the graves, and across the polished surfaces of the granite markers, the moon shadows of wind-trembled leaves danced like cemetery fairies. Even in this peculiar light, I could see that the palm of the hand I had put to my face was smeared with soot. I must stink to high heaven. Immediately, Orson lost interest in the squirrel spoor and came eagerly to me. He sniffed vigorously at my shoes, along my legs, across my chest, finally sticking his snout under my jacket and into my armpit. Sometimes I suspect that Orson not only understands more than we expect a dog to understand, but that he has a sense of humor and a talent for sarcasm. Forcibly withdrawing his snout from my armpit, holding his head in both hands, I said, You're no Rose yourself, pal. And what kind of guard dog are you, anyway? Maybe they were already in the house with Angela when I arrived and she didn't know it, but how come you didn't bite them in the ass when they left the place? If they escaped by the kitchen door, they went right past you. Why didn't I find a bunch of bad guys rolling around in the backyard, clutching their butts and howling in pain? Orson's gaze held steady, his eyes deep. He was shocked by the question, the implied accusation. Shocked. He was a peaceful dog, a dog of peace he was, a chaser of rubber balls, a licker of faces, a philosopher and boon companion. Besides, Master Snow, the job was to prevent villains from entering the house, not to prevent them from leaving. Good riddance to villains. Who wants them around anyway? Villains and fleas, good riddance. As I sat nose to nose with Orson, staring into his eyes, a sense of the uncanny came over me. Or perhaps it was a transient madness, and for a moment I imagined that I could read his true thoughts, which were markedly different from the dialogue that I invented for him. Different and unsettling. I dropped my bracketing hands from his head, but he chose not to turn away from me or to lower his gaze. I was unable to lower mine. To express a word of this to Bobby Halloway would have been to elicit a recommendation of lobotomy. Nevertheless, I sensed that the dog feared for me, pitied me because I was struggling so hard not to admit the true depth of my pain, pitied me because I could not acknowledge how profoundly the prospect of being alone scared me. More than anything, however, he feared for me, as though he saw an oncoming juggernaut of which I was oblivious, a great white blazing wheel as big as a mountain that would grind me to dust and leave the dust burning in its wake. What? When? Where? I wondered. Orson's stare was intense. Anubis, the dog-headed Egyptian god of tombs, weigher of the hearts of the dead, could not have stared more piercingly. This dog of mine was no lassie, no carefree Disney pooch with strictly cute moves and an unlimited capacity for mischievous fun. Sometimes, I told him, you spook me. He blinked, shook his head, leaped away from me, and padded in circles among the tombstones, busily sniffing the grass and the fallen oak leaves, pretending to be just a dog again. Maybe it wasn't Orson who had spooked me. Maybe I had spooked myself. Maybe his lustrous eyes had been mirrors in which I'd seen my own eyes, and in the reflections of my eyes, perhaps I'd seen truths in my own heart that I was unwilling to look upon directly. That would be the Halloway interpretation, I said. With sudden excitement, Orson pawed through a drift of fragrant leaves, still damp from an afternoon watering by the sprinkler system, burrowed his snout among them as though engaged in a truffle hunt, chuffed, and beat the ground with his tail. Squirrels. Squirrels had sex. Squirrels had sex right here. Squirrels. Right here. Squirrel heat musk smell here. Right here, Master Snow. Here. Ooh, come smell here. Come smell. Quick, 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 quick. Come smell squirrel sex. You confound me, I told him. My mouth still tasted like the bottom of an ashtray, but I was no longer hacking up the phlegm of Satan. I should be able to steer to Bobby's place now. Before fetching my bike, I rose onto my knees and turned to face the headstone against which I had been leaning. How are things with you, Noah? Still resting in peace? I didn't have to use the penlight to read the engraving on the stone. I'd read it 1,000 times before, and I'd spent hours pondering the name and the dates under it. Noah Joseph James, June 5th, 1888, July 2nd, 1984. Noah Joseph James, the man with 3 first names. It's not your name that amazes me. It's your singular longevity. 96 years of life. 96 springs, summers, autumns, winters. Against daunting odds, I have thus far lived 28 years. If Lady Fortune comes to me with both hands full, I might make 38. If the physicians prove to be bad prognosticators, if the laws of probability are suspended, if fate takes a holiday, perhaps I'll live to be 48. Then I would have enjoyed 1/2 the span of life granted to Noah Joseph James. I don't know who he was, what he did with the better part of a century here on earth, whether he had 1 wife with whom to share his days or outlived 3, whether the children whom he fathered became priests or serial killers, and I don't want to know. I fantasized a rich and wondrous life for this man. I believe him to have been well-traveled, to have been to Borneo and Brazil, to Mobile Bay during Jubilee, and to New Orleans during Mardi Gras, to the sun-washed isles of Greece, and to the secret land of Shangri-La high in the fastness of Tibet. I believe that he loved truly, and was deeply loved in return, that he was a warrior and a poet, an adventurer and a scholar, a musician and an artist, and a sailor who sailed all the 7 seas, who boldly cast off what limitations, if any, were placed upon him. As long as he remains only a name to me, and is otherwise a mystery, he can be whatever I want him to be, and I can vicariously experience his long, long life in the sun. Softly, I said, "Hey, Noah, I'll bet when you died back there in 1984, undertakers didn't carry guns." I rose to my feet and stepped to the adjacent tombstone, where my bicycle was propped under the guardian gaze of the granite angel. Orson let out a low growl. Abruptly he was tense, alert. His head was raised high, ears pricked. Although the light was poor, his tail seemed to be tucked between his legs. I followed the direction of his coaly gaze, and saw a tall, stoop-shouldered man stalking among the tombstones. Even in the softening shadows, he was a collection of angles and sharp edges, like a skeleton in a black suit, as if one of Noah's neighbors had climbed out of his casket to go visiting. The man stopped in the very row of graves in which Orson and I stood, and he consulted a curious object in his left hand. It appeared to be the size of a cellular telephone, with an illuminated display screen. He tapped on the instrument's keypad. The eerie music of electronic notes carried briefly through the cemetery, but these were different from telephone tones. Just as a scarf of cloud blew off the moon, the stranger brought the sour apple-green screen closer to his face for a better look at whatever data it provided. And those 2 soft lights revealed enough for me to make an identification. I couldn't see the red of his hair or his russet eyes, but even in profile the whippet-lean face and thin lips were chillingly familiar. Jesse Pinn, assistant mortician. He was not aware of Orson and me, though he stood only 30 or 40 feet to his left. We played at being granite. Orson wasn't growling anymore, even though the soughing of the breeze through the oaks would easily have masked his grumble. Pinn raised his face from the handheld device, glanced to his right at St. Bernadette's, and then consulted the screen again. Finally, he headed toward the church. He remained unaware of us, although we were little more than 30 feet from him. I looked at Orson. He looked at me. Squirrels forgotten, we followed Pinn. Chapter 17. The mortician hurried to the back of the church, never glancing over his shoulder. He descended a broad set of stone stairs that led to a basement door. I followed closely to keep him in sight. Halting only 10 feet from the head of the stairs and at an angle to them, I peered down at him. If he turned and looked up, he would see me before I could move out of sight, but I was not overly concerned. He seemed so involved in the task at hand that the summons of celestial trumpets and the racket of the dead rising from their graves might not have drawn his attention. He studied the mysterious device in his hand, switched it off, and tucked it into an inside coat pocket. From another pocket, he extracted a second instrument, but the light was too poor to allow me to see what he held. Unlike the first item, this one incorporated no luminous parts. Even above the susurration of wind and oak leaves, I heard a series of clicks and rasping noises. These were followed by a hard snap, another snap, and then a third. On the fourth snap, I thought I recognized the distinctive sound. A Lockade lock-release gun. The device had a thin pick that you slipped into the key channel under the pin tumblers. When you pulled the trigger, a flat steel spring jumped upward and lodged some of the pins at the shear line. A few years ago, Manuel Ramirez gave me a Lockade demonstration. Lock-release guns were sold only to law enforcement agencies, and the possession of one by a civilian was illegal. Although Jesse Pinn could hang a consoling expression on his mug as convincingly as could Sandy Kirk, he incinerated murder victims in a crematorium furnace to assist in the cover-up of capital crimes, so he was not likely to be fazed by laws restricting Lockade ownership. Maybe he had limits. Maybe, for instance, he wouldn't push a nun off a cliff for no reason whatsoever. Nevertheless, recalling Pinn's sharp face and the stiletto flicker of his red-brown eyes as he had approached the crematorium window earlier this evening, I wouldn't have put money on the nun at any odds. The undertaker needed to fire the lock-release gun 5 times to clear all the pins and disengage the deadbolt. After cautiously trying the door, he returned the Lockade to his pocket. When he pushed the door inward, the windowless basement proved to be lighted. Silhouetted, he stood listening on the threshold for perhaps half a minute, his bony shoulders canted to the left and his half-hung head cocked to the right, wind-spiked hair bristling like straw. Abruptly, he jerked himself into a better posture, like a suddenly animated scarecrow pulling loose of its supporting cross, and he went inside, pushing the door only half shut behind him. "Stay," I whispered to Orson. I went down the stairs, and my ever-obedient dog followed me. When I put one ear to the half-open door, I heard nothing from the basement. Orson stuck his snout through the 18-inch gap, sniffing, and although I rapped him lightly on the top of the head, he didn't withdraw. Leaning over the dog, I put my snout through the gap, too, not for a sniff, but far enough inside to see what lay beyond. Squinting against the fluorescent glare, I saw a 20 by 40-foot room with concrete walls and ceiling, lined with equipment that served the church and the attached wing of Sunday school rooms. 5 gas-fired furnaces, a big water heater, electric service panels, and machinery that I didn't recognize. Jesse Pinn was 3/4 of the way across this first room, approaching a closed door in the far wall, his back to me. Stepping away from the door, I unclipped the glasses case from my shirt pocket. The Velcro closure peeled open with a sound that made me think of a snake breaking wind, though I don't know why, as I'd never in my life heard a snake breaking wind. My aforementioned flamboyant imagination had taken a scatological turn. By the time I put on the glasses and peered inside again, Pinn had disappeared into the second basement room. That farther door stood half open as well, and light blazed beyond. "It's a concrete floor in there," I whispered. "My Nikes won't make a sound, but your claws will tick. Stay." I pressed open the door before me and eased into the basement. Orson remained outside at the foot of the stairs. Perhaps he was obedient this time because I'd given him a logical reason to be. Or perhaps because of something he had smelled, he knew that proceeding farther was ill-advised. Dogs have an olfactory sense thousands of times sharper than ours, bringing them more data than all human senses combined. With the sunglasses, I was safe from the light, yet I could see more than well enough to navigate the room. I avoided the open center, staying close to the furnaces and the other equipment, where I could duck into a niche and hope to hide if I heard Jesse Pinn returning. Time and sweat had by now diminished the effectiveness of the sunscreen on my face and hands, but I was counting on my layer of soot to protect me. My hands appeared to be sheathed in black silk gloves, and I assumed that my face was equally masked. When I reached the inner door, I heard 2 distant voices, both male, one belonging to Pinn. They were muffled, and I couldn't understand what was being said. I glanced at the outside door, where Orson peered in at me, one ear at attention and the other at ease. Beyond the inner door was a long, narrow, largely empty room. Only a few of the overhead lights were aglow, suspended on chains between exposed water pipes and heating ducts, but I didn't remove my sunglasses. At the end, This chamber proved to be part of an L-shaped space, and the next length, which opened to the right, was longer and wider than the first, although still dimly lighted. This second section was used as a storeroom, and seeking the voices, I crept past boxes of supplies, decorations for various holidays and celebrations, and file cabinets full of church records. Everywhere shadows gathered like convocations of robed and cowled monks, and I removed my sunglasses. The voices grew louder as I proceeded, but the acoustics were terrible, and I still couldn't discern any words. Although he was not shouting, Pin was angry, which I deduced from a low menace in his voice. The other man sounded as though he was trying to placate the undertaker. A complete life-size creche was arrayed across half the width of the room, not merely Joseph and the Holy Virgin at a cradle with the Christ child, but also the entire manger scene, with wise men, camels, donkeys, lambs, and heralding angels. The stable was made of lumber, and the bales of hay were real. The people and animals were plaster over chicken wire and lath, their clothes and features painted by a gifted artist, protected by a waterproof lacquer that gave them a supernatural glow even in this poor light. Judging by the tools, paint, and other supplies at the periphery of the collection, repairs were being made, after which the creche would be put under drop cloths until next Christmas. Beginning to make out scattered words of Pin's conversation with the unknown man, I moved among the figures, some of which were taller than I am. The scene was disorienting because none of the elements was staged for display. None was in its proper relationship to the others. One of the wise men stood with his face in the bell of an angel's raised trumpet, and Joseph appeared to be engaged in a conversation with a camel. Baby Jesus lay unattended in his cradle, which stood on a bale of hay to one side. Mary sat with a beatific smile and an adoring gaze, but the object of her attention, rather than being her holy child, was a galvanized bucket. Another wise man seemed to be looking up a camel's butt. I wended through this disorganized creche, and near the end of it I used a lute-playing angel for cover. I was in shadows, but peering past the curve of a half-furled wing, I saw Jesse Pin in the light about 20 feet away, hectoring another man near the stairs that led up to the main floor of the church. "You've been warned," Pin said, raising his voice until it was almost a snarl. "How many times have you been warned?" At first I could not see the other man, who was blocked by Pin. He spoke quietly, evenly, and I could not hear what he said. The undertaker reacted in disgust and began to pace agitatedly, combing one hand through his disarranged hair. Now I saw that the second man was Father Tom Elliott, rector of St. Bernadette's. "You fool! You stupid shit!" Pin said furiously, bitterly. "You prattling, God-gushing moron!" Father Tom was 5'8", plump, with the expressive and rubbery face of a natural-born comedian. Although I wasn't a member of his, or any church, I'd spoken with him on several occasions, and he seemed to be a singularly good-natured man with a self-deprecating sense of humor and an almost childlike enthusiasm for life. I had no trouble understanding why his parishioners adored him. Pin did not adore him. He raised one skeletal hand and pointed a bony finger at the priest. "You make me sick, you self-righteous son of a bitch!" Evidently, Father Tom had decided to weather this outrageous verbal assault without response. As he paced, Pin chopped at the air with the sharp edge of one hand, as though struggling, with considerable frustration, to sculpt his words into a truth that the priest could understand. "We're not taking any more of your crap, no more of your interference. I'm not going to threaten to kick your teeth out myself, though I'd sure as hell enjoy doing it. Never liked to dance, but I'd sure like to dance on your stupid face. But no threats like before, no, not this time, not ever again. I'm not even going to threaten to send them after you, because I think that would actually appeal to you. Father Elliott the martyr, suffering for God. Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you? Being a martyr, suffering such a rotten death without complaint." Father Tom stood with his head bowed, his eyes downcast, his arms straight at his sides, as though waiting patiently for this storm to pass. The priest's passivity inflamed Pin. The mortician made a sharp-knuckled fist of his right hand and pounded it into the palm of his left, as if he needed to hear the hard snap of flesh on flesh. And now his voice was as rich with scorn as with fury. "You'd wake up some night, and they'd be all over you. Or maybe they'd take you by surprise in the bell tower or in the sacristy when you're kneeling at the prie-dieu, and you'd surrender yourself to them in ecstasy, in a sick ecstasy, reveling in the pain, suffering for your God. That's the way you'd see it. Suffering for your dead God. Suffering your way straight into heaven. You dumb bastard. You hopeless retard. You'd even pray for them. Pray your heart out for them as they tore you to pieces. Wouldn't you, priest? To all of this, the chubby priest responded with lowered eyes and mute endurance. Keeping my own silence required effort. I had questions for Jesse Pinn. Lots of questions. Here, however, there was no crematory fire to which I could hold his feet to force answers out of him. Pinn stopped pacing and loomed over Father Tom. No more threats against you, priest. No point to it. Just gives you a thrill to think of suffering for the Lord. So this is what'll happen if you don't stay out of our way. We'll waste your sister, pretty Laura. Father Tom raised his head and met Pinn's eyes, but still he said nothing. I'll kill her myself, Pinn promised, with this gun. He withdrew a pistol from inside his suit coat, evidently from a shoulder holster. Even at a distance and in this poor light, I could see that the barrel was unusually long. Defensively, I put my hand into my jacket pocket, on the butt of the Glock. Let her go, said the priest. We'll never let her go. She's too interesting. Fact is, Pinn said, before I kill Laura, I'll rape her. She's still a good-looking woman, even if she's getting strange. Laura Elliott, who had been a friend and colleague of my mother's, was indeed a lovely woman. Although I hadn't seen her in a year, her face came readily to mind. Supposedly, she had obtained employment in San Diego when Ashton eliminated her position. Dad and I had received a letter from Laura, and we'd been disappointed that she hadn't come around to say goodbye in person. Evidently, that was a cover story, and she was still in the area, being held against her will. Finding his voice at last, Father Tom said, God help you. I don't need help, Pinn said. When I jam the gun in her mouth, just before I pull the trigger, I'll tell her that her brother says he'll see her soon in hell, and then I'll blow her brains out. God help me. What did you say, priest? Pinn inquired mockingly. Father Tom didn't answer. Did you say, God help me? Pinn taunted. God help me? Not very damn likely. After all, you aren't one of his anymore, are you? This curious statement caused Father Tom to lean back against the wall and cover his face with his hands. He might have been weeping. I couldn't be sure. Picture your lovely sister's face, said Pinn. Now picture her bone structure twisting, distorting, and the top of her skull blowing out. He fired the pistol at the ceiling. The barrel was long because it was fitted with a sound suppressor, and instead of a loud report, there was nothing but a noise like a fist hitting a pillow. In the same instant, and with a hard clang, the bullet struck the rectangular metal shade of the lamp suspended directly above the mortician. The fluorescent tube didn't shatter, but the lamp swung wildly on its long chains. An icy blade of light, like a harvesting scythe, cut bright arcs through the room. In the rhythmic sweep of light, though Pinn himself did not at first move, his scarecrow shadow leaped at other shadows that flapped like blackbirds. Then he holstered the pistol under his coat. As the chains of the swinging light fixture torqued, the links twisted against one another with enough friction to cause an eerie ringing, as if lizard-eyed altar boys in blood-soaked cassocks and surplices were ringing the unmelodious bells of a satanic mass. The shrill music and the capering shadows seemed to excite Jesse Pinn. An inhuman cry issued from him, primitive and psychotic, a caterwaul of the sort that sometimes wakes you in the night and leaves you wondering about the species of origin. As that spittle-rich sound sprayed from his lips, he hammered his fists into the priest's midsection, 2 hard punches. Quickly stepping out from behind the lute-playing angel, I tried to draw the Glock, but it caught on the lining of my jacket pocket. As Father Tom doubled over from the 2 blows, Pinn locked his hands and clubbed them against the back of the priest's neck. Father Tom dropped to the floor, and I finally ripped the pistol out of my pocket. Pinn kicked the priest in the ribs. I raised the Glock, aimed at Pinn's back, and engaged the laser sighting. As the mortal red dot appeared between his shoulder blades, I was about to say enough, but the mortician relented and stepped away from the priest. I kept my silence, but to Father Tom, Pin said, "If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. If you can't be part of the future, then get the hell out of the way." That sounded like a parting line. I switched off the laser sighting and retreated behind the angel just as the undertaker turned away from Father Tom. He didn't see me. To the singing of the chains, Jesse Pin walked back the way he had come, and the jittery sound seemed to issue not from overhead, but from within him, as though locusts were swarming in his blood. His shadow repeatedly darted ahead of him, and then leaped behind until he passed beyond the arcing sword of light from the swinging fixture, became one with the darkness, and rounded the corner into the other arm of the L-shaped room. I returned the Glock to my jacket pocket. From the cover of the dysfunctional creche, I watched Father Tom Elliott. He was lying at the foot of the stairs, in the fetal position, curled around his pain. I considered going to him to determine if he was seriously hurt, and to learn what I could about the circumstances that lay behind the confrontation I had just witnessed, but I was reluctant to reveal myself. I stayed where I was. An enemy of Jesse Pin's should be an ally of mine, but I could not be certain of Father Tom's goodwill. Although adversaries, the priest and the mortician were players in some mysterious underworld of which I had been utterly unaware until this very night, so each of them had more in common with the other than with me. I could easily imagine that at the sight of me, Father Tom would scream for Jesse Pin, and that the undertaker would fly back, black suit flapping, with the inhuman caterwaul vibrating between his thin lips. Besides, Pin and his crew evidently were holding the priest's sister somewhere. Possession of her gave them a lever and fulcrum with which to move Father Tom, while I had no leverage whatsoever. The chilling music of the torquing chains gradually faded, and the sword of light described a steadily diminishing arc. Without a protest, without even an involuntary groan, the priest drew himself to his knees, gathered himself to his feet. He was not able to stand fully erect. Hunched like an ape, and no longer comic in any aspect of face or body, with one hand on the railing, he began to pull himself laboriously up the steep, creaking steps toward the church above. When at last he reached the top, he would switch off the lights, and I would be left here below in a darkness that even Saint Bernadette herself, miracle worker of Lourdes, would find daunting. Time to go. Before retracing my path through the life-size figures of the creche, I raised my eyes for the first time to the painted eyes of the lute-playing angel in front of me, and thought I saw a blue to match my own. I studied the rest of the lacquered plaster features, and although the light was weak, I was sure that this angel and I shared a face. This resemblance paralyzed me with confusion, and I struggled to understand how this Christopher Snow angel could have been here waiting for me. I have rarely seen my own face in brightness, but I know its reflection from the mirrors of my dimly lit rooms, and this was a similar light. This was unquestionably me, beatific as I am not, idealized, but me. Since my experience in the hospital garage, every incident and object seemed to have significance. No longer could I entertain the possibility of coincidence. Everywhere I looked, the world oozed uncanniness. This was, of course, the route to madness, viewing all of life as one elaborate conspiracy conducted by elite manipulators who see all and know all. The sane understand that human beings are incapable of sustaining conspiracies on a grand scale, because some of our most defining qualities as a species are inattention to detail, a tendency to panic, and an inability to keep our mouths shut. Cosmically speaking, we are barely able to tie our shoes. If there is indeed some secret order to the universe, it is not of our doing, and we are probably not even capable of apprehending it. The priest was a third of the way up the stairs. Stupefied, I studied the angel. Many nights during the Christmas season, year after year, I had cycled along the street on which St. Bernadette stood. The creche had been arranged on the front lawn of the church, each figure in its proper place, none of the gift-bearing magi posing as a proctologist to camels, and this angel had not been there. Or I hadn't realized that it was there. The likely explanation, of course, was that the display was too brightly lighted for me to risk admiring it. The Christopher Snow angel had been part of the scene, but I had always turned my face from it, squinted my eyes. The priest was halfway up the stairs and climbing faster. Then I remembered that Angela Ferryman had attended Mass at St. Bernadette's. Undoubtedly, considering her doll-making, she had been prevailed upon to lend her talent to the making of the creche. End of mystery. I still couldn't understand why she would have assigned my face to an angel. If my features belonged anywhere in the manger scene, they should have been on the donkey. Clearly, her opinion of me had been higher than I warranted. Unwanted, an image of Angela rose in my mind's eye. Angela, as I had last seen her on the bathroom floor, her eyes fixed on some last sight farther away than Andromeda, head tilted backward into the toilet bowl, throat slashed. Suddenly, I was certain that I had missed an important detail when I'd found her poor, torn body. Repulsed by the gouts of blood, gripped by grief, in a state of shock and fear, I had avoided looking long at her, just as for years I had avoided looking at the figures in the brightly lighted creche outside the church. I had seen a vital clue, but it had not registered consciously. Now my subconscious taunted me with it. As Father Tom reached the top of the steps, he broke into sobs. He sat on the landing and wept inconsolably. I could not hold fast to a mental image of Angela's face. Later there would be time to confront and reluctantly explore that Grand Guignol memory. From angel to camel, to magi to Joseph, to donkey to Holy Virgin, to lamb, I wove silently through the creche, then past file cabinets and boxes of supplies, into the shorter and narrower space where little was stored, and onward toward the door of the utilities room. The sounds of the priest's anguish resonated off the concrete walls, fading until they were like the cries of some haunting entity barely able to make itself heard through the cold barrier between this world and the next. Grimly, I recalled my father's wrenching grief in the cold-holding room at Mercy Hospital on the night of my mother's death. For reasons I don't entirely understand, I keep my own anguish private. When one of those wild cries threatens to arise, I bite hard until I chew the energy out of it and swallow it unspoken. In my sleep, I grind my teeth, no surprise, until I wake some nights with aching jaws. Perhaps I am fearful of giving voice in dreams to sentiments I choose not to express when awake. On the way out of the church basement, I expected the undertaker, waxy and pale, with eyes like day-old blood blisters, to drop on me from above, or to soar out of the shadows around my feet, or to spring like an evil jack-in-the-box from a furnace door. He was not waiting anywhere along my route. Outside, Orson came to me from among the tombstones, where he had hidden from Pin. Judging by the dog's demeanor, the mortician was gone. He stared at me with great curiosity, or I imagined that he did, and I said, "I don't really know what happened in there. I don't know what it meant." He appeared dubious. He has a gift for looking dubious. The blunt face, the unwavering eyes. "Truly," I insisted. With Orson padding at my side, I returned to my bicycle. The granite angel guarding my transportation did not resemble me in the least. The fretful wind had again subsided into a caressing breeze, and the oaks stood silent. A shifting filigree of clouds was silver across the silver moon. A large flock of chimney swifts swooped down from the church roof and alighted in the trees, and a few nightingales returned too, as though the cemetery had not been sanctified until Pin had departed it. Holding my bike by the handlebars, I pondered the ranks of tombstones and said, "The dark grew solid around them, finally changing to earth." That's Louise Gluck, a great poet. Orson chuffed as if in agreement. "I don't know what's happening here, but I think a lot of people are going to die before this is over, and some of them are likely to be people we love. Maybe even me. Or you." Orson's gaze was solemn. I had looked past the cemetery at the streets of my hometown, which were suddenly a lot scarier than any boneyard. "Let's get a beer," I said. I climbed on my bike, and Orson danced a dog dance across the graveyard grass, and for the time being, we left the dead behind. Part 3. Midnight Hour. Chapter 18. The cottage is the ideal residence for a boardhead like Bobby. It stands on the southern horn of the bay, far out on the point, the sole structure within 3/4 of a mile. Point-break surf surrounds it. From town, The lights of Bobby Holloway's house appear to be so far from the lights along the inner curve of the bay that tourists assume they are seeing a boat anchored in the channel beyond our sheltered waters. To longtime residents, the cottage is a landmark. The place was constructed 45 years ago, before many restrictions were placed on coastal building, and it never acquired neighbors because in those days there was an abundance of cheap land along the shore, where the wind and the weather were more accommodating than on the point, and where there were streets and convenient utility hookups. By the time the shore lots, then the hills behind them, filled up, regulations issued by the California Coastal Commission had made building on the bay horns impossible. Long before the house came into Bobby's possession, a grandfather clause in the law preserved its existence. Bobby intended to die in this singular place, he said, shrouded in the sound of breaking surf, but not until well past the middle of the first century of the new millennium. No paved or graveled road leads along the horn, only a wide rock track flanked by low dunes precariously held in place by tall, sparse shore grass. The horns that embrace the bay are natural formations, curving peninsulas. They are the remnants of the rim of a massive extinct volcano. The bay itself is a volcanic crater layered with sand by thousands of years of tides. Near shore, the southern horn is 300 to 400 feet wide, but it narrows to 100 at the point. When I was 2/3 of the way to Bobby's house, I had to get off my bike and walk it. Soft drifts of sand, less than a foot deep, sloped across the rock trail. They would pose no obstacle to Bobby's four-wheel drive Jeep wagon, but they made pedaling difficult. This walk was usually peaceful, encouraging meditation. Tonight the horn was serene, but it seemed as alien as a spine of rock on the moon, and I kept glancing back, expecting to see someone pursuing me. The one-story cottage is of teak, with a cedar shingle roof. Weathered to a lustrous silver gray, the wood takes the caress of moonlight as a woman's body receives a lover's touch. Encircling 3 sides of the house is a deep porch furnished with rocking chairs and gliders. There are no trees. The landscaping consists only of sand and wild shore grass. Anyway, the eye is impatient with the nearer view, and favors the sky, the sea, and the shimmering lights of Moonlight Bay, which look more distant than 3/4 of a mile. Buying time to settle my nerves, I leaned my bike against the front porch railing and walked past the cottage to the end of the point. There I stood with Orson at the top of a slope that dropped 30 feet to the beach. The surf was so slow that you would have to work hard to catch a wave, and the ride wouldn't last long. It was almost a neap tide, though this was the 4th quarter of the moon. The surf was a little sloppy, too, because of the onshore wind, which was blustery enough to cause some chop out here, even though it was all but dead in town. Offshore wind is best, smoothing the ocean surface. It blows spray from the crest of the waves, makes them hold up longer, and causes them to hollow out before they break. Bobby and I have been surfing since we were 11, him by day, both of us by night. Lots of surfers hit the waves by moonlight, fewer when the moon is down, but Bobby and I like it best in storm waves without even stars. We were grommets together, totally annoying surf mongrels, but we graduated to surf Nazis before we were 14, and we were mature boardheads by the time Bobby graduated high school and I took my equivalency degree for home education. Bobby is more than just a boardhead now. He's a surf mensch, and people all over the world turn to him to find out where the big waves will be breaking next. God, I love the sea at night. It is darkness distilled into a liquid, and nowhere in this world do I feel more at home than in these black swells. The only light that ever arises in the ocean is from bioluminescent plankton, which become radiant when disturbed. And although they can make an entire wave glow an intense lime green, their brightness is friendly to my eyes. The night sea contains nothing from which I must hide, or from which I must even look away. By the time I walked back to the cottage, Bobby was standing in the open front door. Because of our friendship, all the lights in his house are on rheostats. Now we had dimmed them to the level of candlelight. I haven't a clue as to how he knew that I had arrived. Neither I nor Orson had made a sound. Bobby just always knows. He was barefoot even in March, but he was wearing jeans instead of swim trunks or shorts. His shirt was Hawaiian. He owns no other style. but he had made a concession to the season by wearing a long-sleeve, crew-neck, white cotton sweater under the short-sleeve shirt, which featured bright, quizzical parrots and blush palm fronds. As I climbed the steps to the porch, Bobby gave me a shaka, the surfer hand signal that's easier to make than the sign they exchange on Star Trek, which is probably based on the shaka. Fold your middle 3 fingers to your palm, extend your thumb and little finger, and lazily waggle your hand. It means a lot of things. Hello, what's up, hang loose, great ride, all friendly, and will never be taken as an insult unless you wave it at someone who isn't a surfer, such as an L.A. gang member, in which case it might get you shot dead. I was eager to tell him about everything that had transpired since sundown, but Bobby values a laid-back approach to life. If he were any more laid back, he'd be dead. Except when riding a wave, he values tranquility, treasures it. If you're going to be a friend of Bobby Halloway's, you have to learn to accept his view of life. Nothing that happens farther than half a mile from the beach is of sufficient importance to worry about, and no event is solemn enough or stylish enough to justify the wearing of a necktie. He responds to languid conversation better than to chatter, to indirection better than to direct statements. "Flow me a beer?" I asked. Bobby said, "Corona, Heineken, Lowenbrau?" "Corona for me." Leading the way across the living room, Bobby said, "Is the one with the tail drinking tonight?" "He'll have a Heine. Light or dark?" "Dark," I said. "Must have been a rough night for dogs." "Full on gnarly." The cottage consists of a large living room, an office where Bobby tracks waves worldwide, a bedroom, a kitchen, and 1 bath. The walls are well-oiled teak, dark and rich. The windows are big, the floors are slate, and the furniture is comfortable. Ornamentation, other than the natural setting, is limited to 8 astonishing watercolors by Pia Click, a woman whom Bobby still loves, though she left him to spend time in Waimea Bay, on the north shore of Oahu. He wanted to go with her, but she said she needed to be alone in Waimea, which she calls her spiritual home. The harmony and beauty of the place are supposed to give her the peace of mind she requires in order to decide whether or not to live with her fate. I don't know what that means. Neither does Bobby. Pia said she'd be gone a month or 2. That was almost 3 years ago. The swell at Waimea comes out of extremely deep water. The waves are high, wall-like. Pia says they are the green of translucent jade. Some days I dream of walking that shore and hearing the thunder of those breakers. Once a month, Bobby calls Pia or she calls him. Sometimes they talk for a few minutes, sometimes for hours. She isn't with another man, and she does love Bobby. Pia is one of the kindest, gentlest, smartest people I've ever known. I don't understand why she's doing this. Neither does Bobby. The days go by. He waits. In the kitchen, Bobby plucked a bottle of Corona from the refrigerator and handed it to me. I twisted off the cap and took a swallow. No lime, no salt, no pretension. He opened a Heineken for Orson. "Half or all?" I said, "It's a radical night." In spite of my dire news, I was deep in the tropical rhythms of Bobbyland. He emptied the bottle into a deep enameled metal bowl on the floor, which he keeps for Orson. On the bowl he has painted Rosebud in block letters, a reference to the child sled in Orson Welles' Citizen Kane. I have no intention of inducing my canine companion to become an alcoholic. He doesn't get beer every day, and usually he splits a bottle with me. Nevertheless, he has his pleasures, and I don't intend to deny him what he enjoys. Considering his formidable body weight, he doesn't become inebriated on a single beer. Dare to give him 2, however, and he redefines the term party animal. As Orson noisily lapped up the Heineken, Bobby opened a Corona for himself and leaned against the refrigerator. I leaned against the counter near the sink. There was a table with chairs, but in the kitchen, Bobby and I tend to be leaners. We are alike in many ways. We're the same height, virtually the same weight, and the same body type. Although he has very dark brown hair and eyes so raven black that they seem to have blue highlights, we have been mistaken for brothers. We both have a collection of surf bumps, too, and as he leaned against the refrigerator, Bobby was absent-mindedly using the bottom of one bare foot to rub the bumps on the top of the other. These are knotty calcium deposits that develop from constant pressure against a surfboard. You get them on your toes and the tops of your feet from paddling while in a prone position. We have them on our knees as well, and Bobby has them on his bottom ribs. I am not tanned, of course, as Bobby is. He's beyond tanned. He's a maximum brown sun god, year-round, and in summer he's well-buttered toast. He does the mambo with melanoma, and maybe one day will die of the same sun that he courts, and I reject. There were some real zippers out there today, he said. 6-footers, perfect shape. Looks way slow now. Yeah, mellowed out around sunset. We sucked at our beers. Orson happily licked his chops. So, Bobby said, your dad died. I nodded. Sasha must have called him. Good, he said. Yeah. Bobby is not cruel or insensitive. He meant it was good that the suffering was over for my father. Between us, we often say a lot with a few words. People have mistaken us for brothers not merely because we are the same height, weight, and body type. You got to the hospital in time, so it was cool. It was. He didn't ask me how I was handling it. He knew. So, after the hospital, he said, you sang a couple numbers in a minstrel show? I touched one sooty hand to my sooty face. Someone killed Angela Ferryman, set her house on fire to cover it. I almost caught the great Anahaloa in the sky. Who's the someone? Wish I knew. Same people stole Dad's body. Bobby drank some beer and said nothing. They killed a drifter, swapped his body for Dad's. You might not want to know about this. For a while, he weighed the wisdom of ignorance against the pull of curiosity. I can always forget I heard it, if that seems smart. Orson belched. Beer makes him gaseous. When the dog wagged his tail and looked up beseechingly, Bobby said, no more for you, Furface. I'm hungry, I said. You're filthy, too. Catch a shower, take some of my clothes. I'll throw together some clucking tacos. Thought I'd clean up with a swim. It's nipple out there. Feels about 60 degrees. I'm talking water temp. Believe me, the nip factor's high. Shower's better. Orson needs a makeover, too. Take him in the shower with you. There's plenty of towels. Very Broly of you, I said. Broly meaning brotherly. Yeah, I'm so Christian I don't ride the waves anymore. I just walk on them. After a few minutes in Bobbyland, I was relaxed and willing to ease into my news. Bobby's more than a beloved friend. He's a tranquilizer. Suddenly he stood away from the refrigerator and cocked his head, listening. Something, I asked. Someone. I hadn't heard anything but the steadily diminishing voice of the wind. With the windows closed and the surf so slow, I couldn't even hear the sea, but I noticed that Orson was alert, too. Bobby headed out of the kitchen to see who the visitor might be, and I said, Bro, and offered him the Glock. He stared dubiously at the pistol, then at me. Stay casual. That drifter, they cut out his eyes. Why? I shrugged. Because they could? For a moment, Bobby considered what I'd said. Then he took a key from a pocket of his jeans and unlocked a broom closet, which, to the best of my recollection, had never featured a lock before. From the narrow closet, he took a pistol-grip, pump-action shotgun. That's new, I said. Goon repellent. This was not life as usual in Bobbyland. I couldn't resist. Stay casual. Orson and I followed Bobby across the living room and onto the front porch. The onshore flow smelled faintly of kelp. The cottage faced north. No boats were on the bay, or at least none with running lights. To the east, the town twinkled along the shore and up the hills. Surrounding the cottage, the end of the horn featured low dunes and shore grass frosted with moonlight. No one was in sight. Orson moved to the top of the steps and stood rigid, his head raised and thrust forward, sniffing the air and catching a scent more interesting than kelp. Relying perhaps on a sixth sense, Bobby didn't even look at the dog to confirm his own suspicion. Stay here, If I flush anyone out, tell him he can't leave till we validate his parking ticket. Barefoot, he descended the steps and crossed the dunes to look down the steep incline to the beach. Someone could have been lying on that slope, watching the cottage from concealment. Bobby walked along the crest of the embankment, heading toward the point, studying the slope and the beach below, turning every few steps to survey the territory between him and the house. He held the shotgun ready in both hands and conducted the search with military methodicalness. Obviously, he had been through this routine more than once before. He hadn't told me that he was being harassed by anyone or troubled by intruders. Ordinarily, if he was having a serious problem, he would have shared it with me. I wondered what secret he was keeping. Chapter 19. Having turned away from the steps and pushed his snout between a pair of balusters at the east end of the porch, Orson was looking not west toward Bobby, but back along the Horn toward town. He growled deep in his throat. I followed the direction of his gaze. Even in the fullness of the moon, which the snarled rags of cloud didn't currently obscure, I was unable to see anyone. With the steadiness of a grumbling motor, the dog's low growl continued uninterrupted. To the west, Bobby had reached the point, still moving along the crest of the embankment. Although I could see him, he was little more than a gray shape against the stark black backdrop of sea and sky. While I had been looking the other way, someone could have cut Bobby down so suddenly and violently that he had been unable to cry out, and I wouldn't have known. Now, rounding the point and beginning to approach the house along the southern flank of the Horn, this blurry gray figure could have been anyone. To the growling dog, I said, "You're spooking me." Although I strained my eyes, I still couldn't discern anyone or any threat to the east, where Orson's attention remained fixed. The only movement was the flutter of the tall, sparse grass. The fading wind wasn't even strong enough to blow sand off the well-compacted dunes. Orson stopped grumbling and thumped down the porch steps, as though in pursuit of quarry. Instead, he scampered into the sand only a few feet to the left of the steps, where he raised one hind leg and emptied his bladder. When he returned to the porch, visible tremors were passing through his flanks. Looking eastward again, he didn't resume his growling. Instead, he whined nervously. This change in him disturbed me more than if he had begun to bark furiously. I sidled across the porch to the western corner of the cottage, trying to watch the sandy front yard, but also wanting to keep Bobby, if indeed it was Bobby, in sight as long as possible. Soon, however, still edging along the southern embankment, he disappeared behind the house. When I realized that Orson had stopped whining, I turned toward him and discovered he was gone. I thought he must have chased after something in the night, though it was remarkable that he had sprinted off so soundlessly. Anxiously moving back the way I had come, across the porch toward the steps, I couldn't see the dog anywhere out there among the moonlit dunes. Then I found him at the open front door, peering out warily. He had retreated into the living room just inside the threshold. His ears were flattened against his skull. His head was lowered. His hackles bristled as if he had sustained an electrical shock. He was neither growling nor whining, but tremors passed through his flanks. Orson is many things, not least of all strange, but he is not cowardly or stupid. Whatever he was retreating from must have been worthy of his fear. "What's the problem, pal?" Failing to acknowledge me with even as little as a quick glance, the dog continued to obsess on the barren landscape beyond the porch. Although he drew his black lips away from his teeth, no snarl came from him. Clearly he no longer harbored any aggressive intent. Rather, his bared teeth appeared to express extreme distaste, repulsion. As I turned to scan the night, I glimpsed movement from the corner of my eye. The fuzzy impression of a man running in a half-crouch, passing the cottage from east to west, progressing swiftly with long, fluid strides through the last rank of dunes that marked the top of the slope to the beach, about 40 feet away from me. I swung around, bringing up the Glock. The running man had either gone to ground or had been a phantom. Briefly, I wondered if it was Pin. No. Orson would not have been fearful of Jesse Pin or of any man like him. I crossed the porch, descended the 3 wooden steps, and stood in the sand, taking a closer look at the surrounding dunes. Scattered sprays of tall grass undulated in the breeze. Some of the shorelights shimmered across the lapping waters of the bay. Nothing else moved. Like a tattered bandage unraveling from the dry white face of a mummified pharaoh, A long, narrow cloud wound away from the chin of the moon. Perhaps the running man was merely a cloud shadow. Perhaps. But I didn't think so. I glanced back toward the open door of the cottage. Orson had retreated farther from the threshold, deeper into the front room. For once, he was not at home in the night. I didn't feel entirely at home either. Stars, moon, sand, grass, and a feeling of being watched. From the slope that dropped to the beach, or from a shallow swale between dunes, through a screen of grass, someone was watching me. A gaze can have weight, and this one was coming at me like a series of waves, not like slow surf, but like fully macking double overheads, hammering at me. Now the dog wasn't the only one whose hackles rose. Just when I began to worry that Bobby was taking a mortally long time, he appeared around the east end of the cottage. As he approached, sand pluming around his bare feet, he never looked at me, but let his gaze travel ceaselessly from dune to dune. I said, "Orson haired out." "Don't believe it," Bobby said. "Totally haired out. He's never done that before. He's pure guts, that dog." "Well, if he did," Bobby said, "I don't blame him. Almost haired out myself." "Someone's out there." "More than one." "Who?" Bobby didn't reply. He adjusted his grip on the shotgun, but continued to hold it at the ready while he studied the surrounding night. "They've been here before," I guessed. "Yeah." "Why? What do they want?" "I don't know." "Who are they?" I asked again. As before, he didn't answer. "Bobby?" I pressed. A great pale mass, a few 100 feet high, gradually resolved out of the darkness over the ocean to the west. A fog bank, revealed in lunar whitewash, extended far to the north and the south. Whether it came to land or hung offshore all night, the fog pushed a quieting pressure ahead of it. On silent wings, a formation of pelicans flew low over the peninsula and vanished across the black waters of the bay. As the remaining onshore breeze faded, the long grass drooped and was still, and I could better hear the slow surf breaking along the bay shore, although the sound was less a rumble than a lulling hushaby. From out at that point, a cry as eerie as the call of a loon carved this deepening silence. An answering cry, equally sharp and chilling, arose from the dunes nearer the house. I was reminded of those old Western movies in which the Indians call to one another in the night, imitating birds and coyotes, to coordinate their moves immediately before attacking the circled wagons of the homesteaders. Bobby fired the shotgun into a nearby mound of sand, startling me so much that I nearly blew an aortic valve. When echoes of the crash rebounded from the bay and receded again, when the last reverberations were absorbed by the vast pillow of fog in the west, I said, "Why'd you do that?" Instead of answering me at once, Bobby chambered another shell and listened to the night. I remembered Pin firing the handgun into the ceiling of the church basement to punctuate the threat that he had leveled against Father Tom Elliott. Finally, when no more loon-like cries arose, Bobby said, almost as if talking to himself, "Probably isn't necessary, but once in a while it doesn't hurt to float the idea of buckshot past them." Who? Who are you warning off? I had known him to be mysterious in the past, but never quite so enigmatic as this. The dunes continued to command his attention, and another minute of mental hang time passed before Bobby suddenly looked at me as if he had forgotten that I was standing beside him. "Let's go inside. You scrub off the bad Denzel Washington disguise, and I'll slam together some killer tacos." I knew better than to press the issue any further. He was being mysterious either to stoke my curiosity and enhance his treasured reputation for weirdness, or because he had good reason to keep this secret even from me. In either case, he was in that special Bobby place, where he's as inaccessible as if he were on his board, halfway through a tube radical, in an insanely hollow wave. As I followed him into the house, I was still aware of being watched. The attention of the unknown observer prickled my back, like hermit crab tracks on a surf-smooth beach. Before closing the front door, I scanned the night once more, but our visitors remained well hidden. The bathroom is large and luxurious, an absolute black granite floor, matching countertops, handsome teak cabinetry, and acres of beveled-edge mirrors. The huge shower stall can accommodate 4 people, which makes it ideal for dog grooming. Corky Collins, who built Bobby's fine house long before Bobby's birth, was an unpretentious guy, but he indulged in amenities, like the 4-person marble-lined spa in the corner diagonally across the room from the shower. Maybe Corky, whose name had been Toshiro Togawa before he changed it, fantasized about orgies with 3 beach girls, or maybe he just liked to be totally, awesomely clean. As a young man, a prodigy fresh out of law school in 1941, at the age of only 21, Toshiro had been interned in Manzanar, the camp where loyal Japanese Americans remained imprisoned throughout World War II. Following the war, angered and humiliated, he became an activist, committed to securing justice for the oppressed. After 5 years, he lost faith in the possibility of equal justice, and also came to believe that most of the oppressed, given a chance, would become enthusiastic oppressors in their own right. He switched to personal injury law. Because his learning curve was as steep as the huge monoliths smacking in from a South Pacific typhoon, he rapidly became the most successful personal injury attorney in the San Francisco area. In another 4 years, having banked some serious cash, he walked away from his law practice. In 1956, at the age of 36, he built this house on the southern horn of Moonlight Bay, bringing in underground power, water, and phone lines at considerable expense. With a dry sense of humor that prevented his cynicism from becoming bitterness, Toshiro Togawa legally changed his name to Corky Collins on the day he moved into the cottage, and he dedicated every day of the rest of his life to the beach and the ocean. He grew surf bumps on the tops of his toes and feet, below his kneecaps, and on his bottom ribs. Out of a desire to hear the unobstructed thunder of the waves, Corky didn't always use earplugs when he surfed, so he developed an exostosis. The channel to the inner ear constricts when filled with cold water, and because of repeated abuse, a benign bony tumor narrows the ear canal. By the time he was 50, Corky was intermittently deaf in his left ear. Every surfer experiences faucet nose after a thrashing skim session, when your sinuses empty explosively, pouring forth all the seawater forced up your nostrils during wipeouts. This grossness usually happens when you're talking to an outrageously fine girl who's wearing a bun floss bikini. After 20 years of epic hammering and subsequently nostril Niagaras, Corky developed an exostosis in his sinus passages, requiring surgery to alleviate headaches and to restore proper drainage. On every anniversary of this operation, he had thrown a proper drainage party. From years of exposure to the glaring sun and the salt water, Corky was also afflicted with surfer's eye, pterygium, a wing-like thickening of the conjunctiva over the white of the eye, eventually extending across the cornea. His vision gradually deteriorated. 9 years ago, he was spared ophthalmological surgery when he was killed, not by melanoma, not by a shark, but by Big Mama herself, the ocean. Though Corky was 69 at the time, he went out in monster storm waves, 20-foot behemoths, quakers, rolling thunder that most surfers a third his age wouldn't have tried, and according to witnesses, he was a party of one, hooting with joy, repeatedly almost airborne, racing the lip, carving truly sacred rail slashes, repeatedly getting barreled, until he wiped out big time and was held down by a breaking wave. Monsters that size can weigh thousands of tons, which is a lot of water, too much to struggle against, and even a strong swimmer can be held on the bottom half a minute or longer, maybe a lot longer, before he can get air. Worse, Corky surfaced at the wrong moment, just in time to be hammered deep by the next wave in the set, and he drowned in a 2-wave hold-down. Surfers from one end of California to the other shared the opinion that Corky Collins had led the perfect life and had died the perfect death. Exostosis of the ear, exostosis of the sinuses, pterygium in both eyes, none of that meant shit to Corky, and all of it was better than boredom or heart disease, better than a fat pension check that had to be earned by spending a lifetime in an office. Life was surf, death was surf, the power of nature vast and enfolding, and the heart stirred at the thought of Corky's enviable, sweet passage through a world that was so much trouble for so many others. Bobby inherited the cottage. This development astonished Bobby. We had both known Corky Collins since we were 11 and first ventured to the end of the Horn with board racks on our bikes. He was mentor to every surf rat who was ravenous for experience and eager to master the point break. He didn't act like the point was his, but everyone respected Corky as much as if he actually owned the beach from Santa Barbara all the way to Santa Cruz. He was impatient with any gyrospaz who ripped and slashed up a good wave, ruining it for everyone, and he had only disdain for freeway surfers and wish-wasses of all types. But he was a friend and an inspiration to all of us who were in love with the sea and in sync with its rhythms. Corky had legions of friends and admirers, some of whom he had known for more than 3 decades, so we were baffled as to why he had bequeathed all his worldly possessions to Bobby, whom he had known only 8 years. As explanation, the executor of the estate presented to Bobby a letter from Corky that was a masterpiece of succinctness. Bobby, what most people find important, you do not. This is wisdom. To what you believe is important, you are ready to give your mind, heart, and soul. This is grace. We have only the sea, love, and time. God gave you the sea. By your own actions you will find love always. So I give you time. Corky saw in Bobby someone who had an innate understanding, from boyhood, of those truths that Corky himself had not learned until he was 37. He wanted to honor and encourage that understanding. God bless him for it. The summer following his freshman year at Ashton College, when Bobby inherited, after taxes, the house and a modest sum of cash, he dropped out of school. This infuriated his parents. He was able to shrug off their fury, however, because the beach and the sea and the future were his. Besides, his folks have been furious about one thing or another all their lives, and Bobby is inured to it. They own and edit the town newspaper, and they fancy themselves tireless crusaders for enlightened public policy, which means they think most citizens are either too selfish to do the right thing or too stupid to know what is best for them. They expected Bobby to share what they called their passion for the great issues of our time, but Bobby wanted to escape from his family's loudly announced idealism, and from all the poorly concealed envy, rancor, and egotism that was a part of it. All Bobby wanted was peace. His folks wanted peace, too, for the entire planet, peace in every corner of spaceship Earth, but they weren't capable of providing it within the walls of their own home. With the cottage and the seed money to launch the business that now supported him, Bobby found peace. The hands of every clock are shears, trimming us away scrap by scrap, and every timepiece with a digital readout blinks us toward implosion. Time is so precious that it can't be purchased. What Corky had given Bobby was not time, really, but the chance to live without clocks, without an awareness of clocks, which seems to make time pass more gently, with less shearing fury. My parents tried to give the same thing to me. Because of my XP, however, I occasionally hear ticking. Maybe Bobby occasionally hears it too. Maybe there's no way any of us can entirely escape an awareness of clocks. In fact, Orson's night of despair, when he had regarded the stars with such despondency and refused all my efforts to comfort him, might have been caused by an awareness of his own days ticking away. We are told that the simple minds of animals are not capable of encompassing the concept of their own mortality. Yet every animal possesses a survival instinct and recognizes danger. If it struggles to survive, it understands death, no matter what the scientists and the philosophers might say. This is not New Age sentimentalism. This is simply common sense. Now, in Bobby's shower, as I scrubbed the soot off Orson, he continued to shiver. The water was warm. The shivers had nothing to do with the bath. By the time I blotted the dog with several towels and fluffed him with a hairdryer that Pia Click had left behind, his shakes had passed. While I dressed in a pair of Bobby's blue jeans and a long-sleeved blue cotton sweater, Orson glanced at the frosted window a few times, as if leery of whoever might be out there in the night, but his confidence appeared to be returning. With paper towels, I wiped off my leather jacket and my cap. They still smelled of smoke, the cap more than the jacket. In the dim light, I could barely read the words above the bill, Mystery Train. I rubbed the ball of my thumb across the embroidered letters, recalling the windowless concrete room where I'd found the cap, in one of the more peculiar abandoned precincts of Fort Wyvern. Angela Ferryman's words came back to me, her response to my statement that Wyvern had been closed for 1.5 years. Some things don't die, can't die, no matter how much we wish them dead. I had another flashback to the bathroom at Angela's house, a mental image of her death-startled eyes and the silent, surprised "oh" of her mouth. Again I was gripped by the conviction that I had overlooked an important detail regarding the condition of her body, and as before, When I tried to summon a more vivid memory of her blood-spattered face, it grew not clearer in my mind, but fuzzier. "We're screwing it up, Chris. Bigger than we've ever screwed up before. And already there's no way to undo what's been done." The tacos, packed with shredded chicken, lettuce, cheese, and salsa, were delicious. We sat at the kitchen table to eat, instead of leaning over the sink, and we washed down the food with beer. Although Sasha had fed him earlier, Orson cadged a few bits of chicken, but he couldn't charm me into giving him another Heineken. Bobby had turned on the radio, and it was tuned to Sasha's show, which had just come on the air. Midnight had arrived. She didn't mention me or introduce the song with the dedication, but she played Heart-Shaped World by Chris Isaak, because it's a favorite of mine. Enormously condensing the events of the evening, I told Bobby about the incident in the hospital garage, the scene in Kirk's crematorium, and the platoon of faceless men who pursued me through the hills behind the funeral home. Throughout all of this, he only said, "Tabasco?" "What?" "To hotten up the salsa." "No," I said. "This is killer just the way it is." He got a bottle of Tabasco sauce from the refrigerator and sprinkled it into his half-eaten first taco. Now Sasha was playing Two Hearts by Chris Isaak. For a while, I repeatedly glanced through the window beside the table, wondering whether anyone outside was watching us. At first, I didn't think Bobby shared my concern, but then I realized that from time to time, he glanced intently, though with seeming casualness, at the blackness out there. "Lower the blind," I suggested. "No. They might think I cared." We were pretending not to be intimidated. "Who are they?" He was silent, but I outweighted him, and at last he said, "I'm not sure." That wasn't an honest answer, but I relented. When I continued my story, rather than risk Bobby's scorn, I didn't mention the cat that led me to the culvert in the hills, but I described the skull collection arranged on the final 2 steps of the spillway. I told him about Chief Stevenson talking to the bald guy with the earring, and about finding the pistol on my bed. "Bitchin' gun," he said, admiring the Glock. "Dad opted for laser sighting." "Sweet." Sometimes Bobby is as self-possessed as a rock, so calm that you have to wonder if he is actually listening to you. As a boy, he was occasionally like this, but the older he's gotten, the more that this uncanny composure has settled over him. I just brought him astonishing news of bizarre adventures, and he reacted as if he were listening to basketball scores. Glancing at the darkness beyond the window, I wondered if anyone out there had me in a gun sight, maybe in the crosshairs of a night scope. Then I figured that if they had meant to shoot us, they would have cut us down when we were out in the dunes. I told Bobby everything that had happened at Angela Ferryman's house. He grimaced. "Apricot brandy." I didn't drink much. He said, 2 glasses of that crap, you'll be talking to the seals," which was surfer lingo for vomiting. By the time I had told him about Jesse Pinn terrorizing Father Tom at the church, we had gone through 3 tacos each. He built another pair and brought them to the table. Sasha was playing Graduation Day. Bobby said, "It's a regular Chris Isaak festival." "She's playing it for me." "Yeah, I didn't figure Chris Isaak was at the station holding a gun to her head." Neither of us said anything more until we finished the final round of tacos. When at last Bobby asked a question, the only thing he wanted to know about was something that Angela had said. "So she told you it was a monkey, and it wasn't." Her exact words, as I recall, were, "It appeared to be a monkey, and it was a monkey. Was and wasn't. And that's what was wrong with it." "She seemed totally zipped up to you?" "Well, she was in distress, scared, way scared, but she wasn't cooped out. Besides, somebody killed her to shut her up, so there must have been something to what she said." He nodded and drank some beer. He was silent for so long that I finally said, "Now what?" "You're asking me?" "I wasn't talking to the dog," I said. "Drop it," he said. "What?" "Forget about it. Get on with life." "I knew you'd say that," I admitted. "Then why ask me?" "Bobby, maybe my mom's death wasn't an accident." "Sounds like more than a maybe. And maybe there was more to my dad's cancer than just cancer." "So you're going to hit the vengeance trail?" "These people can't get away with murder." "Sure they can. People get away with murder all the time." "Well, they shouldn't." "I didn't say they should. I only said they do." You know, Bobby, maybe life isn't just surf, sex, food, and beer. I never said it was. I only said it should be. Well, I said, studying the darkness beyond the window, I'm not herring out. Bobby sighed and leaned back in his chair. If you're waiting to catch a wave and conditions are epic, really big smokers honing up the coast, and along comes a set of 20-footers, and they're pushing your limit, but you know you can stretch to handle them, yet you sit in the lineup, just being a buoy through the whole set, then you're herring out. But say instead what comes along all of a sudden is a long set of 30-footers, massive pumping mackers that are going to totally prosecute you, that are going to blast you off the board and hold you down and make you suck kelp and pray to Jesus. If your choice is to be snuffed or be a buoy, then you're not herring out if you sit in the lineup and soak through the whole set. You're exhibiting mature judgment. Even a total surf rebel needs a little of that. And the dude who tries the wave, even though he knows he's going over the falls, knows he's going to be totally quashed. Well, he's an asshole. I was touched by the length of his speech, because it meant that he was deeply worried about me. So, I said, you're calling me an asshole. Not yet. Depends on what you do about this. So I'm an asshole waiting to happen. Let's just say that your asshole potential is off the Richter. I shook my head. Well, from where I sit, this doesn't look like a 30-footer. Maybe a 40. It looks like a 20 max. He rolled his eyes up into his head as if to say that the only place he was going to see any common sense was inside his own skull. From what Angela said, this all goes back to some project at Fort Wyvern. She went upstairs to get something she wanted to show me. Some sort of proof, I guess. Something her husband must have squirreled away. Whatever it was destroyed in the fire. Fort Wyvern. The army. The military. So, we're talking about the government here, Bobby said. Bro, the government isn't even a 30-footer. It's 100. It's a tsunami. This is America. It used to be. I have a duty here. What duty? A moral duty. Beetling his brow, pinching the bridge of his nose with thumb and forefinger, as though listening to me had given him a headache, he said, I guess if you turn on the evening news and hear there's a comet going to destroy the Earth, you pull on your tights and cape and fly into outer space to deflect that sucker toward the other end of the galaxy. Unless the cape is at the dry cleaner. Asshole. Asshole. Chapter 20. Look here, Bobby said. Data coming down right now. This is from a British government weather satellite. Process it and you can measure the height of any wave anywhere in the world to within a few centimeters. He had not turned on any lights in his office. The oversized video displays of the various computer workstations provided enough illumination for him and more than enough for me. Colorful bar graphs, maps, enhanced satellite photos, and flow charts of dynamic weather situations moved on the screens. I have not embraced the computer age, and never will. With UV-proof sunglasses, I can't easily read what's on a video display, and I can't risk spending hours in front of even a filtered screen with all those UV rays pumping out at me. They are low-level emissions to you, but considering cumulative damage, a few hours at a computer would be a light storm to me. I do my writing by hand in legal tablets, the occasional article, the best-selling book that resulted in the long Time magazine article about me and XP. This computer-packed room is the heart of Surfcast, Bobby's surf forecasting service, which provides daily predictions by fax to subscribers all over the world, maintains a website, and has a 900 number for surf information. 4 employees work out of offices in Moonlight Bay, networked with this room, but Bobby himself does the final data analysis and surf predictions. Along the shores of the world's oceans, approximately 6 million surfers regularly ride the waves, and about 5.5 million of these are content with waves that have faces, measured from trough to crest of 6 or 8 feet. Ocean swells hide their power below the surface, extending down as much as 1,000 feet, and they are not waves until they shoal up and break to the shore. Consequently, there was no way until the late 1980s to predict with any reliability even where and when 6-foot humpers could be found. Surf junkies could spend days at the beach, wading through surf that was mushy or soft or even flat, while a few hundred miles up or down the coast, plunging breakers were macking ashore, corduroy to the horizon. A significant percentage of those 5.5 million boardheads would rather pay Bobby a few bucks to learn where the action will or won't be than rely strictly on the goodwill of Kahuna, the god of all surf. A few bucks. The 900 number alone draws 800,000 calls each year, at $2 a pop. Ironically, Bobby the slacker and surf rebel has probably become the wealthiest person in Moonlight Bay, although no one realizes this, and although he gives away most of it. "Here," he said, dropping into a chair in front of one of the computers. "Before you rush off to save the world and get your brains blown out, think about this." As Orson cocked his head to watch the screen, Bobby hammered the keyboard, calling up new data. Most of the remaining 500,000 of those 6 million surfers sit out waves above, say, 15 feet, and probably fewer than 10,000 can ride 20-footers. But although these more awesomely skilled and ballsy types are fewer in number, a higher percentage of them want Bobby's forecasts. They live and die for the ride. To miss a session of epic monsters, especially in their neighborhood, would be nothing less than Shakespearean tragedy with sand. "Sunday," Bobby said, still tapping the keyboard. "This Sunday? 2 nights from now you'll want to be here. Rather than be dead, I mean. Big surf coming? It's going to be sacred." Perhaps 300 or 400 surfers on the planet have the experience, talent, and cojones to mount waves above 20 feet, and a handful of them pay Bobby well to track truly giant surf, even though it is treacherous and likely to kill them. A few of these maniacs are wealthy men who will fly anywhere in the world to challenge storm waves, 30 and even 40-foot behemoths, into which they are frequently towed by a helper on a jet ski, because catching such huge monoliths in the usual fashion is difficult and often impossible. Worldwide, you can find well-formed, ride-worthy waves 30 feet and higher no more than 30 days a year, and often they come to shore in exotic places. Using maps, satellite photos, and weather data from numerous sources, Bobby can provide 2 or 3 day warnings, and his predictions are so trustworthy that these most demanding of all clients have never complained. There. Bobby pointed to a wave profile on the computer. Orson took a closer look at the screen as Bobby said, "Moonlight Bay, Point Break surf. It's going to be classic Sunday afternoon, evening, all the way until Monday dawn, fully pumping mackers." I blinked at the video display. "Am I seeing 12-footers? 10 to 12 feet, with the possibility of some sets as high as 14. They're hitting Hawaii soon, then us. That'll be live. Entirely live. Coming off a big, slow-moving storm north of Tahiti. There's going to be an offshore wind, too. So these monsters are going to give you more dry, insanely hollow barrels than you've seen in your dreams." "Cool." He swiveled in his chair to look up at me. "So what do you want to ride? The Sunday night surf rolling out of Tahiti, or the tsunami pipeline of death rolling out of Wyvern?" "Both." "Kamikaze," he said scornfully. "Duck," I called him with a smile, which is the same as saying buoy, meaning one who sits in the lineup and never has the guts to take a wave. Orson turned his head from one of us to the other, back and forth as if watching a tennis match. "Geek," Bobby said. "Decoy," I said, which is the same as saying duck. "Asshole," he said, which has identical definitions in surfer lingo and standard English. "I take it you're not with me on this." Getting up from the chair, he said, "You can't go to the cops. You can't go to the FBI. They're all paid by the other side. What can you possibly hope to learn about some way secret project at Wyvern?" "I've already uncovered a little." "Yeah, and the next thing you learn is the thing that'll get you killed. Listen, Chris, you aren't Sherlock Holmes or James Bond. At best, you're Nancy Drew." Nancy Drew had an unreal rate of case closure, I reminded him. She nailed 100% of the bastards she went after. I'd be honored to be considered the equal of a kick-ass crime fighter like Ms. Nancy Drew. Kamikaze, duck, geek, decoy. Laughing softly, shaking his head, scratching his beard stubble, Bobby said, "You make me sick." "Likewise." The telephone rang and Bobby answered it. "Hey, gorgeous. I totally get off on the new format. All Chris Isaac all the time. Play dancing for me, okay?" He passed the handset to me. "It's for you, Nancy." I like Sasha's disc jockey voice. It's only subtly different from her real-world voice, marginally deeper and softer and silkier, but the effect is profound. When I hear Sasha the DJ, I want to curl up in bed with her. I want to curl up in bed with her anyway, as often as possible. But when she's using her radio voice, I want to curl up in bed with her urgently. The voice comes over her from the moment she enters the studio, and it's with her even when she's off mic, until she leaves work. This tune ends in about a minute. I've got to do some patter between cuts, she told me, so I'll be quick. Somebody came around here at the station a little while ago, trying to get in touch with you. Says it's life or death. Who? I can't use the name on the phone. Promised I wouldn't. When I said you were probably at Bobby's, this person didn't want to call you there or come there to see you. Why? I don't know why exactly, but this person was really nervous, Chris. I have been one acquainted with the night. Do you know who I mean? I have been one acquainted with the night. It was a line from a poem by Robert Frost. My dad had instilled in me his passion for poetry. I had infected Sasha. Yes, I said. I think I know who you mean. Wants to see you as soon as possible. Says it's life or death. What's going on, Chris? Big surf coming in Sunday afternoon, I said. That's not what I mean. I know. Tell you the rest later. Big surf. Can I handle it? 12-footers. I think I'll just gidget out and beach party. Love your voice, I said. Smooth as the bay. She hung up, and so did I. Although he had only heard my half of the conversation, Bobby relied on his uncanny intuition to figure out the tone and intent of Sasha's call. What are you walking into? Just Nancy stuff, I said. You wouldn't be interested. As Bobby and I led a still uneasy Orson onto the front porch, the radio in the kitchen began to swing with Dancin' by Chris Isaak. Sasha is an awesome woman, Bobby said. Unreal, I agreed. You can't be with her if you're dead. She's not that kinky. Point taken. You have your sunglasses? I patted my shirt pocket. Yeah. Did you use some of my sunscreen? Yes, Mother, geek. I said, I've been thinking. It's about time you started. I've been working on the new book. Finally got your lazy ass in gear. It's about friendship. Am I in it? Amazingly, yes. You're not using my real name, are you? I'm calling you Igor. The thing is, I'm afraid readers might not relate to what I have to say, because you and I, all my friends, we live such different lives. Stopping at the head of the porch steps, regarding me with his patented look of scorn, Bobby said, I thought you had to be smart to write books. It's not a federal law. Obviously not. Even the literary equivalent of a gyrospaz ought to know that every last one of us leads a different life. Yeah, Maria Cortez leads a different life. Maria is Manuel Ramirez's younger sister, 28 like Bobby and me. She is a beautician, and her husband works as a car mechanic. They have 2 children, 1 cat, and a small tract house with a big mortgage. Bobby said, she doesn't live her life in the beauty shop doing someone's hair, or in her house vacuuming the carpet. She lives her life between her ears. There's a world inside her skull, and probably way stranger and more bitchin' than you or I with our shallow brain bands can imagine. 6 billion of us walking the planet. 6 billion smaller worlds on the bigger one. Shoe salesmen and short-order cooks who look boring from the outside. Some have weirder lives than you. 6 billion stories. Every one an epic, full of tragedy and triumph, good and evil, despair and hope. You and me, we aren't so special, bro. I was briefly speechless. Then I fingered the sleeve of his parrot and palm frond shirt and said, I didn't realize you were such a philosopher. He shrugged. That little gem of wisdom? Hell, that was just something I got in a fortune cookie. Must have been a big honker of a cookie. Hey, it was a huge monolith, dude, he said, giving me a sly smile. The great wall of moonlit fog loomed half a mile from the shore, no closer or farther away than it had been earlier. The night air was as still as that in the cold-holding room at Mercy Hospital. As we descended the porch steps, no one shot at us. No one issued that loon-like cry either. They were still out there, however, hiding in the dunes or below the crest of the slope that fell to the beach. I could feel their attention like the dangerous energy pending release in the coils of a motionless, strike-poised rattlesnake. Although Bobby had left his shotgun inside, he was vigilant. Surveying the night as he accompanied me to my bike, he began to reveal more interest in my story than he had admitted earlier. This monkey Angela mentioned. What about it? What was it like? Monkey-like? Like a chimpanzee, an orangutan, or what? Gripping the handlebars of my bicycle and turning it around to walk it through the soft sand, I said, "It was a rhesus monkey, didn't I say?" "How big?" She said 2 feet high, maybe 25 pounds. Gazing across the dunes, he said, "I've seen a couple myself." Surprised, leaning the bike against the porch railing again, I said, "Rhesus monkeys? Out here?" "Some kind of monkeys, about that size. There is, of course, no species of monkey native to California. The only primates in its woods and fields are human beings." Bobby said, "Caught one looking in a window at me one night. Went outside and it was gone." "When was this?" "Maybe 3 months ago." Orson moved between us as if for comfort. I said, "You've seen them since?" 6 or 7 times, always at night. They're secretive, but they're also bolder lately. They travel in a troop." "Troop?" "Wolves travel in a pack, horses in a herd. With monkeys, it's called a troop." "You've been doing research. How come you haven't told me about this?" He was silent, watching the dunes. "I was watching them, too. Is that what's out there now?" "Maybe." "How many in this troop?" "Don't know. Maybe 6 or 8, just a guess." "You bought a shotgun. You think they're dangerous?" "Maybe." "Have you reported them to anyone, like animal control?" "No." "Why not?" Instead of answering me, he hesitated and then said, "Pia's driving me nuts." Pia Click. Out there in Waimea for a month or 2, going on 3 years. I didn't understand how Pia related to Bobby's failure to report the monkeys to animal control officers, but I sensed that he would make the connection for me. "She says she's discovered that she's the reincarnation of Kahuna," Bobby said. Kahuna is the mythical Hawaiian goddess of surfing, who was never actually incarnate in the first place, and therefore incapable of being re. Considering that Pia was not a Kama'aina, a native of Hawaii, but a haole who had been born in Oskaloosa, Kansas, and raised there until she left home at 17, she seemed an unlikely candidate to be a mythological uber wahine. I said, "She lacks some credentials." "She's dead solid serious about this." "Well, she's way pretty enough to be Kahuna, or any other goddess for that matter." Standing beside Bobby, I couldn't see his eyes too well, but his face was bleak. I had never seen him bleak before. I hadn't even realized that bleakness was an option for him. Bobby said, "She's trying to decide whether being Kahuna requires her to be celibate." Ouch. "She thinks she probably should never live with an ordinary dude, meaning a mortal man. Somehow that would be a blasphemous rejection of her fate." "Brutal," I said sympathetically. "But it would be cool for her to shack up with the current reincarnation of Kahuna." Kahuna is the mythical god of surfing. He is largely a creation of modern surfers, who extrapolate his legend from the life of an ancient Hawaiian witch doctor. I said, "And you aren't the reincarnation of Kahuna?" "I refuse to be." From that response, I inferred that Pia was trying to convince him that he was, indeed, the god of surfing. With audible misery and confusion, Bobby said, "She's so smart, so talented." Pia had graduated summa cum laude from UCLA. She had paid her way through school by painting portraits. Now her hyper-realist work sold for impressive prices, as quickly as she cared to produce them. "How can she be so smart and talented?" Bobby demanded. "And then this." "Maybe you are Kahuna," I said. "This isn't funny," he said, which was a striking statement, because to one degree or another, everything was funny to Bobby. In the moonlight, the dune grass drooped, no blade so much as trembling in the now windless night. The soft rhythm of the surf, rising from the beach below, was like the murmured chanting of a distant, prayerful crowd. This Pia business was fascinating, but understandably, I was more interested in the monkeys. These last few years, Bobby said, with this new age stuff from Pia. Well, sometimes it's okay, but sometimes it's like spending days in radical churly-churly. Churly-churly is badly churned up surf, heavy with sand and pea gravel, which smacks you in the face when you walk into it. This is not a pleasant surf condition. Sometimes, Bobby said, when I get off the phone with her, I'm so messed up, missing her, wanting to be with her. I could almost convince myself she is Kahuna. She's so sincere, and she doesn't rave on about it, you know. It's this quiet thing with her, which makes it even more disturbing. I didn't know you got disturbed. I didn't know it either. Sighing, scuffing at the sand with one bare foot, he began to make the connection between Pia and the monkeys. When I saw the monkey at the window the first time, it was cool, made me laugh. I figured it was someone's pet that got loose. But the second time, I saw more than one, and it was as weird as all this kahuna shit, because they weren't behaving at all like monkeys. What do you mean? Monkeys are playful, goofing around. These guys, they weren't playful. Purposeful, solemn, creepy little geeks, watching me and studying the house, not out of curiosity, but with some agenda. What agenda? Bobby shrugged. They were so strange. Words seemed to fail him, so I borrowed one from H.P. Lovecraft, for whose stories we'd had such enthusiasm when we were 13. Eldritch. Yeah, they were eldritch to the max. I knew no one was going to believe me. I almost felt I was hallucinating. I grabbed a camera but couldn't get a picture. You know why? Thumb over the lens? They didn't want to be photographed. First sight of the camera, they ran for cover, and they're insanely fast. He glanced at me, reading my reaction, then looked at the dunes again. They knew what the camera was. I couldn't resist. Hey, you're not anthropomorphizing them, are you? You know, ascribing human attributes and attitudes to animals. Ignoring me, he said, after that night I didn't put the camera away in the closet. I kept it on a kitchen counter close at hand. If they showed up again, I figured I might get a snapshot before they realized what was happening. One night about 6 weeks ago, he was pumping 8-footers with a good offshore, barrel after barrel. So even though it was way nipple out there, I put on my wetsuit and spent a couple of hours totally tucked away. I didn't take the camera down to the beach with me. Why not? I hadn't seen the damn monkeys in a week. I figured maybe I'd never see them again. Anyway, when I came back to the house, I stripped out of the neoprene, went into the kitchen, and got a beer. When I turned away from the fridge, there were monkeys at 2 windows, hanging on the frames outside looking in at me. So I reached for my camera, and it was gone. You misplaced it. No, it's gone for good. I left the door unlocked when I went to the beach that night. I don't leave it unlocked anymore. You're telling me the monkeys took it? He said. The next day I bought a disposable camera, put it on the counter by the oven again. That night I left the lights on, locked up, and took my stick down to the beach. Good surf? Slow, but I wanted to give them a chance. And they took it. While I was gone, they broke a pane, unlocked the window, and stole the disposable camera. Nothing else. Just the camera. Now, I knew why the shotgun was kept in a locked broom closet. This cottage on the Horn, without neighbors, had always appealed to me as a fine retreat. At night, when the surfers left, the sky and the sea formed a sphere in which the house stood like a diorama in one of those glass paperweights that fills with swirling snow when you shake it, though instead of a blizzard, there were deep peace and a glorious solitude. Now, however, the nurturing solitude had become an unnerving isolation. Rather than offering a sense of peace, the night was thick and still with expectation. And they left me a warning, Bobby said. I pictured a threatening note laboriously printed in crude block letters. Watch your ass, signed, The monkeys. They were too clever to leave a paper trail, however, and even more direct. Bobby said, "One of them crapped on my bed." "Oh, nice." "They're secretive, like I said. I've decided not even to try to photograph them. If I manage to get a flash shot of them some night, I think they'd be way pissed." "You're afraid of them." "I didn't know you got disturbed, and I didn't know you were ever afraid. I'm learning a lot about you tonight, bro." He didn't admit to feeling fear. "You bought the shotgun," I pressed. "Because I think it's good to challenge them from time to time. Good to show the little bastards that I'm territorial, and that this is, by God, my territory. But I'm not afraid, really. They're just monkeys." And then again, they're not. Bobby said, "Some days I wonder if I've picked up some new age virus over the telephone line from Pia, all the way from Waimea. And now while she's obsessed with being Kahuna, I'm obsessed with the monkeys of the new millennium. I suspect that's what the tabloids would call them, don't you? The Millennium Monkeys. Has a ring to it. That's why I haven't reported them. I'm not going to make myself a target of the press or anyone. I'm not going to be the geek who saw Bigfoot or extraterrestrials in a spaceship shaped like a 4-slice toaster. Life would never be the same for me after that, would it? You'd be a freak like me." "Exactly." My awareness of being watched became more intense. I almost borrowed a trick from Orson, almost growled low in my throat. The dog, still standing between Bobby and me, remained alert and quiet, his head raised and one ear pricked. He was no longer shaking, but he was clearly respectful of whatever was observing us from the surrounding night. "Now that I've told you about Angela, you know the monkeys have something to do with what was going on out at Fort Wyvern," I said. "This isn't just a tabloid fantasy anymore. This is real. This is totally live, and we can do something about it." "Still going on," he said. "What?" "From what Angela told you, Wyvern's not entirely shut down. But it was abandoned 18 months ago. If there were still personnel staffing any operations at all out there, we'd know about it. Even if they lived on base, they'd come into town to shop, to go to a movie." "You said Angela called this Armageddon. It's the end of the world," she said. "Yeah, so? So maybe if you're busily working on a project to destroy the world, you don't have time to come into town for a movie. Anyway, like I said, this is a tsunami, Chris. This is the government. There's no way to surf these waters and survive." I gripped the handlebars of my bike and stood it upright again. "In spite of these monkeys and what you've seen, you're going to just lay back?" He nodded. "If I stay cool, it's possible they'll eventually go away. They're not here every night anyway, once or twice a week. If I wait them out, I might get my life back like it was." "Yeah, but maybe Angela wasn't just smoking something. Maybe there's no chance ever again that anything will be like it was." "Then why put on your tights and cape if it's a lost cause?" "To XP, man," I said with mock solemnity. "There are no lost causes." "Kamikaze, duck, geek, decoy," I said affectionately, and walked the bicycle away from the house, through the soft sand. Orson let out a thin whine of protest as we left the comparative safety of the cottage behind us, but he didn't try to hold back. He stayed close to me, sniffing the night air as we headed inland. We'd gone about 30 feet when Bobby, kicking up small clouds of sand, sprinted in front of us and blocked the way. "You know what your problem is?" I said, "My choice of friends?" "Your problem is you want to make a mark on the world. You want to leave something behind that says, 'I was here.'" "I don't care about that." "Bullshit. Watch your language. There's a dog present." "That's why you write the articles, the books," he said. "To leave a mark." "I write because I enjoy writing." "You're always bitching about it." "Because it's the hardest thing I've ever done, but it's also rewarding." "You know why it's so hard?" "Because it's unnatural." "Well, maybe to people who can't read and write." "We're not here to leave a mark, bro. Monuments, legacies, marks. That's where we always go wrong. We're here to revel in the world, to soak in the awesomeness of it, to enjoy the ride." "Orson, look, it's Philosopher Bob again." The world's maximum perfect as it is, beauty from horizon to horizon. Any mark any of us tries to leave, hell, it's only graffiti. Nothing can improve on the world we've been given. Any mark anyone leaves is no better than vandalism. I said, the music of Mozart, vandalism, Bobby said. The art of Michelangelo, graffiti. Renoir, I said, graffiti. Bach, the Beatles, oral graffiti, he said fiercely. As he followed our conversation, Orson was getting whiplash. Matisse, Beethoven, Wallace Stevens, Shakespeare, vandals, hooligans. Dick Dale, I said, dropping the sacred name of the king of the surf guitar, the father of all surf music. Bobby blinked but said, graffiti. You are a sick man. I'm the healthiest person you know. Drop this insanely useless crusade, Chris. I must really be swimming in a school of slackers when a little curiosity is seen as a crusade. Live life. Soak it up. Enjoy. That's what you're here to do. I'm having fun in my own way, I assured him. Don't worry. I'm just as big a bum and jerk-off as you are. You wish. When I tried to walk the bike around him, he sidestepped into my path again. Okay, he said resignedly. All right. But walk the bike with one hand and keep the Glock in the other until you're back on hard ground and can ride again. Then ride fast. I patted my jacket pocket, which sagged with the weight of the pistol. 1 round fired accidentally at Angela's. 9 left in the magazine. But they're just monkeys, I said, echoing Bobby himself. And they're not. Searching his dark eyes, I said, you have something else that I should know? He chewed on his lower lip. Finally, maybe I am Kahuna. That's not what you were about to tell me. No. But it's not as fully nutball as what I was going to say. His gaze traveled over the dunes. The leader of the troop. I've only glimpsed him at a distance, in the darkness. Hardly more than a shadow. He's bigger than the rest. How big? His eyes met mine. I think he's a dude about my size. Earlier, as I had stood on the porch waiting for Bobby to return from his search of the beach scarp, I had glimpsed movement from the corner of my eye. The fuzzy impression of a man loping through the dunes with long, fluid strides. When I'd swung around with the Glock, no one had been there. A man, I said? Running with the Millennium Monkeys, leading the troop?